They're shapeless things. Mounds of flesh that shift and change.
I don't know how the necromancers make them. How many of them are there? I asked. I had some extra souls. I needed to spend a considerable amount of souls getting some people to a high enough level that they could craft spatial tear trinkets for the Legion and the Nomad Riders. Still, I'd need a counter if old Morty the God King had hundreds of beasts more terrifying than Mulius. I glanced up and decided that at worst, they'd be as terrifying as Mulius. "Dozens!" Julpast barked as Mune put a spear tip next to his groin when he hesitated to answer. Mune applied a little pressure to the spear. "I only saw one, but I was told there were many more. They've been fighting against the Sacrant to the west of the Kashik Sea," he babbled, and Mune pulled the spear back. "How many people is he at war with?" I asked. "Everyone, but it's hardly war. No one can stand against our divine might. Do you think you could be persuaded to let me go? My family really will pay you handsomely." "Who is he at war with? Which countries?" I demanded, kneeling down, making him wince as my voice got closer to his face. "Sacrant in the southwest, the Riktan to the east. You, of course, and the Krath Confederacy rejected his emissaries in spring, so if they aren't at war yet, they will be soon." This was too easy. I leaned even closer. "I might keep you alive. I'd have to blind you so you couldn't cast magic, of course. That way, if anything you've said turns out to be false, I could make you regret lying to me." A fire spirit flashed into existence and attacked me, but I ignored it. The others danced backwards, but the summon was entirely focused on me, and fire didn't hurt me anymore. That wasn't very smart, mortal. I was beginning to understand how Mortimer had seemingly come to drink his own Kool-Aid. God King. What an arse. My new tunic was a smoking ruin, as I stood back up and kicked him in the head again to knock him out, as the spirit faded away. "So what's the plan?" asked Kaz. "I think we wait for the rest to catch up and move on Heleth in force. It seems like Mortimer is stretched thin fighting too many enemies at once, but there might be another ambush. It would be his style," I said bitterly. "You knew him well, back in your world?" asked Jandak as he heaved the prisoner over one shoulder and carried him away from the camp. He tied him to a tree with yet more wire. "We should take his eyes, just to be safe." He looked over at me, and I shrugged. Jandak pulled out his dagger and used it to lift Julpast's blindfold. "Glimpse will eat them if you don't break them too badly," I said absent-mindedly. I didn't know him back home. The first time I met him was a minute or two before Fish Tits killed me to send me here. I know he wasn't a nice man, though. I sat down and put my elbows on my knees. He was a rich man. Powerful, but not like your nobles. Like a landowner, I guess. Who can own land? If I'm here, this is my land, Mune replied happily. It's not like that at home. Everything is owned and controlled. There are too many of us for it to be any other way. He owned a lot of homes. Dirty, unsafe homes that ended up killing a lot of people. How could a yurt kill someone? Asked Koss with a confused expression. He pulled his spear over and started sharpening it with a whetstone he kept in a belt pouch. They weren't yurts. It doesn't matter. He was a shady bastard who skirted the law and could afford to get away with it, I replied. He's a schemer and manipulator, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how much we can trust what that now eyeless bloke said. Glimpse was swooping down to pick up the globular treats Jandak had left on the grass nearby. You cast a heal on him, right? I asked as Jandak sat down next to Koss. Yeah, he won't bleed out. If you want me to put a tourniquet on his neck, I can do that, Jandak said. And Mulius boomed with laughter, causing us all to look up. You don't know what a tourniquet is, Mune accused, and the Titan raised a hand that he waved about his throat. Don't need to. It wouldn't have helped him, am I right? He asked. Well, yeah, said Cause. Mulius chuckled happily to himself as he rose and began to move about, crouched over. "What the hell are you looking for?" I asked. He found a relatively intact corpse and scooped it into his mouth. "Food. Do you see any mammoths around here? You've stopped me from eating dwarves and huska." "Fine." I dismissed the hungry monster from my thoughts. "So, do we give him to the women? See if they can get anything out of him? He won't be able to aim his spells now, but he could still summon the fire spirit while blindfolded." "I say we end him. Useless piece of shit. He didn't even fight with honor," grumbled Jandak. "He might be useful?" offered Cause, but Mune snorted and stood up. "How, Cause? He's a blind weakling. We know our enemy is at war on multiple fronts. You can't raid in every direction and expect to survive. Graben taught us that when we were boys," Mune snapped. "I don't think he's much use to us anymore, and he's still dangerous." I strode over and slid my dagger through his temple. Soulbound servant slain, ×1. 20 souls harvested. "Can I eat him now?" asked Mulius hopefully. "No!" we all shouted back. The Titan snorted and continued searching for more zombie bodies. "The rest of the tribes and the legions should catch up to us late tomorrow." I sent Glimpse winging north at the same time as I reached out and found Wilson was harassing the nearby swarms, toying with them to draw some out, then chomping on their skulls and repeating the process. I didn't summon him back. There weren't any human forces in the area, so he could have fun fighting the undead. "I think I need more Titans," I muttered, and pulled up my life affinity screen. 1,000 souls for a single level in a spell. Bloody hell. Burning Skies was only 300 per upgrade. I spent the souls and looked at my companions. "Any of you want to join Mulius as Shaped Soulbound?" I asked, half-jokingly. "No fucking way!" barked Jandak as he scooted away from me. "I was kidding. I'm sure there's another Huskar who'd be willing to volunteer," I said. "Damn right there will be. They've seen how impressive I am. You'll be fighting them off with a tree trunk when they find out there's another slot," called Mulius from the middle of the battlefield. "Guy's got good ears," whispered Kaz. "Yeah, I do, you short arse." "I don't think I want to use mammoth meat as a substrate this time," I pondered aloud. I ignored their asking what a substrate was. "Are there any Vilecat lairs around here?" Chapter 20. Always a selling point. "That's a lot of Vilecats." "How far did you go?" I asked as I loaded another half-dozen corpses into my storage space. "Not far," said Cause nonchalantly. I knew he was lying. I'd watched them rushing around in a 20-mile radius, clearing out all the forested areas as fast as they could. I had spent my time arguing with Mulius and casting heal on him. He was back up to full health again, and most of his fur had grown back. "You should use aurochs," Mulius repeated yet again. "Why the cats?" "We've gone over this. You're a brute." He preened happily at the term. "And cats will make the end result more nimble. Adding in claws and fangs rather than tusks can't hurt either," I replied again. "Stupid cats. I like my tusks," rumbled the Titan as he stomped off to the south to find something to smash. The area was clear of the undead for now, so he was going to be disappointed. I sent Glimpse north to find the main wagon caravan, which included Faye and Krill, and was pleased to see that it would only be a couple of hours until they arrived. "What the hell use are his tusks anyway?" asked Jandak. "I heard that," echoed back from the receding Titan. Jandak started chopping vegetables to go into a stew. Staying in one place for more than an hour and having hot food was a pleasant change from the norm in recent days. "Halen will be here soon. You'll find out if you're still in trouble," teased Mune. "Kalpakter's second daughter is riding with them as well. Then we'll see how much trouble you're in," Jandak shot back as he added the veggies to the pot. Cause snickered as he dumped a pile of thinly chopped aurochs into the pot and added seasoning. Mune flinched and actually blushed. "This won't cause a problem for the Alliance?" I asked.
Tribal politics were finicky, and knocking up a chief's daughter could be a headache down the road. No,
We want to wed. It will just depend on getting the old bastard to agree to it, grumbled Mune. Can I help? You're one of my captains. Maybe if I had a quiet word? Thanks, Mond. I didn't want to ask, he replied sheepishly, and both Jandok and Kaz snorted in laughter. He's a bit crazy in some ways, but he's a good bloke, as he would phrase it, for his friends. You'll speak to Calpactor on poor, scared little Mune's behalf, won't you, mighty lord? Snarked Kaz. I will, brother. When you decide to try and find a wife, I'll do the same for you, I shot back with a grin. Kaz sputtered and waved his hands. I'm too young to take a wife. I'm too important to be offered up to cement an alliance with the tribes, he joked. So we should find you a nice Lady Huskar instead, should we? Didn't you once joke about being able to satisfy one of them? Asked Jandak innocently, and Kaz shot him a dirty look. I didn't know how bloody big they were back then, muttered Mune. They fell into more run-of-the-mill banter as bowls of stew were passed out, and the warm smell of the food filled the air around our little fire. We joked and teased as we waited for the wagons to reach us. Watching from above, I observed the wide trail of wagons curve its way towards our position. They were going to miss us by a few miles unless the outriders noticed our fire, so I sent Glimpse down to land next to Faye. Hello, Crow, she said. I'm looking forward to catching up with you, husband. We're on the right path? She asked, and I had Glimpse fly up and repeatedly fly over her in a better direction. When the bird landed, he was given a lump of meat and a pat on the head. We'll head west a little more. I'm glad you're all safe. Go on now, bird. Go guard your master. Glimpse cawed loudly and took off in my direction, providing a good reference for Faye, who could be heard yelling orders before the crow was out of earshot. Glimpse settled back onto my shoulder a few minutes later and looked expectantly at the bowl of stew. I fished out a lump of meat and passed it up to him, licking the juices off my fingers afterwards. Got some messages to send by crow mail, birdie boy, I said softly, as I put the bowl down and pulled a few pages of precious paper from my storage space, along with a lump of charcoal that had been sharpened into a very fragile stick. Getting used to my strength while trying to study the local written dialect had been challenging. The delicate sticks of carbon tended to crumble in my fingers. I scratched out a few notes. The first was to the Huskar commanding the 4th Legion. They were planned to sweep to the east of our current position, but I wanted them to move in and join up with the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The next was to the 5th Legion commander, a Huskar by the name of Harlud. His orders were similar, to reinforce the central position. When they joined us, we'd have 5,000 Huskar legionnaires, plus twice that in nomad cavalry. Heloth was still a wasteland of the undead, and we'd need the strength to clear out the nomads' holy site. After that, the rest would trickle in as they swept the areas they'd been assigned, and then we'd move against Urkash in force. The undead would remain a plague for years to come on the steppe. Unless the brain were truly destroyed, the bits would continue to crawl or drag themselves about, attacking any living thing they stumbled on. I had a feeling the nomads would adapt. The zombies would just become one of many minor threats, like vile cats and bears. I sent Wilson off to go and lead the wagons in. All of my troops knew the Bronze Wolf was mine, so there was no chance of Wilson being attacked by mistake. He turned from his ongoing call of undead in the south and sped off in the direction I'd indicated. We ate and settled down. A jar of yolk was passed around, but the alcohol seemed to do very little to us these days. The tang of the liquor was appreciated, and it chased away the chill as the sun began to set and the moons began to rise. The wagons rumbled in, and within an hour, a huge camp was in place. The little fire the Fangs and I had used was at the center of the mobile city. The bustle and noise of the nomad camp filled the air. I summoned the kings, chiefs, and the legion tribunes. 3 Huskar and a dozen nomads, all sporting wildly different haircuts, joined me, Krill, and the Fangs. Fayala sat next to me on her chair as the council gathered. Once the 2 closest legions and their nomad escorts join us, we'll have the strength to push onto Helath, I began after everyone was gathered around. The setting sun threw the giant's shadows across us all. We need to discuss what happens after that. It will take weeks for the furthest forces to join us, said Pertabon.
Pah! The riders can cover the distance in days with fresh horses,
snapped a chief I didn't know by name. He had a top knot. Usually the hairstyle would clue me in to what his tribe was, but I came up blank on this one. I glanced at Krill. Poklistun, the legions are faster than the cavalry, Krill ground out. You think horses can outrun tireless monsters? He snickered, earning a hard stare from the Huskar present. He just smirked back at them. It doesn't matter, I cut in. We'll need our full strength together before we head against Urkash's main forces. These undead are just throwaway troops meant to slow us down. He's got far worse than we've yet faced. What nightmares has their king cooked up? I've seen harvester wars before, but they're never the same, Pertabon rumbled. Building-sized creatures that can snatch up Huskar and grow larger when they eat things. Tens of thousands of regular troops. Probably thousands of people equipped with artifacts to make them spellcasters.
Perhaps 100,000 undead, I ground out.
Gasps of shock came from the humans. Worried looks were exchanged and fears were muttered aloud. So, nothing new. At least so far. We call those monsters abominations. They are tough, but we've killed them before, Pertabon said calmly, stopping the incipient panic among the humans in its tracks. Are there any among your people who'd be willing to undergo something similar to Mulius? I asked. He scowled and stroked his chin, his helmet held on one knee with his other hand. Probably. Among the ferals, I'm sure you'd find a taker. Another mammoth hybrid? He asked. No, Vilecat this time. It would make them stronger and faster. Mulius is all the brute we need, I replied. Hell's right I am, echoed from out in the plains. Just how bloody good was the mammoth hearing anyway? I didn't spend any mana to boost that sense in particular. I can probably find some volunteers, Pertabon finished, shooting an angry look to the south.
I'd appreciate it.
The 4th and the 5th are marching through the night, and should get here at noon tomorrow if they keep up the pace, I said thoughtfully. It might be worth considering transferring the clearing of the undead to the ferals and the nomads. We should concentrate the legions to smash apart Urkash's forces, offered one of the Huskar tribunes. It's a good idea. If the enemy has monsters, like you said, we'll need all their strength. We could whittle them down eventually, but why skirmish when you can smash? Offered Jagapan. He plucked out his steel eye and swished it in his mouth before replacing the orb in the vacant socket. I don't have a problem with it. You're sure? I reconsidered my question. Will it pose a threat to our warriors if the Legion is reassigned? Nah, scoffed the chief with the top knot. They can't kill what they can't catch. That's fine then. Kalpactor, I'd like you to join me privately. Faye, Mune, will you also join us in our tent? I asked. Faye smiled and rose to her feet, beaming a smile across the gathered leaders of my armies. You are a credit to yourselves and our cause. Please excuse us, she said grandly. Mune had winced, not unnoticed by Kalpactor, and was moving out of the crowd to follow us as we passed through the camp to mine and Faye's tent. I went in and took a deep breath. The comforting atmosphere and familiar smells helped bleed away the anxiety of the last few days and what I was expecting to happen in the near future. Faye was right behind, and she snatched a kiss before moving to our bed and sitting down, spreading her bright red skirt out to conceal her legs. Mune and Kalpactor entered a moment later. Mune went and squatted by the fire. The heat from the fire couldn't explain the sheen of sweat on his brow. "What's this about, Mond?" Calpactor began, smoothing his mohawk free of the disruption that the passing tent flap had caused to his hair.
Why's that pup shrinking away like he pissed in the bed furs?
Calpactor nodded at Mune. "Mune is my fang, one of my first sworn warriors and hero of the Mondine," I growled. "My husband means to say that he has a proposition," said Faye, smoothly stepping in. "What's the nature of this proposition?" snapped Calpactor, splitting his glare between the three of us. Mune rose to his feet and moved to square off against the old chief. Mune was a few inches shorter, but he had received many more souls and could beat the older man black and blue without breaking a sweat. The fact that he was sweating so much already was ironic. "I wish to wed Nedeth. I require a suitable dowry, and in return, she will become part of my family, a high honor in light of our close relationship with Warlord Mond." Bless him, he only stuttered a couple of times in that little speech. Calpactor's fist flashed out, but Mune caught it easily and shoved him back, careful not to use too much force.
"I've also received enough souls that I can wipe out your tribe single-handedly," he offered in a calm voice.
"Nice, mate. Threatening to kill the rest of your future bride's extended family is always a selling point." I grimaced at him, but he couldn't see my face. Calpactor could, though. "Your lord doesn't seem happy about it," he said, pointing at me. Mune turned with a shocked expression on his face and glared at me accusingly. "I approve of the idea. I just thought Mune's last speech could have been better phrased," I grumbled. I moved over and rested a hand on Mune's shoulder, looking down at Calpactor and smiling. "Mune is one of my heroes. He is a good match for your daughter and will treat her well. Feala will know the reason why if he doesn't." I felt his muscles tense under my hand and chuckled. "He is a brave warrior of a noble family. Perhaps we could bring Nedeth into the coven. She would be powerful and secure," Faye offered.
"Always spending my souls," I grumbled internally.
"I like it. In exchange for a suitable dowry, I'll make sure she's as powerful as the other witches," I offered. Calpactor glanced at the three of us. For a tense moment, his narrowed eyes flicked back and forth. Then he burst into howls of laughter. "You thought I didn't know you'd been screwing my daughter?" He clapped Mune on the shoulder and led him to the fire. "I've known since you got back with the Legion, you fucking idiot. I'm not averse to the idea, but before we get into the business of the dowry, I'm thirsty. Anyone got some York candy?" he asked as he plopped himself down cross-legged by the fire. I produced a bottle from my storage space and offered it to him as Mune and I sat down across the fire from the man. "Women shouldn't be present for dowry talk," said Faye. "I'll send for Atas."
"Ray, Moon, don't agree to anything this old cockerel promises until Atas has had a chance to hear the offer."
She smiled warmly at me and swept out of the tent. Chapter 21. I'm sure it's there, somewhere. The thing that emerged from the Shape soulbound servant spell this time was markedly different compared to what I had done to Mulius. Marbo had eventually won the opportunity to let me turn him into an even more titanic monster than was his natural state of being. Marbo was now 10 meters long, perhaps 15 meters tall, when he reared up on his hind limbs. His long, feline body looked ungainly standing on 2 feet, but he could still move with a silent grace that was terrifying to behold. His 4-meter tail, glittering with metal scales, swished in the air behind him with a mind of its own. This I like," he half-growled around his saber-tooth fangs, each of which was hung past his bottom jaw by a good half-meter or so. "Where's Mulius?"
"I want to fight him."
I plucked on the bond between us, and he flinched. He tried to fight it for a second, but even with his new form, the bond was buried somewhere in his soul, and there was nothing he could do.
The metaphysical implications of souls being a real thing had never quite struck me before. What would my soul look like? Would that prick Thoth put my soul on a scale, only to confirm it was far heavier than a feather, and I'd be denied access to heaven? Valhalla? I was living proof that the soul continued on after death. I laughed quietly at the thought of trying to explain that particular contradiction to a random stranger back on Earth. You and Mulius have jobs to do. You can spar, non-lethally, after the battle. I want you on the right of the Legion and Mulius on the left. You'll have cavalry to cover your flanks, and if you draw spellfire, fall back to where you can be protected by artifact shields. You are not unkillable, Marbo.
Just remember that, I told him sternly. I had a giant armored ape monster and a massive steel-scaled covered werecat monster. This battle should be fairly straightforward, so I wasn't worried about having burned all my mana. If I needed to nuke anything, I had mana potions in my belt pouch that I could use. I activated my pauldron's recovery function again, and my mana began ticking up at twice the usual, numbingly slow pace. I was sitting on Wilson's back to one side of a lancer squadron on the center right of our formation. The nearest horses eyed the wolf with fear, so I was forced to stay slightly apart. 4 legions made up the center of our line, with one held back in reserve in case reinforcements were needed. Mulius held his position on the left of them, and Marbo was even now flowing sinuously into position on their right. A caw floated down on the wind as I sent Glimpse off to check on the rest of my cavalry. In addition to the 5,000 or so legionaries, I had 3,000 mounted nomads, 2/3 of whom were archers. Pertibon walked out of position and gave me a fist-to-heart salute as he stopped. His level stare lowered until he was looking down at me, and he gave me a surprisingly boyish grin. "This is a good trial, Legate. We can work on improving coordination between your kind and mine, as well as responding to battlefield orders in a low-threat environment. If you're happy for us to proceed, I'll return to formation, and we can get this fight started." Another salute of an armored fist slamming into an armored chest rang out as he straightened. "Sounds good. Let's see if the training is taken, and if the captains were paying attention in the briefing," I said. "Signalers, sound the advance." Behind me waited 3 chariots. Instead of a fighting man as a passenger, they had been slightly modified to allow a man with one of the massive serpentine trumpets I'd had Clip work on all those months ago to stand comfortably. It was finally time to try to merge the highly disciplined legions and the nomads into a combined force with a simple and, hopefully, effective command and control mechanism. A series of resonant blasts rang out, 3 short calls followed by 3 long ones. The mouths of the trumpets were all shaped into ravenous brass wolves, and the note rang out pure and clear. The mounted archers on the extremity of our formation leapt forward like they were greyhounds that had caught sight of a rabbit. They raced ahead and then peeled off to the sides, circling away. As the first barrage of enchanted arrows fell among the undead horde, white and orange fires leapt up to eat away at their rotten flesh. Before the fires burned out, the archers had come full circle and were in position to launch another barrage before once more pulling away to maintain the separation as the walking corpses shambled towards them. The legions and the lancers were advancing slowly. The legions maintained an almost perfect formation, with long lines of heavy shields and spears protruding from the back 2 lines, remaining nearly ruler straight across the uneven landscape when viewed from Glimpse's perspective. The lancers were not quite as good, some units pulling ahead and having to stop and wait while the rest of the army caught up, or lagging behind and being forced to hurry into positions they shouldn't have left. My pet monsters were clearly chafing at the restrictions placed on them. I could feel their eagerness and frustration, especially from Marbo through the links, but I held them back with a thought. From above, the horde was an almost endless sea of rotting bodies, stretching back for miles to the artificial barrow of Helath.
There were a lot of undead to kill. I shared the frustrations of my titanic minions. There were a lot of souls to gather here, but it would be more advantageous to have at least the core of my army get some experience in combined operations in a low-risk environment. I would have some fun later, mopping up stragglers and getting some more souls then. Once the legions got to within 700 meters of the horde, they pulled up briefly, and with a rough battle cry, the front lines slammed their shields into place, forming a solid wall of metal-bound laminated wood. Javelins flew out from the rear ranks, and when they landed, in addition to the elemental attacks I was familiar with, spells I hadn't seen before went off.
Clouds of darkness shrouded parts of the zombie mob in places, while piercingly bright flashes blossomed in others, leaving glimpses blinking and complaining in my head. They fell into a steady advance, each Huskar stepping in time with the rest. The booms of their footsteps rang out, and would have given any army of humans cause to break and run on their own. As the gap closed to 500 meters, a new barrage of artifact spells went off. Lines of light, fire, lightning, and midnight blackness reached out across the gap and tore through the front ranks of the badly organized zombies. "Second phase!" I called to the signalers, who blew 3 short notes that echoed out across the field of battle. I stuck a finger in my ear and twisted it to clear the ringing. Note to self: stand behind the signalers next time. I released my mental grip on my titans, and they charged ahead. Mulius moved with a loping run, whereas Marbo dropped to all fours and shot ahead to smash through the zombies and keep going. His tail flicked out, knocking the merely human-scale enemies over like bowling pins, where they didn't burst like rotten fruit. Mulius reached the line and began kicking and stomping his way into the enemy. "Third phase!" I barked, and plugged my ears as the horns released 3 long notes. The lancers paused, organizing themselves into a dozen or so wedges, their horses pawing the ground in frustration as they came to a stop. With a roar, the legion upped their pace. Instead of a steady, world-shaking tromp, they sped up into a jog and slammed into the devastated center of the horde, falling back on brute strength and their marked size advantage to carve a path through after the titans who were breaking things already a mile or so deep into the horde. The legion held formation even while jogging. It was like watching a snowplow clear a road after a heavy snowfall. The zombies were swept aside, and all that was left were pulped bodies pushed out of their way or ground into mincemeat beneath their boots. "Fourth!" I called out, and once again the horns rang out, 2 short and 2 long blasts. Wilson snorted in annoyance at the constant loud noises. I watched from Glimpse's eyes as the lancers broke into a charge, the wedges slicing into the horde along the flanks of the legion. Spears and maces flashed down from the riders, breaking skulls or piercing chests as the ponies bullied their way through the grasping throng. Once they caught up to the legion lines, the riders wheeled and fell back, opening enough distance to briefly rest their horses before charging once more. After the first charge, they cycled through the wedges, as they'd been trained by Trakillo and Jandak, launching less than half their number forwards at a time to give the ponies a break and extend their stamina as much as possible. The mounted archers had begun circling farther around the flanks of the horde with the latest signal. They were cantering along the edge of the horde, hurling enchanted stones into the fringes of the horde as they went. The dead shambled and crawled after them, but this was part of the plan. Fighting mindless, uncontrolled dead men was very different from what we expected fighting Mortimer's main force to be like. So we had evolved our tactics to match the thoughtless aggression of the horde. The archers were baiting the fringes to circle back on the main body of our enemy, eventually bringing them back into the line of the legion's advance. This way, we hoped stragglers and escapees could be kept to a minimum. I couldn't take much credit for the idea. It had been the brainchild of Trakillo, who understood nomad tactics like no other, and Pertabon. The legions had faced the undead many times, in what to us would be ancient history, but to them was only a couple of generations ago.
We had started off being outnumbered perhaps 8 or 9 to 1, but within half an hour we'd equalized the numbers, and the battle was turning in our favor. It was hard to gauge our losses from a crow floating over the battlefield, but they seemed remarkably light. An hour later, I felt out of place during the after-action briefing. I hadn't set foot on the battlefield at all, so I was in clean clothes, and the others were splattered in gore and dirt. The Fangs had led their squadrons. They were filthy and smelly from the undead viscera they'd been coated in, as well as the sweat of their horses. Pertabon, Mulius, and Marbo joined us, in addition to the nomad kings and chiefs who had taken part, as well as Tricolo.
The humans wore large grins and had indulged in a great deal of self-congratulation as the meeting drew to a close.
That seemed to go well. What were our losses? I asked.
About 30 lancers are injured. Half as many again are dead, Jandak ground out, clearly not happy about his section suffering the most deaths.
Was it just bad luck, or is there something we can improve? I asked.
Bad luck, mostly. Breaking off from close engagement is trickier for us than for the archers, he admitted. The strategy worked well enough. Perhaps only sending half the troops at a time might have helped. They mostly fell after the first charge. If fresh troops had been coming in to replace them as they pulled back, it might have limited the losses even further, though.
It's a good idea, rumbled Tricolo from where he sat cross-legged on the grass. A full charge should have a separate signal for use in dire circumstances.
Against unknown opposition, only sending in half the lancers will diminish the additional strike, but it would allow us to support and cycle the wedges more efficiently.
We were fighting dumb enemies here. The impact of a full charge on the flanks of the Legion against humans who can break and run should not be underestimated, boomed Pertabon. My father told me tales of the Battle of Nalthask. The Legion faced off against artifact-equipped humans who could almost hold their own against us. He said the last with a hint of bitterness. It was Narbo's auxilia cavalry that turned the battle. They feigned a charge to buy us time, then swiftly moved to the flanks before properly engaging.
The archers didn't take any losses, Mune said cheerfully. We also didn't have any glory hounds who ignored the fallback order, so that's a step in the right direction.
Agreed. Overall, I think this was an excellent training opportunity.
We'll need to incorporate what we've learned into the wider army when they come together.
Krill, are the arch-dreamers in the camp?
He nodded to me.
Let's get them and return them to Heleth, where they belong.
Legate, apologies, but while we finished off the dead at the barrow, I felt something,
Pertabon said quietly. I raised an eyebrow to invite him to continue.
Like at the pass, similar to the source of the Villith.
He sounded almost reluctant to admit it. Another source is there. Where? We didn't get much time to explore it at the Spring Festival, but I didn't notice anything like the source or the Godforge. How did it feel to you? I replied. Another source to weaken another god. That would be a huge advantage. Hopefully it would be Hadestes or Kronos' source, and I could undermine the patron of the two competitors I considered the most threatening.
It felt like power, Legate.
I couldn't tell the difference between Velkit's and Poseidon's, so I have no idea which god it might belong to, but I'm sure it's there, somewhere.
Chapter 22. You're nothing to us gods. It took over a week to locate the entry point to the underground sections of the barrow at Heloth. In the end, it came down to me running around with Shape Earth activated and mapping the substructure of the Paleolithic construction. Faye had given up complaining about me not wearing shoes. I'd learned a lot of pretty useless information about how to layer monoliths and build soil over them to create a barrow. The structure appeared to have evolved organically over a prolonged period. Each layer was an expanded version of the one beneath that disappeared outside the range of my ability to perceive through the earth.
I stumbled on the entrance when I was escorting the arch-dreamers, who were a curmudgeonly group of cantankerous old bastards, fit to put Krill to shame. up the steps to return them to the simple tents where they usually lived atop the barrow. I was currently standing about 15 meters from the last step up the hill, surrounded by green grass, fresh air, and disgruntled prelates. "You cannot dig here!" Hatlatek, the head druid, said angrily. "Do you want to tell him, or shall I?" I said over my shoulder to Krill, who snickered in reply. "He's the head of my order, kind of. It's not as though we're a highly organized group. Take the dream spice and get a true dream with a resk. Then you're a dreamer. Still, I'd rather not piss off my nominal boss," Krill said happily. "Thanks for the support, oh wise mentor." I turned back to the head dreamer and raised a hand to forestall the volcanic, red-faced outburst he was building up to. "Look, dreamer bloke, somewhere under this pile of stone and dirt is the essence of a god's power in this world. If it doesn't belong to Aresk, my taking it will weaken that god and make Aresk stronger. I promise I'll put the dirt back when I'm done, okay?" Being patient wasn't easy. I was getting increasingly short-tempered with the heads of the Sicarescan religion, who were immune to the effects of my god mark. Krill had warned me that it worked on the peasants, not the priests, a long time ago, but flashing the golden tattoo had bugger-all effect on the men currently trying to block me from my goal. "Hatlatek, with all due respect, you cannot stop me. There is something beneath this barrow that I have to take for Aresk. It will bring glory and strength to the tribes if I succeed. Get out of my way." He scowled at me, and his brother priests gathered around as though they could make a difference if I decided to act against them. "I don't want to be at odds with you. I'll be careful. I won't damage the structure. I want to open a passage to the catacombs buried beneath this location. It would be in your interests to learn more of the ancients who built this place, surely?" I offered, in a gentle voice. "Want me to drag them out of the way?" asked Jandak. He was in a better mood since Halen had confirmed she was with child, but a surly element seemed to have taken root in his heart, making him permanently grumpy with everyone who wasn't part of my inner circle. I held up a hand to stop him. The priests had flinched at his words, but stood their ground. They were brave, if nothing else. "You cannot touch the sacred mound," said Hatlatek. Mune snorted a laugh. I glared at him over my shoulder. "Look, bloke," he bristled at my words. "Lord Dreamer." A hasty correction, but it seemed to mollify him. "I'll not damage the structure. I'll make a tunnel down to the catacombs big enough for me, and that will be it."
The husker won't be able to fit?
The cultural and religious differences between the Legion and my nomads weren't much of an issue outside of the leadership for each faction. The leaders of some of the tribes were rapidly becoming a significant pain in my ass. The Urviles must not approach this sacred place. I will not have them come onto our holy hill. I shot Mune a glance, and he suppressed his chuckles at the priest's words. "Fine, it will just be me going down. It'll just be me entering the tunnel. Mune, maybe it would be best if you went and checked on the mounted archers to make sure they're being resupplied properly with enchanted arrows." My friend nodded and moved away. When he got a few meters away, his shoulders started shaking, and loud guffaws rang out down the giant scaled steps. "Sorry about that. Look, this is happening. If you make a big deal about it, I'll have you replaced." "Archdreamer is a lifetime appointment." "The only way to have me replaced would be to—" he began, and Eresk's aura briefly washed over us, a feeling of shields slamming together to hold off the enemy. "So if I want you gone, I have to kill you?" I asked flatly. He nodded slightly, then drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I think he understood that it wouldn't be an issue for me to off him and put Krill in his place. Hell, the thought was tempting, now that it had occurred to me, and he caught the gleam in my eyes as I accepted the benefits of doing so. "Perhaps we can make an exception in this instance. I will have to supervise and accompany you as you delve into the darkness beneath our holiest site. I hope this is acceptable? He asked. The bloke wanted to save face, and I was happy enough to throw him a bone. Sure, give me a moment. I cast Shape Earth, and as my perception drifted into the ground, I began sliding the earth and stone to the sides. I built it up into rock-like supports around a short passage that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. As soon as it reached the entrance to the substructure of the barrow, I focused on reinforcing the surrounding earth. I had no wish for it to collapse while I was in the catacombs, or to give this ancient bishop any excuse to complain about my treatment of their holy site. I pulled a dozen torches from my storage space. I took one in my right hand and lit it with a cast of Summon Fire, the orb floating over my head for 15 seconds, causing the ecclesiarchy of the nomads to stare open-mouthed in awe, despite having seen me rain fire across huge areas during Mortimer's ambush. People quickly forget the impossible to preserve the status quo they think is real. I set off down the tunnel I'd mentally carved into the depths of the barrow. I turned as I heard scuffling behind me. Jandak and Koz were holding a priest up in either hand, 8 devout legs swinging in the breeze. The fresh air rushing past me was hopefully replacing the stale air that had been sealed in the tunnels for centuries. "Put them down!" I laughed. My friends dropped the indignant holy men to the ground, where they stumbled on the glass-smooth surface I'd carved. "Warlord, I must insist that these others return to the surface," snapped Hedletic. "As Archdreamer, it is my right." The nomads' love of hierarchy didn't fail to make it into their holiest, it seemed. "Fine. Fangs, take the others back up. Tick, you're with me. Stay back. If this is another trap, you won't survive," I said. The thought of letting him play guinea pig and leading the way was the first thing that crossed my mind, but I rejected the idea as unworthy. "Tick!" he demanded indignantly as he pushed past me and headed deeper into the tunnel system. "Bring the light if you'd be so kind." I suppressed my natural response and followed along. Maybe he'd learn a valuable lesson when, if things went sideways. The stone supports were all carved in intricate patterns. Snakes, some bird-like shape, possibly an eagle, were prominent, but aurochs, mammoth, and stags were all present as well. The animal shapes seemed to dance in the flickering light of my torch. The crossbeams above me were all covered in elaborate geometric patterns. I couldn't make out what any of them meant, but I resolved to get Krill down here soon so he could take a look and see if anything sparked any memories from his time among the southern peoples. I followed the wizened man deeper into the darkness, lifting the torch as requested when he wanted to study a particular carving or examine some part of the eon-old construction. The tunnel led down beneath the barrow. It was hard to tell how far, but we'd been making progress in stops and starts for about half an hour, judging from how much mana I'd recovered in the meantime. We finally emerged into a vast space with 3 doors set in the wall directly in front of us. Each had a different animal carved into it. The one on the left had a bull's head, horns, and all raised out from the surface of the dark wood. The middle door had a rodent of some sort, maybe a rat or a mouse, but the nose seemed too long for either of those species. The last was a jet-black bird with a white ring of feathers around its neck. As the only one with any coloration to set the carving apart from the wood, I figured I had a good idea whose bloody source this was. "Aresk, you bronze prick! If this is your source, just hand it over!" I called out. Tick shrank in on himself and began edging towards the shadowy tunnel we'd followed to this room. Nothing happened, and I caught Tick by the scruff of his robe and stopped him from bolting back up towards the light. "Stay here," I said as I shoved him into a corner. I walked forward and reached out a hand to touch the crow door. As soon as I did, the thing shifted, painted wood warping as the crow's head came to life. A caw rang out that I felt Glimpse imitate, far above the surface in my mind.
Sorry, Ray. I can't just let you take the source. We all have to defend them. You might want to let the priest run away, spake Prick, the crow god, from the center of the door. I was finding myself increasingly frustrated by my generous patron deity. Why the hell not? Do I have to push through your aura? Do I need to find suitable candidates? Who bloody won out of Clip and Sulk? Which of my Smiths is going insane? You gods. I stuttered to a stop, and the weight of the god's aura washed out across the room. Tick whimpered in fear. Each of us chooses the nature of the challenge, and we can't show any preferential treatment, Ray. You've always lived by rules. Remember your code? Well, we have codes of our own. Better let that guy run away before he pisses himself, grumbled the crow-faced door.
I glanced back and nodded to Tick, who hitched up his robes and managed a passable turn of speed as he ran back up the pitch-black tunnel.
He's going to break his neck running like that in the dark, isn't he? I muttered.
Would it be so bad? Installing Krill as the high priest of the tribes would be to our benefit, said Aresk conversationally.
Our benefit? But you can't help me out with the source? This is starting to feel a little one-sided, bloke, I muttered, and the full weight of Aresk's aura crashed down. I was crushed to the floor, not by the sensation of shields coming together, or by being surrounded by shield brothers in a formation, but by the feeling of armored boots marching over my body, grinding me against the stone floor. I'd never felt the full power of his aura, I realized in shock.
Get up. You picked the right door, so I can offer you a little advice.
You'll be on your own, and there won't be any magic, so be fucking careful, you stupid mortal.
I pulled myself upright and fought down the urge to scowl at the crow door or say something I'd regret.
Thanks, I said through clenched teeth. Think nothing of it. You're strong, Ray, but you're nothing to us gods. Just don't forget it again.
Oh, I wouldn't. Not until I was strong enough to kick his bronze teeth out of his head and shove them up Poseidon's.
I can still read your thoughts, boy. You'll have your equipment and your skills in the trial. Skills, not spells. I'm a god of war, so martial strength means more to me than tricks and cheating, rumbled the crow door. Tricks and cheating are essential elements of war, I grumbled as I straightened my tunic and reached out to push the crow in the face, perhaps harder than was strictly necessary. Now you're getting it, came the muffled words from the door as my hand squeezed its beak shut. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit corridor. It smelled of rot and death. Air that hadn't moved for decades or more, probably centuries, was stirred as I cautiously moved forward with my torch held high over my head. The corridor was wider and taller than it should have been if I'd gauged the space between the doors correctly, but I suspected that if I'd picked the wrong door, something very unpleasant would have happened to me. I couldn't work out where the ambient light was coming from as I moved deeper into the tunnel. I flinched as the door behind me slammed closed. When I hurried back, I saw that it had been replaced with smooth stone. I tried to activate Shape Earth, but the spell fizzled, no mana was used, and my senses didn't sink through the surrounding rock. I pulled out my sword and plunged the blade hilt deep into the former door. I worked the blade up and down and held the torch up to the slash once I withdrew the sword. Nothing. Just meters of rock. I moved back to where I'd been before and headed onwards.
Reaching an intersection, I held the torch out in all three directions, but the flickering light revealed nothing.
They were functionally identical passages. I shrugged and hefted the blade in my right hand. If Aresk wanted to screw around and make me jump through hoops, I'd do it. Being a champion of a god ought to have some perks, and I guessed I'd gotten something out of the deal thus far. However, this felt like he was taking the piss. Chapter 23. Hurtful. The first died not long after I started exploring the warren of tunnels that shouldn't have been possible beneath the barrow. They moved up and down, and if I'd been able to pour liquid metal in the opening, and get a cast of the system. I suspected it would look like an ant's nest. Various side rooms had yielded nothing, just barren spaces filled with dust. I was using the age-old trick of always turning left, based on the theory that I'd eventually get to where I needed to go, as long as I was consistent. The passages, illuminated by dim lighting that had no obvious source, continued to wind around themselves into ever more elaborate-looking loops and twists. It was hard to say for sure. Being locked away from all points of reference beyond the smooth stone walls that stretched away in every direction made keeping track of my position almost impossible. I gave up on torches after the third one guttered out. The weird light made seeing my immediate area easy enough, and as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I found it wasn't so bad. Hardly comfortable. The weight of dirt and stone held precariously over my head filled me with a primeval dread, like a mouse facing a T-Rex, that seeped through my bones and left me jumpy and nervous. I rounded yet another gray stone corner and threw myself sideways and backwards, the jitters that had snuck into me over the last however many hours serving to save my life. A bronze blade had slammed into the stone wall where my neck should have been. Sparks flew as the metal ground against the granite, and I recovered my balance so I could launch a vicious thrust of my sword into the torso of the thing that attacked me. The blade slipped straight through the bronze body, and I yanked it sideways, even as I was processing what the hell the thing was. It was a bronze statue, or golem, a miniature version of Oresk's form when in his god world. I grinned as the realization that this was going to be cathartic settled into my mind. War God's golem slain ×1. 50 souls harvested. Oh, this was going to be more than just cathartic. I was going to positively enjoy this experience. Hurtful. Oresk sent to my mind. I ignored him. A few corners later, I walked into a larger space, where the walls stretched away from me in every direction, vanishing into the fading light. A dozen golems spun their heads in my direction. "Evening, blokes. Time to die," I said, as I fell into a guard, the blade held horizontally ahead of my body at waist height.
Their bodies spun to match the alignments of their heads, in an effect I could only describe as uncanny valley terrifying. The only sound they made was the quiet clanging of their feet as they launched themselves in my direction. I ducked sideways as the first to arrive threw a straight punch at my face. My sword cut upwards to remove a chunk of its chest, shoulder, arm, and part of its face in one blow. I didn't have any time to celebrate as his mates were upon me a moment later. Every fist I ducked received a retaliatory slash, but I couldn't move fast enough to avoid all the blows. I was battered and bleeding from a dozen cuts by the time I spun past the last golem and cut it in half with a backhand swipe. I turned to find that almost all of my earlier attacks had merely injured the golems, and the bits of them were stumbling, hopping, or crawling towards me. I grimaced as I panted for breath. These bastards had body stats that weren't far off my own. None of them could be taken lightly. Equipment. Oresk had said I couldn't use my spells, but he'd put a funny stress on the word equipment. I looked down at the iron rings that I'd enchanted myself with my most potent versions of heal and fireball. My skin knit itself closed, and I breathed a sigh of relief. A single fireball turned the brassy scrapyard crawling towards me into molten slag. The blast was concentrated by the low roof, knocking me backwards, and instead of leaving a glassy sphere of incinerated rock behind, all it did was char the floor and ceiling. There was some godfuckery going on with the materials of my surroundings. War God's golem slain ×23, 1,150 souls harvested. I rolled my shoulders as I headed deeper into the cavern. It gradually thinned down to a tiny tunnel, maybe 6 inches across. From the tunnel blew a strong current of fresh-smelling air, but there was no way in hell I could squeeze through. I turned back and went back to the last left turn I'd made.
A dozen dead ends later, I was starting to get annoyed. I'd been wandering whatever the hell this place was for hours, and all I'd done was kill a few shitty robots. I'd seen nary a sign of the source, and my patience was starting to wear thin. I had an army coalescing on the surface and a war in the south to plan. Before that, I needed to find out what Clip and Sulk had achieved at Velkit's source. I had stuff to do, and wandering in the dimly lit tunnels was starting to annoy me. Just point me where I need to go. I'll kill the bastard, no worries. But I've got better things to do than wander around in the dark for days. I snapped at the empty air. No response. God, I hated the tunnels. It wasn't as though I had a lot of choice, so I just kept turning left every time until I hit yet another bloody dead end. Then I'd backtrack and repeat the process from where I went wrong. Time meant nothing to me.
It was like hanging on the wagon again, just slow and steady torment.
I wiped out groups of golems with ring fire, or disassembled individuals with the sword. I was getting worn down. None of the fights went entirely my way. Even the solo golems would usually hit me from ambush and slice off a chunk of health points. I had 2 rings enchanted with heal and 8 with fireballs. I was down to 3 fireballs and 2 casts of heal remaining when I finally stumbled into the cavern that turned out to be my destination. The bright light coming down the corridor alerted me, and I advanced cautiously with my sword held in front of me. It was another one of the long, cavern-like spaces. This time, the roof was a good 4 meters above my head, and it was much more brightly lit than all the previous tunnels and rooms I'd explored. At the far end, a much larger version of the golem rose to its feet from a familiar throne made of shields and spears.
"Knew you'd get here eventually,"
boomed the golem in Erisk's voice. "So I have to beat you to get access to the source?" I asked as I flicked the sword back and forth to my side. "Of course. I can't go easy on you, though. Look, the prize you sought all these days." Erisk waved a hand, and his throne collapsed to reveal a bronze pearl of power. His aura filled the room, but it didn't slow me down or impede me. "Days? You fucking metal prick!" I charged forward, and the sword flicked out, but a spear grew out of the statue's hand like it was made of liquid metal and parried the blow. I threw myself to the side and rolled back to my feet to dodge the counter, then had to lean back as the leaf-shaped spear tip swept back and passed less than an inch in front of my eyes. Rolling forward, I sliced through the thing's legs as the spear crashed down behind me and dug a line in the stone that my hottest fireballs had only been able to char earlier.
His shins slipped off the angled cuts and slammed into the stone with a clang.
I jumped back to buy some time and space as the oversized golem collapsed to the ground with a sound like a box full of pans being dropped. The impulse was still on the way from my brain to my legs, the instruction to launch forwards and take advantage of the damage I'd already done. But as I started to move, the severed legs dissolved into bronze liquid and flowed back into the golem's body. I was committed as the body rolled over and the spear rose to meet me. Snatching the haft of the spear just below the tip, I managed to turn my imminent impaling into a glancing wound across my left shoulder, marring my skin but not the golden tattoo. I pivoted from the connection and brought both feet down into Erisk's face as my shop-bought sword sliced a clean line across his chest, separating the body into 2 parts. The spear shrank and lunged at me, forcing me to dodge backwards again.
Before I could do anything else, the torso of the construct flowed back together, strings of liquid metal reaching out from either side to drag the parts back together.
I threw myself back again and cast a fireball at the unkillable thing. The spear morphed into a shield and took the magical attack head-on. The whole thing was blown backwards, clattering across the stone to finish in a glowing tangle of limbs and twisted threads of metal. "That wasn't very nice," Erisk grumbled as the golem flowed upright.
It wasn't as tall now. It had lost perhaps a quarter of its height. Before it could finish reforming, I dashed forward with a yell, sword held out behind me at waist height. The spear moved to intersect my path, but I swerved to the side and sliced it off just above the bronze hand holding it. Before it hit the ground, I closed the distance and flickered through a complex pattern of cuts that turned the golem into a pile of chunks.
I cast Fireball again from my last charged ring, leaving me with one more use. I should have jumped backwards before using the spell. The detonation threw me back, and I bounced off the wall of the cavern. Health points, 243 over 500. I cast Heal again, but I began to appreciate Mulius's perspective on the spell. 10 health points were nothing in the grand scheme of things. Time and repeated castings were needed to make the spell useful, and neither of those was available to me. When the golem reformed, he was barely taller than I was. Not being able to defend actively had resulted in much more significant damage than the last fireball. I was considering the best way to gain another opening to repeat the tactic when it moved. The loss of mass affected its speed as it moved almost too fast for me to follow. I was backing away and frantically blocking. Cuts and slashes began appearing across my limbs and face as I tried to dance away from the blur of razor-sharp death the golem was wielding.
The stone hit my back, and I ducked sideways as the spear scored a line in the rock behind me. As I rolled to my feet, the golem grinned, and the spear was absorbed back into its body. Its hands dissolved into whirring circular blades that reminded me of angle grinders from Earth. With a single step, it closed the distance between us, and I was more on the defensive. My sword dug lines through the body, but whenever he blocked with circular saws, he'd turned his hands into the blade, and it bounced off. I could block his attacks, but he was somehow stronger, and I'd be pushed back. For a minute or more, I was being driven to retreat. I flashed out with the sword, looking to remove one of the angle grinder limbs on a parry, but the weapon flowed down his limb, so the spinning surface was protruding from the elbow I'd been trying to cut through. With a scream of sparks, my sword slipped from my grip and flew into the shadows around us. I bolted backwards as Aresk started laughing, the booming sound echoing out into the cavern. The damn thing took chase and almost flew towards me. Its feet barely touched the ground as it closed the distance. I glanced back, then slapped the haste enchantment Krill had put on the little rock I wore on a necklace against my chest. Suddenly, the roles were reversed. I was the blur, and this automaton was a sluggish, lumbering thing. I made a beeline for my blade, and as I passed, the golem's eyes trailing behind me as I moved, I threw a hand in its direction and launched my final fireball. It couldn't move quickly enough to block the attack, and the main body of the monster was consumed in the 10-meter star that erupted. I snatched up my sword and spun in time to see what was left of the golem reconstitute itself into something that only loosely resembled its original form. It was spindly now, not a hulking sculpture of a gym rat. It barely came up to my shoulders.
I advanced as quickly as I could. The haste spell would only last a few more seconds.
"Let's talk about this," the thing said as my blade sliced through it a dozen times in less than 3 seconds. I felt some resistance on the final cut. I'd finally hit something vital. A lozenge of yellow metal flew out of the golem and cracked against the wall. "Good job," said the head of the golem as it began to fall apart. I picked up the cracked bronze orb and stuck it in my pouch before limping towards the source that had been revealed when the throne had dissolved. Avatar of Eresk, Lesser. Slain ×1. 100 souls harvested. The source was a vortex of shining bronze, and I reached out to brush a finger against it. Glancing down, I noted I now had 3 golden dots on my tattoo. And then the world blurred away. I didn't come round in Eresk's little pocket universe. Instead, I appeared back in the chamber with the 3 doors.
Good job, kid, said the crow door.
No one can say I went easy on you, at least.
But did you really have to make it so personal? I really am on your side, you idiot.
Chapter 24. Crazy as a box of frogs.
You nearly bloody killed me, so I could take your own bloody source, I snarled at the door. The avian face somehow shaped the beak into a grin in response to my complaints. These are powerful artifacts. No harvester is allowed just to waltz in and claim them without a struggle, boy, Eresk replied from the bird-faced door he was currently inhabiting. Great. So taking Poseidon's source gave me control of the Huskar. Velkit's is some megaforge, placed in a really inconvenient location to supply with raw materials. And yours does what, exactly? Go through the door again. The bird-headed door smirked at me. With a sigh, I limped. I cast heal until I was back to full health. I strode over and swung the door open. Instead of the labyrinthine tunnels and gloom from before, I was greeted by a short corridor, brightly lit by the magic light bulbs I'd encountered at the first hearth, that opened out into the cavernous throne room where I'd fought the lesser avatar. Beneath the bronze source in the center of the room was some kind of... It looked like a baptismal font. A broad stone dish on a narrow plinth sat beneath the roiling metallic pearl, and as I watched, a lozenge of gold, about the size of my thumb, oozed free of the source and fell into the font. I moved over and looked down. There were 6 of the things in there currently, and I scooped them up and stuffed them into a pouch. They were surprisingly dense and heavy, causing the belt pouch to hang low as if it were overfilled. So, do I need to break them open or something? I asked the crow door as I made my way back to the entrance. Dear sweet me, no, don't do that. They're golem cores, boy. You'll need someone with a lot of mana to activate them, assuming you don't want to do it yourself. But each of them will become one of the lesser minions you fought on your way to the source. They're more valuable than anything else you own. I eyed the door askance. How are they controlled? I asked. Whoever crafts the body has a link to the constructs, like the ones you've given souls to. It will work a bit like your Shape Soulbound Servant spell. You'll get a screen with available resources and mana costs for each modification from the basic model. Even the basic one is pretty damn strong. You're welcome, the crow finished huffily. Thanks, I guess. I think I'll pop north and check in on Velkit's source before I do anything with these. Or I'll buy a bunch of metal from the shop, I said thoughtfully. You can mix and match as you like, lad. Anyway, good job, kiddo. I'll hang on here until you can get some guards down to protect it. You need to protect it from other harvesters, and anyone god-marked by another deity, of course. Is it the same with the Velith source? I asked, suddenly worried. Yep, and Velkit's, but they're both deep in my, your territory. No one's going to fuck with the Huskar, and I think you'll be impressed with what they've done in terms of security when you get back to the pass. I heard another tinkling sound from behind the door and hurried back in so I could collect the 7th golem core. The climb up to the surface was pitch black, but I moved ahead with my left hand running along the rough wall until moonlight began to glow in through the entrance, providing a little illumination. I emerged to find the fangs stretched out on rugs and cushions, passing a flask of yalk back and forth between them. Mond, we were getting worried, said Koss, offering me the flask, which I took a long swig from before passing it to Mune. It looks like it, I smiled at them. How long was I down there? 3 days. We tried to follow you in but got hit by Eresk's aura when we got to the room with the doors, said Jandak with a shrug. We could still feel the link to you, so we figured you were okay. Any good loot? Yeah, but we need to head back to the pass to make the most of it. Where's Krill, Faye, and what's-his-face? The High Dreamer bloke, I asked. I'll go get them. I don't think I could stand another minute of these two arguing over whose wife is the prettiest, Koss offered.
It's definitely Halen, Jandak snapped, and Mune bristled and opened his mouth to bark something back, but I cut him off. Firstly, the winner is Faye. Now we've got that settled. Cause, can you bring Pertabon as well? We'll need to station a legion here to defend Heloth. Cause nodded to me, took a final swig, and blurred away into the darkness down the slope. From up here, it looked like a field of tiny stars laid out on the ground below us.
The myriad campfires threw dancing shadows across the field of tents. I had 5 legions here now, plus a third of my cavalry. It would take at least another week for the outlying units to finish their sweeps of the steppe and congregate here for the push south. My thoughts boiled as I tried to balance the movements of tens of thousands of men and huskers against my objectives in preferred timeline. I concluded that it probably wouldn't work, but with a bit of luck, we wouldn't miss the planned marching date significantly. Jandak and Mune argued good-naturedly about who had the second prettiest wife while we waited. I heard the approaching group before I could see them.
"This monstrosity shouldn't be allowed anywhere near this holy peak," snapped the head priest.
"If the legate commands, I obey," rumbled a towering shadow.
"Oh, do shut up, Hatletek. If Mond wants something, then by the war god's brass bollocks it's going to happen," cackled Krill.
"It's against all custom," the priest tried to argue, but a slim hand shot out from a cloak and lifted him off the ground by the scruff of his neck. "If my husband wants Huskar on this mound, then Huskar will be here. Understood?" Faye's voice was icy and full of anger. A strangled "eep" came from the shape dangling from her left hand, and she dropped him. The priest staggered and looked as though he was straightening his robes as he began to emerge from the darkness.
"Faye wins,"
both of my fangs said decisively to each other. "Thanks for," I began, but Faye rushed forward and threw herself into my arms, bowling me backwards. 3 days, she hissed into my ear. "You owe me for that. We had no idea what was happening." I pulled back and rested a hand on her swollen belly, smiling at her as I did so. "It worked out in the end?" I offered, earning a harumph as she pulled away. But the left-hand corner of her mouth curved up into a slight smile. "Thanks for coming. I've taken control of the focal point below." I didn't trust the priest, so I wouldn't be going into details. "And now we need to protect it. Pertabon, can you spare a couple of centuries of Huskers to be stationed here permanently?"
"I won't have filthy Erviles defiling this holy place," snapped Hatletek.
I fixed him with my best dead-eyed glare, and he shrank in on himself. 2 squads? That won't be a problem. But we have no way to access that tunnel without extensive mining works. Would you like me to deploy an engineering team as well? The giant rumbled as he crouched down, so he merely loomed rather than towered over us. "Yes," I began, but the head of the High Dreamer came up with fire in his eyes, and I opted to try diplomacy. But not to dig into the barrow. They can set up earthworks and fortifications around the site. Humans can serve as the immediate guards. Jandak, got any really good brawlers? The kind of guys who can fight well in narrow spaces?" I asked. The leader of my lancers nodded slowly and took another drink from the flask before tossing it aside onto his rug. "Aye, Mond. There are more than a few who like to fight up close. They keep getting dismounted for some reason and have to practice their knife work rather than using the lances." Jandak grinned at me, and I chuckled. Some of the nomads didn't like the all-cavalry approach I'd taken with the human elements in my army. "Are they soul-bound?" I asked. "Most of them. How many do you need? I can think of 20 off the top of my head who'd jump at the chance to guard something of Erisk's. This will be a major staging point for us. I'll get the Huskers, the workers and crafters we left up north to build a road from the pass to Heloth over the next few months." "Warlord, you cannot put a road down across the steppe. It's pristine and virgin.
The filthy shit-sitters build roads where we insist on good, clean dirt and grass beneath our wagon's wheels," Hatlatek interrupted.
"Things change, priest. Eresk wills this," I said, and a blast of divine aura pressed down on us all. The priest fell to his knees and began babbling prayers. "Now that is resolved," I muttered, sending silent thanks to the brass bastard. "I want the Fangs, Faye, and Krill to come north with me. We'll be gone for about a week. Pertabon, I'll speak to Trikilo before we go so he can coordinate the cavalry as they trickle in. I trust you can handle your kind and have this place fortified well enough to make the Roman army proud before we return?" "Aye, Legate, that we can manage. What calls you back to the north?" rumbled the giant. "A new boon from Mars. I need the help of the smiths to make it work, so north it is. By the time we're back, we'll be in a position to press south. How is the supply situation?" I asked. "The herds are doing well. The mammoths don't like the warmth, but the rich forage is beneficial for them. We will be able to march south with 3 months of supplies in spatial storage for the full force. It will likely last longer than that, as we begin to suffer casualties," he grumbled. "We're going to do our best not to take heavy losses," I replied. "Soldiers always die, Legate. It is our fate," the giant said sadly. "Aye, but it's how you die that matters," cackled Krill. "There'll be many glorious deaths before we win this war." Pertabon glanced over at the wizened old man and nodded slowly. I loved my nomads, but they were as crazy as a box of frogs. Having spoken briefly to Trikilo to make him aware of our plans and that the army would hold here until we returned, we bid him farewell. "Nice dog," Faye said hesitantly as she approached Wislan from the side. A faint whine came from the wolf. "I meant wolf," she added hastily as she jumped nimbly onto his back, despite her being heavy with our child. She snagged her fingers into his bronze fur and reached up to pat him between the ears, which earned a happy chuff from the beast. "Are we really running the whole way again?" complained Cause. "It took us days last time." "Scared an old man will show you up? You young ones think you're the best thing since salted meat, but now you face down a true master, all you do is piss and moan?" Krill snapped, as he limbered up, skinny limbs covered in wrinkled skin flashing in the moonlight. "Hardly, Krill," said Jandak. "We'll see if you're as happy on day 3, eh?" he finished with a chuckle. "We'll stop more regularly than last time," I said, carefully not looking at Faye, but I sensed an icy glare being shot into the side of my head from her. "At least this time there aren't 10,000 undead running behind us," said Krill cheerfully. "Shall we?" We did. The lands just north of Helath were filled with the herds of the nomads and the legions. Mammoths seemed to get along well enough with aurochs, as long as they both maintained a certain amount of distance between them. This came down to the aurochs staying clear of the much larger mastodons, and the human and huskar herders maintained a polite distance between their camps as well. We ran through the end of the night and throughout the next day. As the sun began to set, we built a simple camp and lay down to rest, enjoying hot food provided by my lady wife, a marked improvement over our first marathon away from the barrow. As the sun reached its peak on the 4th day after we departed from Helath, I checked in with Glimpse. I'd sent him to scout ahead of us as usual, and he finally caught sight of Mondet and the pass. Mondet was now what passed for a metropolis among the nomads of the steppes. Hundreds, thousands of wagons were arranged in concentric circles, and little subclusters were set slightly away from the main town area. The mud tracks that were usual in Sicarescan camps had been replaced with broad flagstones cut from the excess granite that had to be removed from the mines to the north. A ring of tall wooden structures, most of which had ballistae installed and manned, surrounded the camps that formed the hub of my nascent empire. Glimpse flew north, and I was pleased to see the pass was now heavily fortified as well.
Beyond the stone walls I'd made with shape earth now stood wooden palisades, and behind them were towers armed with siege weapons. The edges of the artificial canyon had been cut back, and stairs fit for Huskar to use had been cut into them. Windmills spun along the cliff's edge, and beyond them, more walls and towers had been built to secure the area that overlooked the industrial center. As we came within an hour's run of Mondit, a squad of mounted archers approached and greeted us cautiously.
Once they established who we were, Wilson went a long way to demonstrating we were telling the truth. They continued their patrol. This happened 3 more times as we got closer to the town, and I can't deny I was pleased with the change from the last time we'd come north and found sentries and patrols slacking off.
"I will go speak to my father," said Faye as she slipped off Wilson's shoulders and gave him a rub just behind his armpit. The wolf's mouth hung open, and he leaned into the petting. She kissed me quickly, then winked and strode into town, one hand supporting her belly. I watched the guards as they approached, but they promptly nodded their heads and escorted her into the camp proper. "So, let's go see which smith is going mad and which is going to help craft our golems." I grinned at my friends, and we sprinted around the camp to join the busy road leading from the town to the pass.
Chapter 25. Define friends.
We slipped into the pass unchallenged after blending with the other traffic. We passed the wooden palisades, towers, and the stone walls I had made myself without anyone trying to confirm who we were. This struck me as an issue that would need to be addressed. "Slack security," I muttered, mostly to myself, but the others heard me. "Mond, it's not as though a random traveler could get this close without being picked up by the patrols. Any major force would be caught while they were bloody miles away," said Jandak as we threaded our way towards the tunnel that led to Velkit's source. The noise and bustle of the place were an order of magnitude greater than the last time I'd been here. Huskars and humans argued loudly, worked together to pour out refined ore into ingots, and patrolled the outer walls. The stink of smoke and ash filled the air, and visibility was reduced, as though I were walking through a thin fog.
A pair of armored Huskar stood guard outside the entrance to the tunnel system beneath the pass we needed to use.
Halt!
The giant on the right barked at us.
This area is restricted. Please seek out the smith for permission to enter, sirs.
I'm the warlord. Legate, I corrected, flashing the tattoo Erusk had given me all those months ago.
Nevertheless, possible, legate. Please seek out the smith for authorization.
This was frustrating and reassuring at the same time. While I had my doubts about the outer layers of security, at least this vital location was thoroughly protected. "Which smith, and where can I find him?" I asked, maintaining a politeness that I didn't feel.
Smith Clip is in the second hearth. He'll be able to assist you, the other giant rumbled.
"And where might that be, please?" I asked.
We were given directions and made our way to the homes the Huskar had carved into the cliffs, expanding on the surface-level tunnels carved by the servants of their maker thousands of years ago. The Huskar had clearly decided to set up a permanent residence here. They had widened out one of the access points and expanded the tunnel system to accommodate their massive proportions. We jumped down Huskar-scaled steps and found ourselves in a deep, vast cavern. The walls were lined with Ervile-sized portals, and flickering lights shone from within them. "Clip!" I bellowed. My voice echoed back and forth, and the gentle susurration of people used to living in underground conditions, always mindful of any noise they made, came to a sudden stop before the echoes of my shout died out. "Mond!" Clip rushed out of a side passage further down and hurried towards us. "Not mad?" muttered Cause quietly. "Not any madder than before, anyway," added Mune. "What are you doing here?" "Production has spiked, and I've started working on refining steel into better materials. Can't manage Adjuntium quite yet, but it's only a matter of time," babbled Clip. "You won? What about Sulk?" I demanded. "Sulk is fine.
The fumes take decades to fully develop anyway. Kayla hates me now, but Velkit judged my work the finest. He glanced left and right like he thought we were being watched. The other humans, and Huskar, had all paused to eavesdrop on us, but the movement made no sense to me. "Want to see it? What I made?" he whispered. "Yes, Clip, I'd like to see it," Krill said gently. Come on, he snapped as he led us back into the room he'd emerged from. Within was an anvil, but there was no forge to heat the metal. He went over to a corner and rummaged around in a chest until he emerged triumphantly with a cackle that would put Krill to shame. "Here it is," he said, as he unwrapped a short sword made of blue gold metal.
My finest work. He offered the blade to me, and I took it carefully by the hilt. A few experimental swings told me it was beautifully balanced, and it hummed as it sliced through the air. I moved to a wall and carefully cut a line into the stone. It was as sharp as my shop-bought weapons, but this could be enchanted. "This is amazing, Clip." I handed it back to him. "A weapon fit for the fangs." "Where is Sulk?" I asked slowly. "Oh, he's still allowed into the forge. Seeing as I won, I was denied further access. You can't improve on perfection. Would you like me to take you there? I can't go all the way, Velkit won't let me anymore, but I can get you past the guards at least," he babbled. "Thanks, Clip. That would be good. Here, take this and drink it." I had pulled one of the pure health portions from my storage. I only had 3 at the moment, being limited to 1 purchase per week. If anything would help stave off Velkit's curse, it might be one of these potions. "Thanks." He drank it down without thought and tossed the vial into a corner of the room. "Shall we?" he asked. I nodded. Clip, or what was left of him, led us past the guards. Having a borderline crazy person decide who got access to the God Forge seemed like an issue, so I put it at the top of my "whose stupid idea was this" list. We wound down through the tunnels to where I'd had to clear the collapse. Flickering lights, bright blue and green, filled the passageway, and the sound of a hammer ringing on an anvil had grown gradually louder as we approached. Now it was almost loud enough to feel like I was being pressured by Velkit's aura. I didn't win, did I?" asked Clip quietly, but his voice cut through the hammering. "I'll keep you supplied with those potions, bloke," I offered as I put a hand on his shoulder. "They'll keep away the fumes." He shook me off and turned away. He walked a few steps, then stopped, and his head pivoted back over his shoulder. He stared at us with misty, blank eyes. "I've got more work to do for Velkit. I'll leave you in the care of my apprentice," he muttered as he hurried away. The rest of us shared an uncomfortable look and moved into the God Forge. Velkit's aura pushed at us briefly, but Arask slammed down his own for a moment, and the feeling of being hot metal on an anvil faded away. "Sulk!" I called over the noise. "Sulk!" I repeated in a louder bellow. The hammer paused, and the smith looked around. He saw us, lowered the hammer to the side, and walked towards us, waving a piece of glowing metal gripped by a pair of tongs in his right hand. "Mond! The rest of you! Come to see what I can do," he said. "We're here for the fanciest metal you've got. What's happening with Clip, and why the hell is he the one granting permission to come down here?" I demanded. "He's got the fumes, and badly, I'm afraid." Velkit is a tricky god to serve, Sulk said sadly.
"We're keeping him busy and out of harm's way. No one will hurt him, and he's watched so he can't hurt himself. The guards know who can come in here, but sending people to Clip helps keep him distracted." Sulk wiped the sweat from his brow with the forearm of the hand holding the glowing lump of metal, and we all shied backwards as it swished in front of him. "Are there any cures? Some herbs, perhaps?" asked Krill. His usual manic tone was absent. "None that we know of. Time away from the forge with some fresh air sometimes helps, but this is a curse directly from the god. I don't think anything will make a difference." Sulk shook his head. I'm afraid it was a price that had to be paid. I was fairly confident it wasn't, and that it was just yet another reminder of how little care the gods took when it came to mortal lives. We need metals. The best you've got.
Can you provide anything better than steel?
I asked, as I made a note to have Atas and Khan keep an eye on poor Clip.
Sure. How much are you after? The forge lets me transmute metals up a scale, but it takes mana and time.
As much as possible. Give me your hand, I ordered.
No, the one without the red-hot metal in it, I clarified.
He pulled off the other leather glove with his teeth and offered me his soot-stained paw. I grasped it and sent him 1,000 souls, wincing at losing double that amount. Boost your mana. I've got a golem core for you and each of us, but we need metal to serve as a raw material, I said, and I smiled faintly as his mind went from F to D grade. How much metal? I repeated.
Oh, a couple of dozen huskite ingots. It's like steel, but better. It isn't on par with Aguntium, but it is not too far off. I've got a few bars of Hasgelt as well, somewhere at the back.
I was beginning to worry that both of my smiths had gone mad. Sulk was babbling almost as badly as Clip had been. Do you need any help here? I asked gently.
No. Velkit lets them drop off ingots, but he won't let anyone else get close without challenging me to take control of the forge. It's my forge! He almost snarled the last part. Fucking great. Both my human smiths had gone insane. What about Kayla? I asked. He mumbled as he looked up at me. Your wife! Barked Krill, making Sulk jump. I see her sometimes. When the work slows down, Sulk offered defensively. Make more time to see her. No need to work yourself to death, I said solemnly. Now, the metal you've got available? He dragged out a hide-shaped ingot of the blue-gold metal Clip had used to make his sword. Jandak and Mune moved over and shifted another 24 of the meter-square ingots out as well. We divided the pile into 7, and I passed out golem cores to the men present. I kept the one for Faye in my pouch, and offered 2 to Sulk.
What will you use? Asked Cos as he eyed the core and the metal he'd been assigned. I've got the lesser avatar core. You guys go ahead. I was interested to see what they'd come up with. They each stepped forward, and a gray mist spread out of them to encompass the piles of metal assigned to them. I wondered if this was what it looked like to other people when I used Shape Soulbound Servant. After a few minutes, Jandak stepped back, and the mist faded away to reveal a smooth automaton made of blue-gold metal. It moved to follow him, and Jandak held up a hand. Wait, he said. Yes, master, the machine replied in a female voice. That's not good. Deeper voice, he replied. Is this better? Asked the automata in a distinctly masculine tone. It won't piss Haylin off quite as much, Jandak grumbled. The others completed their own golems. Krill's had 3 arms for some reason, the third emerging from the right armpit, and 3 legs spaced equidistantly around the base of its torso. The others were standard humanoid forms. Sulk? I asked. The mist cleared from the metal assigned to the smith, and a creature with a single leg appeared. It had 6 arms spreading out from a barrel-like body that stretched and contracted out from where its shoulders should be. One hand reached instinctively for a hammer, then it hopped closer to the forge and plunged a piece of an ingot into the fire beneath the source. Sulk moved over to his next pile of metal with a cackle that might make Krill envious. I moved forward and pulled up the design screen in my status. This metal was great. It showed as incredibly durable and able to maintain an almost monomolecular cutting edge. I had a load of steel in my storage space, left over from Marbo's transmutation into an armored werecat monster. I used it up just like I used all the Hasgelt and Huskite I'd been assigned. The broken lesser avatar core in my hand dissolved,
It flowed into the mist-shrouded pile of metal.
I made tweaks and balanced my mana expenditure to match what I wanted the thing to be capable of.
The iron rings of fireball on my fingers flowed off and melded into the shape taking form in front of me. Spider legs, 8 articulated mechanical limbs spread out from the thing's waist. A pair of long metallic tentacles grew from the back of its shoulders, and very human-like arms sat in the usual place. The head had 4 differently sized glowing brass eyes, and as I moved away, they turned to lock onto me.
Master,
It rumbled in a parody of Erisk's voice.
what is my purpose?
To protect me and obey my orders.
What is my name?
It clattered forwards across the floor and loomed over my head. As it rose up by stretching out its legs, I felt a faint thrill of fear. The strength this thing gave off made me think it would be challenging to put down, even for my pet titans. You are Bob. Don't hurt my friends.
Noted.
Define friends, the machine replied.
Oh boy, this was going to be a long day. Chapter 26. Settle their grievances or die trying.
We headed back south far more quickly than we'd come north. "How's the ride?" I called, earning some harsh curses in response from the others. Somewhere, about 50 miles behind us, were 2,000 freshly trained nomad cavalry following us to the muster point. "I'm glad we got cushions," Faye grumbled.
I will endeavor to make the journey smoother, mistress, said her golem.
Faye's creation was a fluid, curvy construct whose feminine appearance and voice had turned far more heads as we passed back through Mondit than any of the others. We'd left Sulk and the crafters with some final instructions. Still, the supply of armor and arrowheads exceeded my expectations, courtesy of the centuries of experience the Huskar had brought to bear on our operation. Faye glared up at the brass face. 2 pale blue eyes glanced down, and the machine shifted its grip slightly and hunched its legs.
Faye was wrapped in fur and perched in the machine's arms, atop an elaborate embroidered cushion.
The mad dash sprint seemed to smooth out for her, so she didn't say anything else. "Carried like a sack of bloody tubers," complained Krill. "I'm not vegetables, you stupid lump." He smacked a fist against the chest of his own golem, which wisely chose to ignore his antics. The golems were capable of learning in ways that would have terrified the engineers working on AI back on Earth. "Only another day to go. We've made good time," I yelled over the wind, as Wilson bounded forward, with me perched on his shoulders. The others were all being carried by their unsleeping companions, metal legs blurring across the steppe. The wolf and I didn't need to sleep so much anymore. "Not even that long," Krill corrected. "We'll be back at Heloth before the sun sets." The old shaman wasn't far off the mark.
The sky was still faintly lit, and not all of the stars had come out as we approached the city that had sprung up around the nomad holy place.
From my eyes up above, it looked like a crude fortress had been thrown up around the artificial hill. Nomad camps with crude palisades were spread around a central Huskar fort, with giant scaled wooden walls and towers set at the foot of the stairs up Heloth. A smaller fortress, more of a guard post with walls and a single tower, had been built around the entrance to the source. Small groups of cavalry repeatedly approached us, fleeing as soon as they made out the metallic limbs of my companions' mounts. Soon enough, a much larger force was dispatched as the runners made it back to the main base. Half a legion mobilized and met us 3 miles from the outlying nomad camps. The Huskar were in full armor, and they had mounted archers guarding their flanks. I slipped off Wilson as the others slowed to a stop. Then I walked forward alone.
"Mond!" hissed Cause. I waved a hand to tell them to stay back.
"I'm Mond, back from the north sooner than planned," I called out, and a single Huskar tramped forward, leaving deep impressions in the soft ground due to the weight of his armor.
Legate, what in the maker's name are those things? He waved at the golems. My own, with spider legs and tentacles, had advanced ahead of the others, and the mismatched eyes on its head were twitching between the Huskar and me. Constructs. A blessing from Mars, I replied. I want us to be ready to march south against Urkash tomorrow. The Tribune waved backwards at the other troops, and the Legion troopers visibly relaxed. The Nomads did not. I strode towards them and raised my voice to order them to stand down. Oi! This is the Warlord's party. Whoever's in charge, get your arse over here now, I shouted. Some of the horses shied away at the sudden challenge, but a rider, accompanied by a pair of guards, started trotting towards us.
Lord, may I see the mark? He asked as he stopped 5 meters from me. I twisted so my left shoulder was aimed at him, and he nodded. Good job on being cautious, warrior. But next time, have your guards stop slightly further back, so they have the distance to get up to speed and save you if it isn't me. He nodded and slipped off his horse. My father says you're not given to being overly formal. I'm Calton, he said, as he offered me his wrist for a warrior's clasp. Pacta's boy. The Mohawk was right. I returned the clasp and then twitched sideways as his left hand moved. I yanked him upwards and slammed his body down into the dirt behind me before stepping away quickly.
My father told me to keep you on your toes.
Back, I ordered my automaton, and it reluctantly stepped away a few feet. I had no doubt it would rip the boy limb from limb if he so much as sneezed in my direction right now. Time and a place, kid. Time and a place. I offered a hand and pulled the man to his feet. My golem twitched forward but stopped when I shot a look in its direction. I appreciate your father's concern for my well-being, I added wryly. What's the situation with your people? I asked, as we made our way on foot towards the dispersing line of Huskar legionaries. We've gathered all the outriders. The steppe is cleared, barring a few dozen small groups of undead, the young man enthused. Small groups are no problem, muttered Jandak, as he and the rest of my party came alongside us. They're a threat to foraging parties. I won't be happy until they're gone from our lands, snapped Faye. I agree, Cause added in support of his sister.
We need the steppe to be safe before we press south and face the real opposition.
What do you think, Calten? I asked. The warrior glanced nervously at the people around him, people who had already taken on a certain mythic status among the wider nomad population. I think if Lady Faella wants something, I'd be honored to see it done, he snapped. Looking to escape the front in the coming war? Mune said casually, as his automaton followed in his wake. The young warrior bristled and spun to face him. That's a challenge if I ever heard one, he snarled, his spear swinging forward to put the tip between him and my fang. There'll be enough blood spilt soon, snapped Krill, lashing out like a viper to snatch the spear shaft as Mune scowled at the young noble. No need to start with our own. Let's get the chiefs and the tribunes together. Calton, I'm assuming we're ready to move? I asked.
Based on what I could see from above via glimpse, I was confident it wouldn't take long to get the thousands of giants and nomads into motion. Ponies were tethered at the entrances to the palisades, and I could see saddles being switched out regularly, so a troop was always ready to ride out. The Legion were almost more mechanical than our new golems. A runner had gone back from the group that met us, and as Glimpse circled lower, he heard harsh orders ringing out. They'd be ready to move in less than an hour. As we approached the first ring of standing stones that encircled Helath, the tribunes walked out to greet us. They were followed by the much shorter but more numerous chiefs and kings of the nomads, looking like children hiding behind grown-ups. "Hail!" Jandak yelled as he shot past us and swept his wife into a hug, swinging her through the air. She slapped him on the head until he put her down. She was being gentle. She could split oak beams with a slap. "Go on, Mune!"
Go find her, I said with a grin. Mune needed no further prompting as he used his speed and strength to maximum effect, blurring around the gaggle of leadership to go and find his wife. "We're going to move out," I called, and all the faces snapped back in my direction. "We're going to hit Jethanel first. See what Urkash has done to reinforce their frontier. Whatever they've managed to do, we're going to rip them open, break their walls, burn their fields, and drive towards the real threat on the southern coast." I paused for breath and took stock. All eyes were fixed on me, and the old fear of being the center of attention, anything that broke my gray man cover, reared up in my head. I stepped forward and pushed it down. These people, tens of thousands of them, had rallied to my cause. I'd set them on a path that would likely continue even if I dropped dead right now.
The Legion might just retire north if I fell, but the Nomads would wage their war on the shit-sitters one way or another, no matter what happened to me. A weight settled on my shoulders as I realized the commitment the tribes had made. "We'll take them alive where possible." My voice was quiet, but still carried over to the gathered leaders. "If we can't, then they'll die. We'll scour every last fucking zombie from this world and stake Erisk's claim as the greatest god on Earth." A wash of godly power spread over everyone assembled, and courtesy of glimpse, I could see it wasn't only affecting the fighters who were in earshot. Work stopped temporarily across the whole of Helath. Heads craned to the sky, then pivoted in my direction. "Thanks, bloke," I thought to my patron. "Happy to help," echoed in my brain. "Right enough dicking about. Get yourselves ready to march. I want Gethanel taken in 3 days, and Settle will fall a week after," I yelled, and the Nomads scrambled into action. Runners and riders raced away to convey the orders to the furthest camps, but the war god's message had been received. They were already collapsing tents and preparing to move out.
"That's a tough timetable," said Faye quietly as her overprotective golem loomed behind her. "Gethanel won't be a problem. Settle will be," muttered Krill as his tri-symmetrical automaton carried him over. "Are you ever going to stand on your own feet again?" muttered Koz. "Speaking of standing on your own feet," Faye began, but Koz grimaced and bolted for the Mondin camp before she could finish her sentence. "Still trying to set him up?" I asked. She shrugged. "Someone's got to." "You're sure all our forces are gathered?" she asked. "Most of them are, love. We've got nearly... shit, I can't say for sure. 13 or 14,000 cavalry, and the same again from the legions."
Waiting more will only let Mortimer gather more troops and undead. "The undead are not a real threat," announced Bon as he arrived, shadowed by Mullius and Marbo. "Sending these two on ahead might be a good idea, though." "Let us tear a path through our foes," Marbo yowled into the air, his armored tail thrashing back and forth. A gorilla-like fist slammed down on the top of his head as Mullius took his young protege in order. "We'll clear a path to this town for you, if you like," he offered. "Thanks. Fall back if you meet magical resistance." My voice was flat as I issued the order. It wasn't sentimentality. I'd chosen to turn them into titans because I didn't have any attachment to them. They did represent a considerable amount of resource investment, and I wasn't prepared to risk that being wasted. "Yes, warlord," they both boomed as they pivoted and began thudding way into the distance. "That was easier than I thought it would be," I muttered. "They've been bored. Nothing to smash," said Bon helpfully. "The legions are ready for what's coming? We won't have it all our own way when the undead have the support of regular troops and wizards," I asked. Krill cackled, and Koz caught himself as his own laughter matched the old man's. "Sorry," he said. "We know the cost. You took the source. You command us now. We'll fight your war," rumbled the Huskar. "Then let's roll out," I called loudly. We marched south with the automatons and the fangs in the lead. On either flank,
Swarms of cavalry rode back and forth, and the central column consisted of a long line of heavily armored giants. Glimpse had lost track of my titans as they raced ahead, but the last time he'd seen them, they'd been heading in the right direction. I pushed aside the doubts creeping into my mind. The die was cast. More delay would only give Mortimer more time to prepare. We'd face his abominations and his slave armies. The muscles under my left eye twitched at the thought.
I'd made the leadership of the clan's soulbound servants, along with most of the feral Huskar, but the majority of my forces were here of their own free will. They'd made a decision to throw in with me, maybe out of fear, at least partially, but mostly out of greed, ambition, and a lust for revenge against the Southerners for slights going back generations. Whether those slights were imagined or not, I couldn't judge, but they were with me now, and we'd settle their grievances or die trying. Every little bit.
"Sorry, boy, you scare the aurochs," I said.
Wilson looked at me and whined faintly.
"It's probably the smell?"
He sniffed his right foot and looked up before cocking his head to the side and giving me a look that made our link unnecessary. "I know what my feet smell like," I muttered, pointedly not looking at my bare soles. "Go on."
"I'll get this done, then come join you back at the edge of the advance." Glimpse was keeping an eye on things 20 miles to our southwest, so I was confident I had time for what I suspected would either be a nightmarish conversation or a remarkably easy one. Faye was a bit temperamental, and with her ability to snap spear shafts with 2 fingers, I was trying very hard to stay on the good side of her baby brain. As the wolf raced out to the slowly moving town's flanks to go hunt deer, I threaded my way through the rumbling wagons. The fighting portion of the army could travel fast. The wagons were going to slow us down, but there wasn't much that could be done about it. Most armies had supply chains from friendly territory. I had a mobile friendly territory instead, but it was slow and needed plenty of fodder for the animals. The Legion could outmarch their own herds, and my nomad cavalry could easily run far ahead. But then, getting the meat and materials they would need would be far more challenging. As it was, I had feral Huskar spread out along the southern edges of the herds, keeping our aurochs and mammoths safe. For various definitions of safe. They were all soulbound and instructed not to touch any animals that belonged to the tribes. But how were they really going to know if a stray cow was already claimed? The wagons trundled steadily onwards, and I slipped through them until I found the one marked with my red banners close to the center of the formation. I jumped up at the rear and immediately leapt back down to avoid a spear thrust into the space where I'd appeared. "Permission to come aboard?" I called as I walked behind the wagon. "Granted," called Halin. I climbed up more carefully this time and wasn't greeted by a whir of steel. "Ladies," I said respectfully. Half the coven was in this wagon, enough firepower to obliterate a major town, all of them eyeing me suspiciously. Except for Faye, who shot me a grin, then eyed me suspiciously. "We're working on the spatial tear rings, love," Faye said. Iron rings were being methodically pulled from a bag in the center of the tent and enchanted, then put into a variety of smaller bags depending on what spell was enchanted into the item. I was actually wondering who in the coven has the most mana. I want a trusted woman who can head back to Helath, take the golem cores up north, then come back with a squad of automatons. They need lots of mana for the crafting part, plus the materials, I said, as I settled my backside on the raised wall of the wagon's rear. Looking down at the coven, I felt a strange sense of pride in what we'd accomplished with the tribes. The changes had been subtle at first, but now the respect shown to the women of the tribes was rather more than the formality it had been before. These women still scared the shit out of me. They took the balls of outsiders and cut off heads to make footballs. Halin was scowling at me, and despite my close relationship with her husband,
I got the feeling she'd happily beat me black and blue at the slightest perceived insult. "I do," Halen said. Maybe that was why she'd been scowling at me. "I do not wish to head back to the barrow." Her voice was final. Asking Jandak to lean on her would no doubt be a bad idea. "Are there 2 women whom you all trust that I could give souls to? If they're willing to put most of them just into levels and boosting their mana reserves, that is." This question put a snake into the stable. Names were called out, dismissed, insulted, and supported in a barrage I could barely keep track of. Within 2 minutes, multiple separate arguments were ongoing, and the babble of voices was washing over me like I was in a busy bar back on Earth.
"I don't need an answer now,"
I shouted, and the hubbub died down a little. But Halen was still fiercely arguing with a lady whose name I'd forgotten. The other lady was convinced Halen should just do it, and Halen was adamant she was spending her time running back and forth delivering bronze toys to the army. "Halen, whoever makes the golems controls them. If you did do it, you'd have to be at the front from then on, barring going back to expand your little army." Bad move, Ray. Her eyes had locked on me, and she moved like a striking viper. In a fraction of a second, she'd clamped a hand on my arm, crouched in front of me. "Give me more souls. I'll make you an army," she hissed fiercely. "Ahem," Faye loudly simulated a cough, and Halen snatched her hand off my skin. "I think it might be best if Faye began. "Not you. You stay with the army until our child is born," I said firmly. Her eyes flashed, but a slight smile lifted one corner of her mouth.
"Then I suggest we rotate the coven through. Halen, you can go first. Please wait until we reach the camp tonight so you can say your farewells to Jandak. She'll be given an escort?" Faye switched her gaze back to me. "Of course. A squad of huskers and some cavalry. Halen, how far along are you?" I asked, noting her cradling a hand over her stomach. "A few weeks only. I can still run and ride," she replied defiantly. "Fine. Send Halen first. Forging the golems will take a few days, so you'll be away for several weeks. Grable will go next, then we can cycle through the rest. By that time, we'll probably be outside Settle if it hasn't fallen already." Faye issued orders like she'd been born to do so. "Once the coven is all controlling squads of golems, we can look at raising more of you witches." I smiled, intending it as a joke, but only got scowls in response until Faye laughed and moved over to me. "Husband, never call a woman a witch." "Even if she is one!"
The last part was called over her shoulder, and the coven laughed. "I'm looking forward to stopping this evening. How far until the camp?" "Another few hours. The Outriders and the Huskar skirmishers are already on site." I checked with Glimpse, and sure enough, the advanced elements were already building a large enclosed space with a ditch and solid palisade, while cavalry circled around to ensure nothing could approach them. "Thank Erisk for cushions." She smiled and kissed my cheek. "Run along, warlord. I'm sure you've got better things to be doing than scheming with witches." She shoved me backwards, and I landed flat on my back as howls of laughter exploded from the wagon. I'd have to owe her for that. I picked myself up, dusting off the muck from my tunic as much as I could, then jogged through the lines of wagons until I was far enough ahead to call over Wilson so we could hurry and catch up with the main force. As we bounded along, devouring the ground between the support elements and the fighting forces, I felt an itch at the back of my mind growing even stronger. What were we going to face when we met Mortimer's real forces? As it was, assuming I didn't fight fair, I could steamroll his entire army. And I certainly wouldn't play fair if it came down to it. Mortimer didn't strike me as the kind of person to let any of his followers get anything close to his own level of power. He'd have some very strong followers, but they'd all be an order of magnitude weaker than he was. I was very confident on this point, but the gods had made it clear he didn't need to kill to get souls. he used some other method for harvesting. He could be at about my current level, or he could be so far past me, even if we fought our way through everything he could throw at us, the bastard would still be able to slaughter however many of us survived.
I pulled up my status screen and sighed. Just under 40,000 souls. I had no idea what I'd be capable of if I spent them all on myself. Would it be enough to counter whatever was waiting for us? I still had other demands on my souls. The weekly purchasing of mana and health potions cost a few thousand every 7 days, so I needed to keep enough in reserve to cover that expenditure until I could get another windfall in a battle. It was a safe bet it would take a lot longer to get the Coven golems than it would for us to stumble into our next major battle, so I wrote that cost off for now. With a gulp, I started leveling up and praying I was making the right choice. Level 130. Primary stats. Body, South. Mind, B-. Soul, B-. Available souls, 32,008. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 60. Reflexes, 60. Health, 600. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 30. Mana, 620. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall. Area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit. Duration, 110 seconds. Burning Skies. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Affinity. Life Heal, Self, 20 HP, and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, Self, 98%. Resistance, All, 60%. Projectile. Speed plus 156%. Heal Other. Rapid Growth. Area, 20 meters squared. Projectile. Speed plus 156%. Enhance Other. Shapeshift, Minor. Duration, 110 seconds. Shape Soulbound Servant. Permanent. Maximum 1 shaped servant. Affinity. Space. Size. Range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Mass. Range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Area, 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Affinity, Earth. Shape Earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Summon Earth. Volume, 0.5 meters squared. Range, touch. Refresh Earth. Area, 0.5 meters squared. Hybrid spell, Earth/Fire. Volcanic vent. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue Enchant, Soul Transfer, Erisk's Boon, Carrion Feeders. Gaze, Erisk's Boon, Divine Steed. Synthesized Spell, Shape, Soulbound Servant. My flesh tightened as all my body statistics made it into the S rank. I slid off Wilson very carefully, as I had no wish to hurt him accidentally. The spells were a letdown.
The bloody system seemed to be filling in the weaker early-tier spells for the Earth affinity, rather than giving me something new and interesting. I could now summon a lump of dirt at any point on my body and act as a walking fertilizer factory. Fuck you, system. I did that naturally every time I took a dump. "I'll race you, boy," I called as I tested my new capabilities and tore ahead of the wolf, who barked and started sprinting to catch me. He caught up about 10 minutes later after I stopped to run through some of the fighting forms I'd imported from old Earth, and a few I'd learned in my new world. I blurred when I moved now.
The air snapped into the vacuum created by my limbs, kicking and punching with audible cracks. This was enough. I'd use most of the rest of my souls to give as many of my cavalry as possible a single level. I should be able to do 1,400 of them, and have enough souls left in the bank to cover a couple of weeks of potion buying. Although maybe just 1,399 enhanced cavalry would be better. I'd leapt onto Wilson's shoulders as he raced by me with ease. My new reflexes made the timing a dawdle. I sent him an offer, and he accepted it. "I'd recommend life as your first affinity, Wilson," I called out as we tore across the steppe in the wake of my army. The sun was still high in the sky when we caught up with the main body of my troops. The Legion loped along with booming strides, and the cavalry trotted along to keep pace. The column of over 10,000 Huskar stretched back over several miles, and a long, sinuous mass of giants, with clumps of cavalry and a few thousand strong scattered to either side of it. The chariots, originally my terror weapons, had been consigned to vanity vehicles for the chiefs and kings of the nomads. They rode in a tight formation at the head of the Legion as a mark of honor. Glimpse had circled back to fly above us, and I called him down to my shoulder. I followed in the wake of my troops, riding a giant bronze wolf, with an overgrown eyeball aficionado of a crow perched on the midnight black pauldron on my right shoulder, all while wearing a broad, foolish smile on my face. We trailed along behind the army, darting off from side to side as Wilson spotted a deer or a wild aurochs that the feral Huskar leading the way had missed. He didn't hunt like a regular creature anymore. He simply charged after whatever he saw until he brought it down with a snap of his jaws. I inevitably went flying, as his momentum shifted at the moment of the kill. But at this point, with 600 health points and an S-class body, I did more damage to the ground than it could do to me. As the army wound into the camp awaiting it, I found Krill arguing with a gaggle of chiefs. Kalpakter and Jagapan both backed him up, but the others were all complaining about the long marches. "Ah, let's ask the boss, shall we? Aresk's sacred trousers, Mond. S-ranked body?" he finished in a squawk. "Yep, and I'm going to do something about getting more cavalry with at least a single level before we meet the real opposition." "You lot," I glared at the chiefs and kings, while fighting down the urge to flick the bonds tying them to me and forcing them to quit complaining, "are about to get a low-level but broad upgrade. I need 1,400 or so of your best to boost. It won't be much, but when we meet Urkash's real forces, every little bit is going to help." Chapter 28. This was not acceptable. I looked at my stat sheet and fought back a sigh. Just over 4,000 souls left. Sure, I was terrifying. I'd had to demonstrate my new abilities for the Fangs and Krill last night while handing out tens of thousands of souls to long lines of nomads. I was still worried about what would happen when we met the main armies of the South. I wouldn't be able to carry a battle on my own. Probably. We were back on the road, an unfortunate turn of phrase, as it was rough grassland, stripped bare of any life too stupid or slow to run away from the feral Huskar that moved ahead of the main force as scouts. Glimpse circled overhead, and I jogged alongside Wilson at the front of the main formation. As the sun peaked and began to fall, I sent Glimpse on ahead, but it was a waste of time. The Outriders and Scouts had picked out a spot for the next camp already,
and when I sent him winging back down our line, the wagons were still trickling along in our wake. 3 long days ground by. Days of running and riding, arguing with Jandak, who still wasn't happy about Halen heading back north, despite her heavy escort. Days of stopping my mad golem from threatening to murder anyone other than Faye, who got close to me. I got to sleep in a king's tent every night, but I knew the average legionnaire and nomad trooper was making do with far less. It didn't sit right with me.
"We'll be there today, love," said Faye. "Once we take Gethanel and the other trader towns, we'll know what we're up against. Come back to bed."
She moved the furs to make space for me and revealed a long glimpse of her naked body. "Temptress," I chuckled. "You haven't slept properly since we set out," she complained, dropping the furs back to conserve the warmth. "I don't need much sleep anymore, Faye. It's finally happening. I've done everything I can think of, but now it's time to cast the dice. Mortimer isn't an idiot. He'll have things I couldn't have predicted. We couldn't have predicted. If you want to ride out and see what the Erviles have already done to whatever forces he had garrisoned in Gethanel, be my guest. I'm going to stay here where it's warm for a few more minutes." Her head vanished under the furs. I left the tent and breathed deeply in the fresh morning air. It would be soon. I could feel it in my bones. The first real test of this mishmash army we'd cobbled together. The Legion was already breaking camp, while the nomads were a bit more relaxed about the whole process. Being mounted and relying on the speed of their horses rather than their legs bred a certain arrogance into them that I'd been noticing more and more as they grew into their new role. With a sword at my hip and a lump of black metal on my shoulder, I set off after the forward elements. They'd set off a few hours ago and would be closing in on the outskirts of the northernmost shit-sitters already. The feral Huskars had orders not to eat people, and they were soulbound, so they didn't have a choice. But not eating was a lot different from not slaughtering. Best if I were close at hand in case any of them got overly enthusiastic. Wilson ran alongside me happily, tongue lolling out to one side and snapping in the wind. The sun caught on his bronze fur as we raced after the poor bastards marching and riding since before the sun rose. Glimpse went ahead of us, giving me a bird's-eye view of our advance. 500 legionaries jogged along in a narrow line, and they were escorted by nearly 1,000 cavalry on their flanks. Mullius and Marbo loped along at the leading edge of the infantry, towering over their former brethren. The feral Huskars had already devastated Gethanel by the time Glimpse got that far ahead of us. The wooden walls had been smashed aside, and half the town was demolished. Half a dozen very pissed-off-looking Erviles were watching over maybe 50 survivors, while the rest chased down the undead that had infested the place or ran further south across the farmlands. The ones running ahead weren't getting far, as they constantly stopped to smash into farmhouses and feast on farm animals. I needed to make clear the rules on looting and how that applied to enemy livestock to the crazy giants. Glimpse flew east and west, but it was only more of the same. All the border towns, only recently taken by Urkash, were either dead, becoming dead as Huskar stomped through them, or had been abandoned. I sent the bird south, hoping to catch some hint of the main Urkash forces. I yanked on the threads of the furthest feral Huskars, summoning them back. As long as they were close to our lines, they couldn't be swarmed by wizards or Mortimer's soul-bound servants. I slipped off Wilson's shoulder outside Gethanel and sent the wolf off to hunt anything the ravenous giants had missed. The wooden walls were broken into splinters in places. I'd run from this place not so long ago, as a few dozen undead had been set on us. To be fair, I'd caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but Getha had been a bit of a prick. Then we'd come back and burned some of their fields to the south in order to exact recompense for the murder of Hatrikandos, miserable asshole though he had been.
Some of the prisoners I'd taken back then had left family behind in this ruin. They were still working for me in the pass, or at Riverwheel. I strode through a gap in the walls and began bellowing orders at the husker. "You! What's your name?" I demanded, yelling at the biggest husker guarding the prisoners. "Gruth, Lord," he said, bowing his head to me. "Take a couple of huskers and lead these people north to the main column. If they give you any shit or try to run, squash them." I glared at the survivors and spotted someone with a face I sort of recognized. You're part of the ruling family?" I demanded harshly. I was addressing the least shit-scared-looking member of the human survivors. None of them had the telltale glowing letters over their heads to indicate they were soul-bound. "Not anymore, barbarian," he sneered. So, not the smartest of Tanil's family members. Last I'd seen him, the leader of the prisoners we'd taken here last year was happily learning to be a smith at Riverwheel. "You know Tanil?" I asked calmly. "That snot-nosed—" I flashed forward and snatched the man up by his throat. "I like Tanil. He's become a valuable part of the tribes, on his way to becoming a smith. Don't disrespect your cousin?" He tried to nod, which only made him gasp harder, so I dropped him. "Gruth, if any of them run, eat this one." I grinned evilly at the man. Right now, that asshole was frantically praying none of the survivors hated him enough to risk running. I saw his Adam's apple bob up and down like a fishing float. The boost to my reflex stat had changed my perception of the world around me. It was like everyone else was operating at half speed, plodding slowly through things that could be done in a flash. The huskar began shepherding the human survivors toward the north. There was nothing left of this town. It had been on a downward trend when I got here the first time, probably due to the pressure from Urkash and the replacement of a competent ruler with a scared boy. There should have been hundreds of people here. My troops weren't out to kill. So why are there so few of you? I asked a woman, as she filed past me with giants glaring down at her. She spat at my feet, and I held up a hand. The bronze automaton that constantly stalked me stopped and retracted its killing limbs. Gotta stop forgetting about Bob. The king passed by. The other king. The real one, she sneered. Unless you were useful, you joined the Grey Horde. You fucking nobles, just using us like we're chaff on the wind. She pulled her shawl tight over her shoulders and marched away after the other survivors. If old Morty was stripping every town and city he owned to make swarms of undead, I thought of all the mana potions sitting in my storage space. I grinned happily. Bob, spit isn't going to hurt me. It's great you're so protective, but pick your moments, bloke. A female assaulted you. Threat detection noticed dangerous levels of pathogens in her saliva and prompted intervention, Bob replied in his caricature of Erisk's voice. Spit isn't a You could detect the bacteria in her spit? I turned to stare at the mismatched blue eyes of the metal monster I'd made. Of course, Ray. Your skin is absolutely crawling with the things as we speak. I shunted that thought to the side and moved hot showers up my list of inventions to push on the tribes. Go find any nearby undead that were missed and kill them. Don't hurt anyone who's still alive, I ordered. Very well, Ray. Have you considered washing more frequently? Just go, bloke, I snapped, then leapt backwards as his tentacles blurred into the ground at my feet and began throwing stone and dirt over the machine's shoulders. The spider legs pulled close to its body as it moved into the tunnel it was making. Fool me once, you bastard. All Huskar, fall back to the north, now, I yelled, as I began running back towards our main forces. Bob, just kill them all! I found the threads linking my soul to Mulius and Marbo and yanked on them. I felt the Titans lurch into motion and surge ahead of the Legion forces. Gray fingers began to pull themselves out of the dirt as I drew my sword. I removed the first heads that appeared with swift slices and without breaking my stride. "Pick them up and move them north," I yelled as I passed the tail end of the human prisoners just outside the walls. I snatched up a man under my left arm as I ran, looking back to check my orders were being followed. Then, everything went white. Health points, 476 over 600. My tunic was burning rags again. Fireproof clothing was going to be vital in the coming weeks. It hadn't been fire, though. I could walk through lava now. It must have been something else. The man I'd scooped up was a sooty outline across my torso. The parts of him that had lain against my side had left an outline and a shadowy mark, but the rest was just ash in the wind behind me. More flashes went off, and I spun to see what was happening. Threads snapped in my mind as Huskar died.
The ones who'd lived through the suicide trinkets on the human survivors were taken by surprise when the giants were pulled into the roiling dirt as a swarm of undead clawed its way to the surface. I shook my head to clear my ears of the dirt that had been forced in as my head skipped along the ground from the explosion. Disposable troops were, at the end, disposable. I shot back into the city, moving at a blur with my sword flicking out left and right. I made my way to the closest Huskar and cleared the area around him. Any gray-skinned head that dragged itself out of the ground got a few inches shorter and lost half a kilo of brain matter. Reanimated humanos slain times 43. 645 souls harvested. "Get out of here! Don't stop till you're clear!" My big, friendly giants lumbered into motion, showing just how quickly they could move when the mood took them.
I felt the ground shaking, bouncing me up and down ever so slightly, as more reverberations from retreating erviles joined together into a harmony of thudding footsteps. It wasn't my giants that were making the earth shake. Something was rising up to the south. From Glimpse's perspective, it looked like a brand new mountain was bulging out of the ground. The earth tumbled away as something struggled out of its grave. A bulbous mass of grey flesh, bubbling and flowing with no set form, came into view as Mother Earth gratefully let the thing go. Tendrils of flesh shifted and grew, shooting out to snap at the nearby huskers, snatching them up and pulling them into the pyramidal mass of dead flesh. This was not acceptable. I rushed forward, ignoring buildings and the southern walls of Gethanol, leaving splintered wood in my wake. I burst out to the south and moved so fast that I left meter-wide divots in the dirt behind me.
I skidded to a stop and cast a spell I hadn't had a chance to play around with yet. 100 mana vanished, and jagged lines of glowing light spread away from my bare feet. They stretched out ahead of me, disappearing under the abomination. After 5 seconds had passed, the light intensified. It began to shine up through the body of the monster. Molten rock spilled out as the cracks sank away into the earth in front of me. The lava boiled up in a wave that washed away from where I'd cast the spell. Steam exploded out of the thing's body, chunks boiling away from underneath. It heaved its colossal mass to one side, temporary legs writhing under it like it was a vast woodlouse. The ground shook again, but this time the crashing footsteps were growing closer. Mulius shot past me on my left, giant, armored mammoth feet leaving divots far larger than any I could achieve. Marbo almost flowed, despite his mass and metal scales, making hardly any sound compared to my first-shaped servant. They collided with the abomination at almost the same time, and a cloud of dust exploded into the air, obscuring my view. I wasn't going to let them have all the fun. I shook off the burnt remains of my tunic, shifted my grip on the handle of my sword, and charged forward to join them. Chapter 29. Gaia herself lifted me up. I led with a fireball from a ring, and the blue-white ball of fire shot ahead of me towards the side of the thing. It was monstrous and constantly shifting its form, but it was at least as high as a 4-story house and almost as broad across at the bottom. Rows of eyes blinked open for a moment, then vanished back into the roiling flesh. As my projectile struck the side of the thing, it morphed again. A cavity opened up, and some thread-like tendril, only as thick as my pinky finger, flicked up from the bottom to tap against the fireball and trigger it.
At the same time, a deluge of fluids, I could only hope was water, gushed down from above, and the edges of the cavity extended in my direction. I threw myself to the side as a torrent of steam rushed through the space I would have been. Impressive. This thing was big, ugly, and smart. I began running parallel to it and shot off another barrage of fireballs. These were intercepted by more thin tendrils that speared out to detonate the spells at a reasonably safe distance from its body. It lost the mass of the tentacles, but preserved the integrity of its core. Mortimer had been a busy little bee. Mulius slammed into the thing's side and was immediately wrapped in saw-toothed limbs that spun and sliced into his metallic fur. His kicks and punches, so effective against lesser foes, did almost nothing to this creature. He was reduced to snatching a tentacle in his hands and ripping it free from the main body to do any damage. As he snarled, bit, and yanked on the limbs, the growing pile of dismembered parts behind him began to dissolve.
He must have been burning through his mana, as his speed was phenomenal, and every cut closed almost immediately. But I knew he couldn't keep this up for long. My giant feline titan wasn't faring much better. Marbo was a yowling, twisting nightmare of flashing claws, slices of gray flesh ripped and torn from the monstrosity, which were falling like confetti around him. But the sheer mass of the damn thing made the Titan's efforts meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Behind us, a handful of feral huskars were watching from a safe distance away, not terribly interested in intervening in the fight. I didn't blame them. They'd most likely just be food to this thing, and we needed to whittle it down, not throw huskar-shaped snacks at it. Time to do something very, very stupid. I rushed at it, sword held behind me, ready to swing over my head.
I wanted to drive my feet downwards after it swallowed me.
A roar left my lips, and the titans screamed their own rage in reply. A nest of tentacles shot out towards me as I got to within 5 meters of the thing, and they snapped shut around me. Health points, 434/600. As I was yanked forward, the tentacles flowed together into a solid wall of flesh that grew razor-sharp teeth. The walls pulsed and contracted with some peristaltic motion, grinding the edges against my skin. I was blind, eyes sealed shut and trapped inside the monster. I had it just where I wanted it, barring one small issue. Health points, 401/600. My bare feet were no longer in contact with the ground. I struggled, trying to push my way towards the earth, but my arms and legs were pinned against my sides. My sword was useless, but I wasn't going to let go of it. It was sticking out of the nightmarish womb I was now encapsulated in, wiggling uselessly in the metamorphic flesh of the monster.
Even though it wasn't doing me any good, I resolved to cling to it, if for no other reason than finding it afterwards would be a messy and time-consuming experience. I cast a fireball. It appeared in the tiny space between my fleshy tomb and my skin, then blossomed out to the size of a small house. I fell, and my feet hit the dirt as I heard a basso trumpeting noise that made my head ring as it came from all around me. Health points, 362/600. The heat and flames hadn't hurt me, but the concussive force of the blast had fractured my ribs and probably caused some internal bleeding. I wasn't trying to breathe at the moment. The air around me was thick with acrid smoke, but I had a feeling it would hurt like hell when I next filled my lungs.
I risked opening an eye, and a stinging pain made it start to water immediately. But in the dim glow of burning zombie flesh, I saw the monster had already formed rows of eyes along the edge of the damage I'd inflicted.
I stamped a foot down against the soft earth and shot the bastard a single-fingered salute. At level 100, I'd gained access to some new basic spells that I'd been neglecting for a while. Combustion and Wildfire cost me a total of 2,000 souls to buy the first levels for each of them. Yet another massive jump in cost that didn't bode well for my continued rapid growth. Affinity. Fire. Summon Fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall. Area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit. Duration, 110 seconds. Burning Skies. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Combustion. Self. Duration, 10 seconds. Cast once per day. Wildfire. Duration, 10 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Life. Heal. Self. 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement. Self. 98%. Resistance, all, 60%. Projectile. Speed, plus 156%. Heal other.
Rapid growth. Area, 20 meters squared. Projectile. Speed, plus 156%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 110 seconds. Shape, soulbound servant, permanent. Maximum 2 shaped servants. Affinity, space. Size, range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Mass, range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Area, 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Affinity, earth. Shape, earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Summon, earth. Volume, 0.5 meters squared. Range, touch. Refresh, earth. Area, 0 meters squared. Hybrid spell, earth/fire. Volcanic vent. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer Erisk's boon. Carrion feeders. Gaze. Erisk's boon, divine steed. Synthesized spell. Shape. Soulbound servant. They cost no mana, but could only be cast once per day, something I hoped meant they were suitably powerful. I cast both at the same time, then volcanic vent, and finally shape earth.
My body ignited into blue-white fire. Every inch of my skin was wreathed in incandescent brightness that leapt out of my pores into the air around me. At the same time, wildfire arced away from my body in fractal lines that ran along the ground and began burning columns of the monster to ash, expanding the tiny safe space I'd created with the fireball. The narrow chasms of vent fell away underneath the flames, spreading out around me in jagged lines.
Molten rock bubbled up from the depths of the earth and spread out to consume the monstrosity's flesh. I raised my sword above my head and gripped the hilt in both hands. A column of earth beneath me shifted, launching me upwards on a column of flaming dirt to plunge upwards into the bulk of the monster. I twisted the blade rapidly, using a charge of my haste amulet to boost my speed. The blade sliced into the dead flesh, opening a way for my burning body to follow. As gray muscles shifted, spasmed and tried to contract, aiming to stop my momentum, I gritted my teeth and cast 2 more fireballs from my trinkets, one on either side of me. Health points, 198 over 600. My head rang, and I had to fight to stay conscious. I still had more health points than when I first arrived in this world, but I felt even worse than after my fight with the vile bear. I didn't let myself stop. I continued rising on a pillar as I cut and burned my way through the undead construct. At last, daylight appeared above my head, although I could only have been inside the creature for a dozen or so seconds, and I arched up above it on a sinuous column that moved and flowed as it mirrored the monster's movements below me. Another barrage of fireballs went out, aimed carefully away from where my titans were now beating hasty retreats. The damn thing wouldn't stay still. Black smoke was billowing out from underneath it.
The fires I'd set in its heart had become self-sustaining, and the thing was oozing like a slug to try and escape the inferno beneath it. I snatched a breath, and sure enough, bands of pain made themselves known down the length of my torso. My left leg wasn't looking so good either. The ankle was twisted out to one side unnaturally, but the adrenaline was staving off the pain. Oh no, there it was. Between short, hissing breaths, I unloaded all the stored fireballs in my rings that were left. They spread out around me like fireworks going the wrong way and blossomed into immolating bulbs, eating away at the mass of the creature. It spasmed and lurched again, more furiously this time. It was no longer attacking. It had switched its strategy to escape. Unfortunately, its movement severed my column of dirt, and my previously solid platform dissolved into a shower of stones and muck that rained down over the creature as I fell from the sky. I threw my sword in the direction I was heading, considering the risk of it landing in just the wrong place and impaling me, to be lower than the chance of me slicing off limbs if I tumbled with it in my hand and braced for impact. My good leg hit the dirt first, but it couldn't break my fall properly. It bent, and now pain shot up to my hips from both legs as I loosened my muscles, as I'd been taught all those years ago, and rolled with the impact. Health points, 143 over 600. My left hand reached out for the sword that lay a few feet away from me, fingers clawing at the dirt to drag me closer. I was being an idiot. I cast Shape Earth again, and Gaia herself lifted me up as the blade was moved into my hand. I turned myself around, the muck cradling me like a newborn, so I could see the retreating abomination, and cast Burning Skies as my controlled dirt carried me away from the thing. The sky darkened and glowed my trademarked red as a barrage of explosive fireballs fell on and around Mortimer's creature. I guided myself over to where my titans were licking their wounds, literally in Marbo's case. The dirt settled around me as I painfully dragged myself to my good foot and glared at my supposedly unstoppable creations. "You want to get in there, or is this all on me?" I grumbled, just as Bob erupted from the soil right behind the abomination. His pointed legs and shoulder tentacles latched onto the thing, so the construct could scurry up its back like a spider. "The machine's got this one covered, boss," muttered Mulius. "Got any casts of Heal Other? I'm down by nearly 3,000 health." Bob began shifting, his metal flesh mimicking the capabilities of the pile of undeath that Mortimer had left here to ambush us. Bronze flowed,
the ends of his legs and tentacles turning into something like angle grinders that spun and threw off gouts of gray muscle.
The lesser avatar of Aresk drilled its way into the monster, and I lost sight of it. But sprays of undead gore continued to spew out of the tunnel Bob had dug into its flesh.
Fair enough, I muttered. Let's just let Bob have some fun. I sat down heavily. Jesus, I complained as I snapped my left ankle back into alignment and cast Heal Self. I fought down a scream, but it came out as a muffled sob. So, do you have any heals to throw my way? I'm down to 1/4 of my health, and it's going to take me months to recover naturally. Sod off, Mulius. Marbo, how are you doing? I cast heal again, on myself. There was a shitload of healing trinkets half a day behind us, and the Titan could wait. Not as bad as Mulius, Marbo growled around his fangs. That was disturbing. He continued licking the wounds on his back legs. Realizing you're not the meanest bastard in town can be like that. That's why you stab him in the back rather than have a fair fight, I replied.
Another heal, and the pain in my ribs faded slightly. This was still going to take days to get over. Even if the coven healed me back to full, I knew only too well that the pain from the wounds would linger.
Or you set fire to their arse and then rise out of their head like a fucking burning spike of earth. I've been reluctant about our relationship, said Mulius. You mean the fact that a Stumpy is in charge of you? I asked, with a raised and miraculously unsinged eyebrow. Fire resistance had been well worth the souls I spent to get it to 100%. No, yes. Stories don't do your kind justice. Narbo is like an impossible being. He made us and then grew old and died, leaving us behind to wither away. It's a strange experience to see legends come to life, Raymond, the mutated husker said softly. I'm not a fucking legend. I've got 5 targets to kill and I'm going home. Narbo died here? He didn't go back to my world? I asked in shock.
Narbo is buried beneath the source of the Violith, Marbo chimed in with a basso rumble. His soul is the fuel that powers the source, according to our legends.
So who the hell is buried under Helath? Or the Pass? Did any of the Shikrikin ever go home? I snapped, my mind boiling.
Not that I know of. Maybe Pertabon could answer your question.
A new item rose to the top of all my lists, replacing hot showers. Quiz my nigh-immortal head tribune on ancient history. A very particular skill set, Wilson had skulked over to where I lay and licked my face. He whined slightly, but I reached up a charcoal black hand and patted his snout. No worries, bloke. Not your kind of fight, I muttered as I pulled myself upright and leaned against the wolf's shoulder. Where the hell is... I began before something slammed into the back of my knees, sending pain echoing all the way up my spine and knocking me off my feet.
Faela would have expected no less of me than to punish you like that, brother.
Cause extended a hand, and I carefully pulled myself upright again. Just make sure you tell her I've already been punished. Where are the others? I asked wearily. They're clearing out any stragglers. You there! Cause yelled at the small group of Huskar who were still keeping their distance, lurking by the ruined town. Cause snatched his hand back to wave at them, and I fell back on my ass and lay back, letting the green grass cushion my fall. One of them got shoved and pushed until he reluctantly shuffled over to us. What? He snapped. This is your lord, Cause barked. The giant looked down at me, naked bar a pauldron that was as black as the rest of my skin, with all the ash coating me. I lay stretched out on the grass, a wolf, a man, and a giant all looming over me, and I found I wasn't particularly bothered about anything at the moment.
I fought down the post-battle and pain-induced endorphins to narrow my eyes on the Huskar. I flicked the thread binding our souls together, and he flinched. He bowed his head reluctantly.
"Apologies, little lords," he said. "What's your name?" I croaked. His broad face creased for a moment, as though it was a struggle to remember. "Kundik, lord," he said slowly. This one was probably not officer material. "What happened to Gruth?" I demanded. "He died in the explosions. You ordered him to carry out the stunties, and the pair he grabbed went boom. Bits of him are still there, just north of this worm farm." He waved a hand back towards Gethanol. Shit. Gruth had seemed like the kind of Huskar I didn't want to lose. "Get your troop together and keep an eye on that thing." I waved a hand in the direction the abomination had fled, and saw him wince. "You won't need to fight it."
Bob will finish it off. Just stay close. And when it falls, set up a camp and keep an eye on the area. The Husker nodded and turned back to his own people, bellowing orders that got them moving, albeit reluctantly, after the monster. Maybe not an officer, but a decent NCO for certain. His troopers leapt to follow his orders. "My sister is not going to be happy with you. And by extension, also more importantly, with me." Cause chuckled as he threw Heal Other spells at me. I cast Heal Self again. Health points, 443 over 600. "Enough, Cause. I'll sort myself out from here on." I pulled one of my limited supply of health potions from my pocket dimension and poured it down my throat. It tasted like washing up liquid, but as soon as it hit my stomach, I was back to full health. The pain didn't go away, though, and I pulled myself back to my feet like an old man who'd taken a tumble down the stairs. "You okay?" he asked, and I grunted non-committally. "I'll live." "Ah, looks like Moon and Jandak are done having fun with the stragglers," I said as my other fangs charged over and slid to a stop in front of me. "Mond, put some fucking clothes on," said Moon. I pulled a fresh tunic out of my storage space and shucked off my pauldron so I could hide my shame. "I need a bath. Or a hot shower. Where's the rest of the lead elements?" I was shoving the pain aside. I was now confident that the number of hit points I had reflected a total damage capacity, and the pain I felt was connected to the proportion of them that I lost. I rolled my shoulders and sighed as I reached for the pauldron. "You're not going off on your own again. You're taking us with you. And the golems." "Where the hell is Bob?" asked Jandak. Their own golems had arrived behind them and stood like statues in their shadows. "He's having fun." I waved a hand towards the south. "Did you see that bastard?" They shook their heads. "We saw the Titan start running and figured you'd bitten off more than you could chew," said Mune. "I did. It was another fucking ambush, baited with shit-sitters," I complained as I fixed my pauldron into position. I was getting better at connecting all the little buckles on my own, but it was still awkward. "So just cast Burning Skies on every town? No need to fret about the Southerners?" Jandak's voice was firm and cold. "We can't just kill them. Undead amalgam slain ×1. The amalgam was composed of 9,231 reanimated humanos, 139,815 souls harvested. God damn. Bob got the bastard and I got the souls. Why the fuck? No, maybe it was the fire that got the kill. Here, I offered a hand to Jandak, who grasped it, and I dumped 10,000 souls, paying twice that overall. I did the same for the other fangs. Spend them wisely. It should be enough to let you take this kind of fucking thing on solo. We don't have any counter to amorphous mounds of zombie flesh, other than me at the moment, and I'm knackered. We see any more of those shits try to let me get the kill, it's really profitable. Nearly 10,000 humans were melted into the damn thing, I said. How many people lived in the shit-sitter towns? Asked Jandak as the red letters above his head shifted to Body A+, Mind A, Souls F. Not enough for that. Maybe that many in a dozen of them? But we've already killed thousands of the buggers wandering about the steppe.
There aren't that many people in the world, said Cause, a note of fear running through his voice as he took my arm. What about further south? Settle, Urkash itself, wondered Mune. I think we need to speak to our dreamer, and then Pertabon about the previous Shikrikin. And then some asshole is going to build me an Arask-damned shower.
I'm covered in soot mixed with baked zombie juice, and a cold wash with a barrel of water isn't going to cut it this time.
So a shower is doable? I asked in exasperation. Of course, Leggett. We don't have any scaled for your kind, but our engineers can no doubt work around your lack of stature. Pertabon sounded suspiciously smug. I glared at him, and he smiled politely in response. Krill, how many? I turned to my mentor and fixed him with a look. The old man shrugged and glanced around the camp walls that surrounded us. What can Glimpse see? He replied. He's headed south. Lots of dead towns. How many people used to live here? How many of them have we already killed as zombies? Settle had tens of thousands of shit-sitters last time I passed through. I don't know, Mond. Tens or hundreds of thousands. If you start adding in the other major cities, maybe it's millions. I never asked them to line up and let me count them, snapped Krill. I fought to keep my calm.
This is important, Krill.
For you, me, everyone with us, and Arask. That monster was 10,000 humans melted together into an amorphous nightmare. It damn near killed me. How many more of those things do you think he has? I snapped back. The old man stroked his beard in thought, fixing me with a glare that could have killed lesser men. 10,000? Krill wondered aloud. And we've cleared at least that many from the steppe, rumbled Pertabon, leaning back carefully so that he avoided blocking the paths around us in the camp that were busy with humans and Huskar going about their business. We can kill as many as we need to, barked Jandak. I wished Haylin hadn't gone back to the north. She would be more than happy to curb my friend's suicidal bravado. Bob, what was your threat assessment of the amalgams? They're tough. I would not have been able to finish it without you having already set a self-propagating fire. That spell is especially potent for dealing with creatures like this. They are peak threats, but now we are aware of their capabilities. Your forces ought to be able to deal with them in small numbers. If the regular soldiers are faced with more than a pair of them, they will have to retreat, the golem replied. What makes them so dangerous? I asked, looking from Krill to Pertabon, then finally Jandak, whose gaze I held while the golem responded. The beings are capable of shape-shifting any of their flesh in very short time frames. The sheer mass of available flesh makes this their greatest strength. Acceptable solutions would include killing them with fire to consume the flesh, or extremely hardy warriors capable of surviving close contact with the amorphous form and cutting away sufficient mass to weaken it. Bob's multiple mismatched eyes twitched, and his head pivoted so they focused on Jandak. You would not have been capable of surviving alone against the one Raymond killed, in my estimation. Jandak bristled, but I held up a hand to forestall his outburst. I barely survived it. Don't take it personally, brother. Now, you guys should be able to counter one, but if we meet more than 4, we're screwed. Which brings me back to, how many bodies does Urkash have access to? I looked back at Krill, who hissed, then cackled. At least hundreds of thousands, probably millions, Krill muttered. He can't have killed them all to turn them into zombies. Why not? For any normal man, a zombie is a tough opponent. If we're lucky, all he's got is zombies, a few abominations, and 1,000 or so soul-bound, Mune said thoughtfully. He passed a jar of yolk to his left, and Jandak accepted it. Jandak took a long drink and smacked his lips. Don't forget the ones he's armed with trinkets. So we need more like us? How many souls have you got? He asked, looking over at me. I had a lot.
Enough to make at least a couple more powerhouses who could take on an abomination.
How many did that real estate prick have? If he had dozens of them, we'd need more fangs able to go toe-to-toe with the damn things. If he only had a couple, I'd be better off boosting more of my cavalry and huskers to have a touch more survivability. Uncertainty racked me, and I felt myself lock up. No, not my style. I didn't freeze up. I figured out how to stab the prick in the dark and get away with it. Then get paid. An idea occurred to me. Krill, how many worldly men are there among the tribes? Blokes who could walk into a Krathen city, or Urkash, and be able to pass as something other than a member of the tribes? I asked, excitement leaking into my voice. His eyes swiveled to meet my own, and he gave me a gap-toothed grin. Not many, but there are a few of the dreamers I can think of who could pass as something other than a nomad. Why? His eyes glinted in the fading sunlight.
It looks like that jewel-passed bloke wasn't full of shit. We're looking at multiple abominations, tens of thousands of zombies, thousands of wizards, and hundreds of soul-bound servants in his forces. Let's assume, for now, that he'll be spread thin. We need a group of men with a very particular skill set. They need to be reliable, really trustworthy. Devotees of Erisk by preference. We'll kit them out with the best trinkets, and when we hit the more human resistance, we send them into the enemy's camps and cities. I'm thinking sabotage, assassination, unlocking gates, poisoning water sources, that kind of thing. And who's going to teach them these skills? Even the better traveled among us are still warriors, not sneak thieves and murderers, Krill asked, but he was grinning at me as he said it. I can teach them what I know, and I was damn good at my job back on Earth. Think you can find a few likely souls? I asked. Why not send soulbound? Asked Mune. Because we've all got glowing letters over our heads if the other person has also been blessed, grumbled Pertabon.
Legate, I am not certain I can approve of this course of action. We can beat them on the field. The power of our artifacts and discipline will crush them. And if these short-arse can't, then Marbo and me will stomp them, added Mulius helpfully from above. Old Morty won't play fair. He's shown us that much with the ambushes and the bloody undead slaves he's throwing at us. So I don't see why we should tie our hands in the name of honor, I replied carefully. You want us to become assassins? Knives in the dark? Called Jagapan from the side with the other tribal leaders who had already made it to the camp. No, but a small group, able to go where an army can't, and strike an important target before fading into the night. That's a capability we cannot ignore.
How many of you could tell if your slaves had been switched with another, using magic to disguise themselves? How do you know your food isn't poisoned? I called out in reply. Uneasy murmurs echoed around the shadows.
I would, husband, said Faye as she waddled into the firelight. I have a tincture brewing in our tent to ease your pain and would appreciate your company. Now. Krill and the Fangs all cackled at the same time. The old shaman was a bad influence. I excused myself and went bravely to face the wrath of my wife. My only defense, not having died, would hopefully be enough. Chapter 31. You're a bad influence. Wash first, she snapped, as I opened the door to follow her into our tent. I looked at the barrel of cold water next to me and grimaced. I stripped off and began scrubbing the soot off my skin. Once I was done and dressed, I entered and found the tent smelled far more herbal than was the norm.
The tea Faye had brewed smelled bitter, and the dark liquid swirled in a bowl as she carefully passed it to me.
We were comfortably out of sight, although I remained conscious that the felt walls were far from soundproof. Drink, Ray, she said softly as she went and sat on the edge of our bed. I settled cross-legged by the central fire, concealing my winces. Some of the chiefs now lined the inside of their tents with ivory carvings, metal statues, and steel weapons. I had kept the furnishings in my tent as simple as they had been just after we broke with the Eriskin. I did as I was bidden, and the taste was amply foreshadowed by the smell of the stuff. "What is it?" I asked, waving the cup. "Hellas weed, ched, and a few rarer herbs," she replied, and I glanced down. Hellas was something like marijuana, from what Krill had told me. "Not enough to do more than take the edge off your pain. Don't worry," she sighed and hitched herself back on the bed. Her bump had grown to the point that it was an annoyance for her. She wasn't due for a few more months. I racked my memory and concluded I should ask one of the fangs to confirm the due date rather than my wife. "We need a strategy to deal with these monsters Urkash has made," I said, taking another long sip. The pain wasn't so bad I couldn't function, but something to take the edge off was appreciated. "A strategy that doesn't involve you almost dying? I agree," she said with a wry smile. "What will you do differently next time?" "Maybe that's a good place to start," she said thoughtfully, rubbing a hand on her stomach. I moved over and settled behind her on the bed and began rubbing her shoulders. She flexed like a cat as she pulled her hair out of the way, and my fingers dug carefully into the muscles. Stand off and nuke it? It might work. The bloody thing knew how to deal with projectiles, flicking out tendrils to detonate them early. It was making decisions to lose small parts of its body to preserve the bulk. The thing was smart. "A bit to the left. That's it." She sighed as she guided my thumbs to the aches in her shoulders. "So they're intelligent. How would that fight have gone if the abomination had had support from Soulbound or Urkash's cadre of wizards and their trinkets?" "It would have been a nightmare," I conceded reluctantly. "That's one of the reasons I want a group of assassins. They can sneak in and hit groups of casters before the fight begins." "That's a good idea, but you need more casters of your own. I noticed the fangs have all become much stronger. You got a lot of souls from the creature?" She rolled her head over to the left and leaned back against my hands with her right shoulder. "I spent 20,000 to pass her 10,000. 64,000 left." Her body jumped to B, and her mind stat went all the way to S-. "Here," I said, as I pulled 3 of the pure mana potions from my storage space and passed them over her shoulder. "Don't stop," she mumbled as she took the potions from me, wiggling her shoulders. "What are your plans for the rest?" "I'll give the same to Krill, then share a few more thousand out among the warriors. So 20 for Krill, maybe 20 for the tribes. That leaves me with 20 for myself. The next one of those things we stumble on is going to get nuked." My voice was flat and cold. "That's better than you having to burn your way out of its stomach." She chuckled in a throaty voice. 20,000 should boost you a fair bit." "It wasn't its stomach. The thing didn't have a stomach. It was changing and mutating all the time," I muttered. 20K won't go so far now. Did you hit level 100? She nodded her head. So you saw the jump in costs. It won't take me much further. On the plus side, the gods let slip that the others can't harvest souls like I do. So, a resk willing, I've closed most of the difference. If you can grow so quickly, why not them? It might not be from killing, but surely they can grow in a similar fashion, she asked. She stood and moved to the fire to refill my bowl of tea. She passed it over and sat down next to me while I got lost in my own head. You make a good point, I admitted reluctantly after a minute or so. I can't assume I'm going to go into this with a level advantage. What would you recommend? I had a feeling I knew what the answer would be, and I wasn't disappointed. Empower the Coven. You've got a dozen casters who are already quite strong and, more importantly, experienced with their magic, she added quickly, fixing my eyes with a fierce stare. I thought they were too busy churning out trinkets to practice, I answered with a grin. She slapped my arm gently. A woman always finds a way to get what she wants. Something you should bear in mind. Another slap on the god mark that left me rubbing the handprint she left behind. Hey, I'm injured here,
I complained before realizing my mistake.
"And whose fault is that?" she snapped. "Love, you are the glue that binds our bow. Without you, the Legion will head back north. The wild Huskar will become, well, wild again, and the tribes will disappear into the steppe. You cannot take unnecessary risks." She grabbed my ears and shook my head back and forth. I rubbed my ears as she let go and went back to her witch's brew over the fire. The first step was obvious. I spent 4,000 souls and unlocked the new spells I'd received at level 100 in the life and space affinities. Shape vegetation seemed likely to have a good synergy with rapid growth, and major shapeshift promised to unlock all my childhood fantasies about transforming into a chimera for a whopping 10 seconds at a time.
But coupling that with titanic majesty that I had unlocked in space could let me transform into a true monster. For a more than disappointing 10 seconds. I spent another 20,000 souls and smiled in satisfaction at my affinity screen. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall. Area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit. Duration 110 seconds. Burning Skies. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration 15 seconds. Combustion. Self. Duration 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Wildfire. Duration 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Life Heal. Self. 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement. Self. 98%. Resistance. All. 60%. Projectile. Speed. Plus 156%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area. 20 meters squared. Projectile. Speed. Plus 156%. Enhance other. Shapeshift. Minor. Duration. 110 seconds. Shape. Soulbound Servant. Permanent. Maximum 2 shaped servants. Shape Vegetation. Range. Touch. Duration 10 seconds. Major Shapeshift. Self. Duration 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Space. Size. Range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Mass. Range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Area 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance 100%. Pocket dimension 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range 11 meters. Phase. Duration 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Titanic Majesty. Duration 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Earth. Shape Earth. Range. Touch. Duration 15 seconds. Summon Earth. Volume 0.5 meters squared. Range. Touch. Refresh Earth. Area 0.5 meters squared. Hybrid Spell. Earth/Fire. Volcanic Vent. Area 50 by 50 meters. Duration 15 seconds. Imbue. Enchant.
Soul Transfer. Erisk's Boon. Carrion Feeder's Gaze. Erisk's Boon. Divine Steed. Synthesized Spell. Shape Soulbound Servant. I needed to get outside and try some things out. I pulled a couple of mana potions out of my storage space and triggered my pauldron's rejuvenation power. I'm just going to find Krill and give him some souls. I'll save 20,000 for the coven, I promised as I stood up stiffly and moved towards the tent flap. Take this, fool man, Faye said as she rose to her feet, even more painfully than I had, and offered me another bowl of tea and THC. I took it and drained the contents, blowing out steam as the near-boiling liquid made its way into my stomach. A comfortable warmth spread out through my body this time, and I smiled as the pain faded away. She kissed me gently, cupping my cheek in her hand, then shoved me away. "Don't do anything stupid, Ray," she called lightly as she turned back to the pot over the fire. "I'm pretty sure pregnant women shouldn't drink that stuff. It's common knowledge in my homeworld," I added hurriedly as she looked up to glare at me. She nodded slowly. "I will bear it in mind, Ray. Go on."
"I'll summon the coven later. I'm guessing we don't need to worry about saving souls for Halen. By the time she's back with the new golems, there'll have been some more killing." The bright and sunny way she said it forced me to appreciate how different the people of this world were from those back home. I wasn't sure I could even think of Earth as home anymore, if I was being honest with myself. I found Krill bickering with the Fangs, the tribal leaders led by Jagapan and Kalpakter. Nook and my Titans were representing the non-Legion Huskar, and it was degenerating into a shouting match. "Hey! What's the fucking problem?" I snarled as I approached the wide circle of my allies. "There are dozens of towns between here and Settle, Leggett. If we're to face the kind of opposition you fought today at every one, we need a better strategy than just eat the stunties or burn them with magic," Bon replied, pushing his helmet back above his eyes slightly. "Agreed. We'll give them a chance for humans to withdraw. Then we burn them. Any zombies or amalgams under the ground will get cooked," I replied. "What if they won't leave?" asked Krill, but he was smiling broadly as though he already knew my answer. "Urkash used the people they left in Gethanel as living bombs. They run away from us or they die for now. When we reach the larger towns, we can see how things were at that time. Krill, with me, please. The rest of you, prepare to march tomorrow. We push south to Settle now. Anything that gets in our way gets stomped." Mulius and Marbo both boomed out evil chuckles. Krill fell in beside me as I headed out of the camp. The Fangs also joined me, and Bob had appeared as if from nowhere as well. "I only asked for Krill," I said. "We're not letting you out of our sight again, Mond. You're too stupid not to have someone keeping an eye on you," said Kaz. "So you're going to be in my tent when I'm with Faye?" I asked. "No, John Duck gets that duty." He smirked back at me. Well, that backfired.
"What's got you all excited?" Krill asked. I offered him a hand and he shook my wrist. I took the opportunity to pass him the same souls I had for the Fangs. His eyes went blank for a minute. Then he started cackling. "We need to find some more of those things," Krill crowed. I shook my head firmly. "I'd rather not, but we probably will anyway. Between you, this bunch of reprobates, and the Coven, we should be able to deal with them a bit better next time. I'm just out here to try something new." We had passed outside the camp and were walking into the steppe. Cavalry patrols were moving around in the distance, and squads of legionnaires were spreading out after them over the... "So what did you want to try out?" asked Jandak. "This." I cast Titanic Majesty. Once per day, no mana cost. Very nice. Then I cast Size and became nearly half as tall again. I now towered over 20 meters tall. Even Mulius would have to crane his head back to look me in the face.
Then I cast Major Shapeshift and turned into a multi-headed snake. Shape Earth was activated, and I disappeared into the ground as a true worm. The soil parted before me, and I erupted out of the dirt 30 feet away. I towered over everyone, 3 fang-filled maws spitting fury at the sky. I coiled my new body, then called the earth to lift me up above the surface, poised to strike out any puny mortal beneath me, and I reverted back to my human form, my sword, pauldron, and tunic reappearing over my skin. Unfortunately, my traditional body solidified into being in the approximate center of the snake, and I lost contact with the soil. The column dissolved, fell to the earth, and I followed quickly after it. "Ouch," I muttered as I rubbed my hip, rising back to my feet.
"Well, if we're trying out stupid shit, might as well have some fun," said Cause, as he dissolved into a spider with too many legs, and he scuttled around in a circle, blasting the ground with spikes of ice that left us surrounded by a miniature donut-shaped glacier. The others started indulging their new powers as well. They flowed between monstrous forms and blasting magic around like they were kids with water pistols.
"You know you're a bad influence," Krill muttered once the explosions and blasts had died away, and the fangs stood looking slightly sheepish at the destruction they had carved out around us. "Survivability against undead amalgams has risen by 16%, rumbled Bob. "This is a satisfactory upgrade to your team." "A bit more than that, surely," said Cause in a worried voice. "With golem support, you could increase that by a couple more percentiles. Why do you not keep your golems nearby?" Bob replied in his mechanical version of Arask's voice.
They're a bit weird," Jendak muttered.
"Weird and dangerous. You should embrace the blessing of the war god. Eresk's source has been hidden for centuries," Bob intoned. "Shit! I need to quiz Bon about the last games," I barked, frustrated at having gotten distracted. I leapt over the 5-meter walls of ice and took off, the others hurrying after me. Chapter 32. Be subtle. "You have no records?" I asked in shock. "The Legion had better records than your average tax enforcement organization back home." "We have records of the events and the ones who fell, but we have no record of a harvester dying of anything other than old age or violence. None of them went back, as far as we can tell," Pertabon replied slowly. I was jogging alongside the Huskar at the front of the Legion column. We'd pulled the lead elements back, so they were only an hour or so ahead of the main force.
Glimpse was circling above, and any shenanigans on the front lines, and I could issue orders immediately to send the Giants or a squadron of cavalry to deal with it.
"And the sources, the souls that power them, they're all dead competitors?" Wilson padded over and sniffed my hand. "Go on, bloke. Go hunting," I told the wolf, and he shot off to the east of the column to find fluffy things to eat. "The only one we are confident of is Narbo. He returned to the source when his body began to fail, and he died touching it," Bon replied. "How the hell do you know that? You lumbering bastards can't even get to it," I snapped in frustration. "We had human elements among our forces back then. After Narbo died, would you want to stick around a different species, 2 or 3 times your size, who are no longer forbidden from eating you?" he asked with a sad chuckle. "Not that we did, at first. After we fractured, the ferals did their own thing." He sounded disappointed at the end. "What can your guys do at range?" I asked as we trudged through the knee-high grass. Behind us, it got churned into mud. The Huskars didn't care. Their feet were big enough to spread their weight far more than a human's could, and the wagons were rumbling along to one side in the rear, steering clear of the brown trail we left behind us. "Initially, we can do tremendous damage. Harvesters crafted our artifact weapons, and they were far more powerful than you are currently. They take a long time to recharge, though. After an all-out strike, perhaps a week to try again? Don't underestimate our power," he rumbled.
I don't, but a week-long cooldown is a pain in the ass, Bon, I sighed. I guess it's not so different from our casters. They take a few days to recharge as well. How was it handled back in Narbo's days? The normal approach was a massive barrage on sighting the enemy.
If the artifacts and spells largely cancelled each other out, as was the norm, it would come down to close-quarters violence. If one side had an advantage in magic, the other side would die and run. Sieges were usually short and brutal if the attacker had the advantage, long and brutal if they didn't. He removed his helmet and ran a hand back over his hair. The towns won't pose much of a problem. Any humans are to be told from a decent distance to fuck off south ahead of our advance. A small group goes in, and if anything boils up from below the ground, they run and we nuke. Bonus will be in order for the brave ones who go in first, I said. What bonus can you offer us? Bone laughed, drawing the eyes of the nearby legionnaires marching along next to us. Double rations? Gold? Scratch that, we don't have any. Ivory, maybe? What do your people want? In my world, there used to be a crown of gold given to the first man to scale the ladders and attack the defenders of a wall in a siege. His name would be carved into memorial stones to celebrate his bravery. Corona Muris, they called it. Or something like that. It was a great honor, and the weight of gold was enough to retire on. What does the Legion want? I repeated my question. Glory in the service of a harvester. Don't worry about this, Legate. Human walls aren't much to us. If we can get to them, we can kick them down. I looked up, and he gave me a savage grin that I returned in kind. Getting to them is going to be the trick, isn't it? Yep, it's definitely going to be the trick, I grumbled. Glimpse had been overflying Settle for the last day while the Legion formed a series of camps opposite the 4 city gates, and the cavalry spread out in patrols intended to prevent reinforcement and resupply. We had to keep our distance, though. Mortimer had introduced a few weapons from our world, just as I had at Riverwheel. Ballista lined the tops of the stone towers that jutted up along the massive mud-brick construction that was the wall. Behind the walls, houses had been wiped away to create large open spaces with turntable-mounted trebuchets, 3 in each newly cleared space, that had slowly rotated to track the simple forts the Legion had thrown up. We had set up comfortably outside of their range, but should any of us step within half a mile of the city proper, we'd be subject to heavy fire. A few trial shots with 300-kilogram rocks had demonstrated what the machines would do to any tight formation approaching too close. The engineering teams in the Legion were planning counter-batteries. Husker-scaled construction should easily outrange the city's weapons, but it would take weeks to organize and build our siege engines. All of this was only the beginning of our problems. Cadres of what I assumed were trinket-armed wizards and soul-bound, hundreds of them, patrolled the walls. Tens of thousands of undead stood sentry, waiting for our ladders, in rows 3 deep along every foot of the defenses. The outer layer of the wall pulsed and moved. It looked alive, but it was clearly an undead abomination so vast it could encircle the miles of walls to serve as adaptive defense. A ladder assault was off the menu for now. I guided Glimpse as he circled above. The city was a couple of miles across, far larger than any permanent settlement I'd seen thus far in this world. A river ran by, heading south towards what would have been the Black Sea back home. I was fairly confident this was the Dnieper River, but the locals called it the Jerul. The city was clearly ancient and had grown with little regard for planning the layout in a sensible way. The streets were all narrow and twisted away from a keep that sat alongside the river and connected to the wall on the north side. South of the keep was a dock area, pontoons reaching out into the half-mile-wide expanse of water. 2 legions had forded the river yesterday, miles north of the city, along with a couple of thousand cavalry to head south and set up a blockade to prevent boats from delivering food.
The buildings were all stone construction on the ground floor. Then, most had 1 or 2 wooden levels above that. Glimpse flitted down the streets, listening to the thousands of still living residents as they worried and pretended to go about their business as usual. I sent the bird to the market area, an open space with canvas-roofed stalls lined with permanent shops around the edges. 5 ons? Are you mad? Demanded an irate shopper, an older man with thinning hair and the extra weight around his midriff that spoke of significant wealth in this world. Flour has risen 4-fold. It costs so much that I've had to raise my prices. I'm still losing out, protested the younger shopkeeper. How about these?
The flour is of a lower quality, so I can offer these for 3 ons. The man's hands were fluttering over smaller loaves of bread laid out to one side. Both types were a dark brown, and I could feel Glimpse's eagerness to swoop in and steal a smaller one.
3 ons for subpar bread? Do you have any idea who I am? The older man yelled, causing the merchant to raise his hands defensively. Glimpse flew on. Food prices were already spiking, as was anything made from metal. Arrowheads were being forged in earnest, and to the east was a street lined with blacksmiths. Losing access to fuel from outside the city would slow down their production, but there was a lot of wooden construction they could cannibalize if they wanted to. I directed Glimpse to the keep that formed the heart of the city's defenses. 5 stories tall, it loomed over the docks and east side of the wall, shielded by the river on one side and the city on the other. After we broke into the city, this would still remain a formidable strongpoint, able to launch sallies and force us to fight street to street through the narrows and twists of the badly laid-out urban battlefield. I guided my crow from window to window, eavesdropping on the conversations within. Most were simple soldiers, grumbling about their bad luck very quietly. It became clear early on that those who complained too loudly would quickly join the bandaged men standing atop the wall. "Did the courier get away?" snapped a voice from a window on the 3rd floor. Inside the room was stark, a large table covered in maps, held open with goblets on their corners. The speaker was a tall man, wearing the unwieldy iron armor they had based on the old bronze design. A metal breastplate with hoops of metal, perhaps an inch across and gradually increasing in diameter like a skirt down the man's thighs, was coupled with ornate greaves to protect his legs below the knee. A helm like a handleless cooking pot sat on the table in front of him as he paced back and forth in frustration. "Lord, we don't need to summon the army. No one could hope to storm our walls. If the people fail to maintain order, we can force them into the undying," a counselor in rich orange robes said. "You know what can happen when the army has to be involved. We've got enough forces to make the Jerul run red with ervile blood. There are only a few thousand of them." "I agree with Salhaden, Lord. The army should be left out of this. If the savages catch the courier, they will be providing us with a service." This man had a wheezy voice, like a man who'd smoked heavily for decades and had chronic asthma on top of it. "Sal Fadra, you think we can hold? Ashrot and the Undying can hold the walls," snapped the armored man. Sal Fadra sighed, and Glimpse hopped to the edge of the windowsill. His head turned so one eye could watch, but he was ready to fly away if they started paying attention to my spying crow. The Lord grabbed up a metal cup from the table, causing one of the maps to partially roll back up, and took a long drink before putting it back down gently. He grimaced and shook his head. "Have I doomed us by calling for the army?" he said quietly. "It's a week-long ride to the first watchtower, so 3 to 4 weeks before we can expect them to arrive," Salhaden said quickly. "If we can rout their army before then, we will be spared the wrath of the demigod who leads the response. But only if we can dispose of them first. Otherwise, we'll all join the Undying. We're all aspirants, and powerful ones at that. King Mortimer wouldn't waste his investment. He's very conscious of using resources efficiently," offered Salhaden. To my ears, it sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as the others in the room.
Can Ashrot be persuaded to come off the walls? Asked Salfadra.
With its help, we could wipe these savages away. Allying with the giants? It's disgusting. I can ask Ashrot, but those things will only act on the king's orders. If I can persuade it that the king would want it to attack the army before they move against the walls. How do you reason with things like amalgams? My wife is in there somewhere, lost in that mountain of dead flesh, replied the Lord. The necromancers say some spark of the person is retained by the undying. Perhaps that will be an advantage, offered Salhadin. The Lord slammed a fist down on the table and snarled. Yes, perhaps my dead wife will be able to sway the tens of thousands melted together in that nightmare. His voice was thick with hate and self-loathing. I'm sorry, Lord, stammered Salhadin. I meant no disrespect. He bowed his head and folded his hands across his stomach. The Lord growled and resumed pacing.
How soon can we pull the undying off the walls and organize a sally?
Lord, the necromancers can arrange that in a few hours of you giving the order, said Salfadra. If we do it in the night, the enemy may not notice. It's not as though our troops need light to see, so it won't trouble them. Then we could attack with surprise on our side, an hour or two before sunrise. So, the old hit them just as the night watcher knackered and the morning shift hasn't shaken the shit out of their heads yet stratagem. Not a terrible idea. Glimpse blinked and cocked his head, throwing my perspective off. I'll speak to Ashrot. Pass the orders to the necromancers. I'll be in the chapel for an hour to pray, then I'll try to find what's left of my wife in a monster, ordered the Lord with a wave of his hand. He picked up his helmet and rattled out, leaving the counselors to follow behind him.
Glimpse finally let out the caw he'd been suppressing for several minutes and swooped up into the sky to look for a suitable roost where he could watch the keep's gate and track the Lord as he went to speak to Ashrot.
Pertabon, be subtle about it, but we need to come up with a plan to deal with an attack tomorrow morning, I said, turning to the giant beside me. They want to come to us. How kind of them. Bon's laughter boomed out across the camp, making me wince. Subtle, please, Bon. Chapter 33. I was going to make bank if I ever got to go home. He just argued with a wall of eyes. Ashrot didn't say anything. It kind of rumbled a bit, but I don't think it was a positive response. So we're going with plan number 1. That's final, I said. This council of war was making me feel like a kid trying to get permission from my mum to play out late. Jandak started. You guys and your golems can go in my storage if you like. Otherwise, I'm going in alone. I cut him off.
The fangs quickly shook their heads.
You're sure you can escape again? Asked Faye, and I waggled a handful of mana potions at her in reply. Yep. The Lord isn't going to be joining the fight. I've got this covered, and Bob is in my storage space already. Worst case, I pop him out as a distraction and run. I'm more worried about you guys being able to cope with the undying. There are 20-odd thousand of the damn things. We can manage, as long as the abomination doesn't decide to join the attack. The undead are no threat to us, with the Titans in support, Bon said thoughtfully, as he settled his helmet back on his head. They'll be starting in an hour. If you're going to go, now is the time. I grinned. This is basically what I used to do for a living. It'll be fine. Damn it, Wilson. No! You aren't coming with me. You'll get some fun killing zombies as they shamble out of the city. Wilson was headbutting me in the side repeatedly and whining. Your wolf isn't as confident as you are, Faye said coldly. She had been furious when I'd tried to discuss my plan with her. He didn't know me before I came to this world. I'm good at this, Faye. I turned to the rest of the command team, the chiefs watching quietly with studiously neutral expressions. My fangs looked worried, Faye looked pissed off, and the tribunes from the Legion looked stoic. Nothing seemed to faze the Husker soldiers. Focus on your own roles in this fight. Faye, you and the Coven are going to be providing magical cover with Krill. The Fangs and the Titans are supporting the Legion, who'll take on the brunt of the undead. With the Coven neutralizing the enemy's soulbound and wizards, it should be a cakewalk.
What's a cake? Asked Krill with a scowl.
Something delicious, I grumbled. You walk on delicious things in your world? Pondered Mune. He rubbed at his chin and looked at me in confusion. Shut up. Forget about cakes.
I go in and do some targeted killing, while you guys deal with the Sally.
It took me another 10 minutes to be sure we had all our ducks in a row. Once I was confident everyone was clear, if not happy, about their roles in the plan.
Be careful, love, Faye said to me as the meeting broke up.
We were standing outside the oversized tent Pertabon used as his command hub. The moons had set, and the only light came from the stars above the scattered cooking fires within the fort. Faye moved slowly, pregnancy having robbed her of some of her former grace.
I will. Believe me, this is the first, second normal thing I've done in this world, Faye. Kidnapping that wizard from Jagapan's camp before the winter was basically my old job. I'll cut my losses and run if I have to, don't worry, I replied. But she pulled my hand over and pressed it against her stomach before hugging me fiercely. You have someone to meet in a few months, husband.
Don't disappoint them, she hissed in my ear, before spinning away and moving off to shout for the rest of the Coven.
Women. I suppressed a sigh. Wilson padded along next to me as I left the camp and moved into the darkness beyond the wooden walls.
Stop whining, bloke. You can't come with me. Stay here and keep an eye on Faye, okay? I said softly, as I patted the wolf on the snout. He pulled his head back, then sneezed, coating my hand in a fine mist that I wiped on my tunic. Wilson pushed his head into my chest, shoving me backwards slightly, then turned and walked away. Wolves. This time I dared to sigh out loud. A loud chuff came back from Wilson as he walked away. Oops. Glimpse was high in the sky, waiting for me to do my thing. I weighed the 3 mana potions in my left hand and pulled another 3 out of my storage space, slipping them into my belt pouch. The damn things were nearly indestructible.
No amount of roughhousing and bad juggling among the Fangs had managed even to crack any of them, so I wasn't worried about the seemingly fragile glass breaking in what passed for my pocket. I glared down at the 3 vials of blue liquid and flexed my toes in the loam. My perception stretched out into the dirt as I cast Shape Earth and began sinking down as a tunnel grew beneath me. I pushed the dirt and hardened it, packing it in tightly as I dropped to 10 meters below the surface and began moving south towards the city. I couldn't move as fast underground as I could on the surface by shaping the earth around me, but I still moved faster than a normal man could run. I could sense how far I was from the surface after the first 5 seconds, so I didn't accidentally go too deep, and the path of the tunnel I'd already cut kept me heading in the right direction. How far I needed to go was the problem.
I felt the foundations of the massive walls, wrapped by the abomination ashrot, were apparent to me as I passed underneath them after another cast of Shape Earth. I needed to be careful where I came up. The city didn't have a sewer system, something that was both a boon and a curse. A secluded, stinking tunnel would be a nice place to emerge before I hit the streets and made my way to the keep. It would also be full of shit, so swings and roundabouts. I traveled deeper into the city, sensing the outlines of the building where my sense extended into the stones that made up the ground floor walls of the city. I found a likely spot and chose to roll the dice. The soil beneath me surged and lifted me up, and the ground above me flowed to the sides and hardened. I emerged from what I hoped was a quiet back street, like a demon rising up from hell. I glanced around and, thankfully, there was no one nearby. The rooftop of the ramshackle house next to me was a good 5.5 meters above me, but I leapt up in a smooth motion and landed with a light thump. I froze and listened carefully, but nothing stirred below me.
I had gathered from glimpse that large swaths of the city were now abandoned. The people either fled, conscripted, or turned into the undying. The crow flew lower and orbited above me, giving me a bird's-eye view. I was clear. The city was quiet, and the massing of the undying by the northern gate was done in almost complete silence. Only the occasional shouted order of one of the necromancers commanding the swarm broke the silence of the undead. Those pricks were on my secondary target list for this evening. My first order of business this evening was the leadership, so I began running quietly across the rooftops towards the keep that loomed in the east.
Leaping quietly from roof to roof, invisible to the occasional guards or civilians below, was an exhilarating feeling. The clouds had blocked the moons and the stars, so I was operating in deep darkness. But after being underground, it felt like a pleasant twilight to me. I made my way inexorably towards my targets, assured by glimpse that the bastards were hiding in the keep this evening. I paused as I reached the last building before the sheer stone walls of the keep stretched up across the unusually wide street from me. The blocks of stone were rough and badly cemented together, leaving plenty of opportunities for hand and footholds. The entrance was 100 feet down the road, and the guards were half asleep from the look of them. I backed up a couple of meters, took a deep breath, then charged forwards to fling myself across the muddy street below. I hit the wall with a dull thud and scrambled for purchase as I started to slide downwards. I used minor shape-shifting, and my fingers and toes grew longer. They developed rough patches of skin at the points of contact, and I began scaling the wall like a gecko. I slipped silently into the map room and checked with glimpse that no one had noticed anything amiss. I was in the clear. If I ever did get to go back home, I'd be the best damn assassin on earth. My fees would climb by an order of magnitude. My digits returned to normal as I canceled the shape-shifting spell. I scooped the maps and documents into my storage space, wasting another 40 mana, then moved to the door. I turned the handle slowly, but it was locked. The keyhole was large and crude. Any competent locksmith from Earth would sneer at it derisively. But I had no tools to pick it with. I drew my dagger and carefully sliced between the door and the frame. The crude iron caught on the blade, but it sliced through smoothly with a little effort. I swung the door open quietly, catching the sheared-off metal and laying it down next to the door. I poked my head out, and the corridor was dimly lit by widely spaced torches that threw flickering shadows everywhere I looked. This was less than ideal. I was guessing the Lord's apartment wouldn't be far from his command room, but Glimpse had only been able to survey the place from the outside. The internal structure remained a mystery. I put a hand against a wall and cast Shape Earth again, then drank a mana potion while I waited for my perception to spread out into the stones around me. Bloody wooden floors. I could feel the outlines of the rooms, but I wasn't getting any more information than that. I walked casually over to the door opposite me, moving like I belonged, which was a good way not to draw attention. Walking like you belong stops most issues before they start when you're somewhere you shouldn't be. I pushed my hand against the wall by the door and warped the stone to break the wood around the lock. The door slid open quietly to reveal an open space. Benches lined one wall and tapestries covered the rest. In the center was what looked like a baptismal font. A raised dish, carved to look like vines, climbed up from the floor. The light from a pair of torches caught the water in the bowl and made it gleam orange. I pulled the door shut and walked down the corridor until I heard the sound of quiet but heated conversation around the corner ahead of me. "Without Ashrot, this is going to fail," hissed Sal Haddon. "You've tried to explain it. I've tried. He just won't listen," snapped Sal Fadra. I crept closer to the corner, moving silently. "All he's doing is praying to Hadesti for his wife's soul. We've all lost family to feed the undying," Sal Haddon complained bitterly. Clearly,
Mortimer didn't need to worry about maintaining morale in the same way that I did.
We should escape. Whether the city stands or falls, we're better off in the south. What's left to hold us here?
Salfadra whispered so quietly I almost missed it. I leant forwards, and sure enough, the two lesser lords were standing a short distance past the corner as I peeked out with one eye. They both looked drawn. They hadn't looked happy yesterday at their meeting, as far as I could tell through Glimpse's vision, but they looked noticeably grimmer now. I slid the dagger from my hip, then paused. Why bother getting up close? I cast Shape Earth again. When my sense of the stone reached out to the wall next to the two petty despots, I acted. Tendrils of stone shot out from either side to burrow into their eyes, noses, and mouths, stifling their screams before they were born. More tentacles of stone lashed out to grip their limbs, holding in place as they tried to gasp and scream. All that emerged were faint scuffles and strangled gasps.
Shoving limbs of living rock down a bloke's throat was not an option available to me back on Earth, but it was convenient.
As they stopped struggling, the walls swallowed them, and all that was left was a pair of slight bulges in the stone. I was going to make bank if I ever got to go home.
Soulbound servant slain ×2. 40 souls harvested. Secondary targets down. The primary was presumably through one of the doors near where those idiots had been arguing. Left or right? Which way, assassin? I mentally flipped a coin. Couldn't work out which way it would have landed, and thought, fuck it. I melted the walls to either side with the last couple of seconds of my cast of Shape Earth. This proved to be a mistake. Chapter 34. I needed to get some altitude. I threw myself forward and snatched my sword from its scabbard. The blade flicked out, and one of these new types of monsters fell back, leaving an arm behind. It still had 3 more, so I was confident I hadn't inconvenienced it too greatly. 3 more of the things lunged towards me. They were 2 bodies melted together. The legs were twice as thick as they should be, and the bulbous torso sprouted a pair of arms to either side at the shoulders. The heads were a vomit-inducing mishmash of both of the source material's faces, mouths locked in eternal screams, meeting in the middle under pairs of partially rotten noses. 4 eyes were randomly placed across the cheeks and foreheads, and the skull bulged out at the back, giving them a truly alien appearance. If I didn't already have plans to kill that prick Mortimer, these things would have sealed the deal. My blade flicked out as I moved towards the one I'd already injured, ducking under a staff swung by one of the others as I went. Aim for the brain, Ray, I thought desperately, as my target regained his balance and lashed out with a leg like a tree trunk to catch me in the gut. I activated enhancement and moved faster than before. Health, 595 over 600. As the air left my lungs, I twisted, my left hand catching the ankle before the thing could pull it back, and I sank my fingers into the rotten flesh. I spun on my left foot and let go, hurling the nightmare into the nearest pair of its friends. As my right foot settled behind me, I now had all the enemies in the right place, directly in front of me. As they were untangling themselves, I flashed forward and removed a pair of heads. 4 heads in total, I supposed, as each head was 2 fused together. My sword slammed down and sank through the spine of the one I'd thrown. The tip sank into the wood beneath as it cut through the thing's spine, and I left it pinned, flailing with its 3 remaining arms as I turned to the last monster. Undead amalgams slain ×2. The amalgams were composed of 2 reanimated humanos. 30 souls harvested. This one had eyes that neatly formed 2 rows, one set above the other, as opposed to the rest that had been much more haphazardly put together. The eyes blinked in sequence at me, first the upper pair, then the lower. It pulled 4 daggers from a broad belt around its waist and took a ponderous step towards me. Then it blurred into motion.
Floorboards cracked as the thing shot towards me, 4 long steel daggers flashing. I hit my haste amulet and sped up even more. We exchanged blows too fast to follow. Each slash and lunge of the daggers was dodged or turned aside with a slap of my palm. Due to its advantage in limbs, I was being driven backwards, unable to get close enough to land a decisive blow. A hand snagged my ankle, and I toppled backwards. I wrenched my leg free and rolled to the side as a tree-trunk-thick leg slammed down where I had been. I pulled out my dagger and drove it into the thing's knee, twisting and slicing in a savage motion that left the gray flesh torn.
The leg gave way as the last strands of undead flesh parted under the amalgam's weight. I spun back to my feet and jumped over to slice the dagger through the middle of the conjoined skulls, and they split open, spilling gore onto the pile of bodies as it fell backwards. Another plunge, and the other amalgam stopped thrashing at the sword, pinning it down. Undead amalgam slain ×2. The amalgams were composed of 2 reanimated humanos. 30 souls harvested. I shoved the bodies clear and retrieved my sword, wiping it on my ruined tunic. I really needed to find someone to make me some tougher clothes. The sword slammed home in my scabbard, and I slipped the dagger back into its sheath. Then the world went orange, and I was blasted sideways. I bounced off a stone wall and slid to the bottom before flowing upright and glaring around. Health, 523/600. That was rude. I guess you're the big swinging dick here, but you're scared to fight fair, I grumbled. My tunic was now thoroughly ruined. The flames hadn't hurt me, but getting slapped into the wall had stung.
"The king has compelled me to fight you," came a voice from out of sight. The Lord. I was disoriented. I wasn't sure which way I'd been blasted by his fireball, but I assumed he was in the other room, on the opposite side of the corridor, which I'd started in. 2 lords down, 1 to go. Then I kill my way out of town and rejoin the army. This was noisier than I'd planned on being. More guards and Undying were probably on the way. I needed to make this quick. I moved through the smoke, hopping over the gaps the explosion had blown into the floorboards. Stepping carefully, I entered the Lord's chambers, only to find him facing away from me, staring out the window like I didn't matter. He had Body A, Mind C+, and Souls F floating above his head. "You aren't the chief necromancer here," I said, resting my hand on the hilt of my sword and stopping 3 meters away from him. "No, the king created most of the Undying.
Some of us were forced to take the death affinity. When you get enough souls, you can unlock a power that lets you claim or be given control of the Undying.
Can you kill Ashrot?"
He turned to look at me. His face was drawn and pale. Sweat marked his brow, and his lips quivered slightly. "You want me to put your wife out of her misery?" I asked, and he flinched.
"How? You know a lot, Raymond." "Yes. Can you?"
I nodded. "I expect I can. Might need some help, but we'll get it done." He blew out a long breath. "The guards are on the way. The fireball will have alerted them." No shit, I thought. "Can you escape the city?"
"I can. What's happening with the civilians? Soldiers and the walking corpses are fair game as far as I'm concerned."
"Why haven't you used the terrible Skyfire spell yet?" he interrupted, looking back out of the window. His robes were blowing back as the breeze from the 5th-floor window entered the room. He looked over at me and smirked.
"The king mentioned you were soft for a killer. You can't win, Harvester of Souls. You've not seen the armies, the tides of Undying, and the larger creations. You should run back to your steps and then head east until the world runs out. Kill my wife. End Ashrot."
His voice had become soft, almost a whisper at the end. He leant forwards and went headfirst out of the window. I switched to glimpse and watched his body fall, smashing his brains out on the cobbles below. Well, that was a waste of 20 souls. The sounds of armored men rushing down wooden-floored corridors reached my ears, and I turned back to the missing walls of the Lord's chambers as a grin passed across my face. Primary targets dealt with, I was free to cause some havoc on my way out. My sword made a quiet scraping noise as I drew it and moved silently over to the wall. I hadn't melted away with shape earth. The first one was a human in the weird iron skirt armor they favored. The armor didn't even slow the blade, and I was moving as both halves of the man were still falling to the ground. Down the corridor ahead of me was a long line of normal human soldiers. This wasn't going to be a fair fight. I flashed forward, slicing, punching, and kicking as I passed. I left heads smashed into the walls, metal helms crumpled and dripping gore. I punched fist-shaped indentations in their armored breastplates that crushed the supposedly protected organs beneath them. I snapped limbs with my free hands, crushing the bones just by clamping my fist around them. Normal humans were pathetically weak opponents now. Normalo humanos slain times 24. 240 souls harvested. I moved down the stairs, killing anyone in armor as I went. I didn't see any more undying, and the effort required to deal with these mortal enemies gave me time to split my focus and watch the unfolding battle outside from the perspective of my crow. Ashrat had moved its bulk aside to clear the northern gate, and a long file of undying was marching out. Most of them were regular dead men, but there were some squads, each no more than a few hundred strong, composed of small amalgams similar to the ones I'd fought before my chat with the suicidal lord of the city. My little fort looked puny in comparison to the tens of thousands of walking corpses forming up into neat ranks, and from the perspective of the city, my fort looked barely guarded, with only a handful of patrols on the platforms behind the palisades. Glimpse could clearly see the ranks formed up behind the wooden walls, just waiting to pour out and form up once the city committed to the sally. There was no trumpet or horn to announce the advance. The mass of undead simply started moving forward in perfect synchronization. They moved quietly. If we didn't already know they were coming, it might have worked out for them. Glimpse was circling above the wall, and Ashrat when my guys made their move. Nothing changed on the walls, but the gates to the fort swept open, and ranks of armored Huskars fell out onto the grass between the fort and the city. In the distance, Glimpse could see squadrons of nomad cavalry, 5,000 warriors strong, start to canter into position to try and seal off any retreat for the undying by cutting in between the horde and Ashrat. It only took a few minutes for the ranks to form. Shield and short sword-wielding Huskars made up the first line of defense. The swords were the length of most human adults, but in giant hands they looked like oversized daggers. Spears settled over the front rank's shoulders, held in position by the taller Urviles behind them, ready to stab down as the zombies got close. Then Glimpse cawed and wheeled up into the sky as burning light shot out from the spears to slam into the gray mass of flesh rushing towards them. The blasts cut lines in the horde, reaching almost all the way back to the walls, and Ashrat's twitching metamorphic flesh. Finally, my soul-bound casters opened up. Fire, ice, and lightning exploded among the unceasing dead, blowing them apart, reducing them to ash, or bursting them with torrents of electricity the rotting flesh was unable to contain. Glimpse saw a group of humans on top of the wall, perhaps a couple of hundred of them, who were raising their hands and casting spells back at my troops. Arcs of fire and lances of light and darkness reached out, but pink-purple rips in reality opened in front of most of them, the other end of the portal appearing above and redirecting the magic back at the foe. Shields of ice and fire appeared hanging above Ashrat to catch their own diverted attacks and protect the soul-bound casters on the wall. Excellent.
forcing them to waste their precious mana to stop their own attacks. All those portals we'd used were from artifacts.
If this came down to a battle of endurance, we had just slipped ahead of the enemy. Then the siege engines opened up from within the walls, and I winced as rocks the size of sheds began to slam down around my legionnaires. Gouts of earth were thrown up, mixing with the smoke from the blasts of magic. Not all the enemy spells had been blocked or diverted, and Glimpse could see gaps in the front of our formations. Not significant losses, perhaps, but when you were up against gods knew how many undead, and the prospect of new troops was dependent on kids coming of age, every life mattered. The remains of the wave of gray flesh slammed into the disciplined lines of the Legion and began to dissolve. An Undying was a formidable opponent to a regular human, but they were chaff in the wind when faced with artifact-armed huskers, all professional soldiers to a man. Another barrage of spells was launched from the walls, arcing out to try and hit the point of contact between the forces, uncaring of harming their own troops. Another set of portals and shields sprang up. 3 smaller figures charged forward from the Legion's position, cutting their way into the mob and aiming for the smaller amalgams. I could almost hear the fangs laughing happily as they finally got to unleash their full potential. The cavalry arrived and began to cut into the flanks of the horde, lancers charging and retreating in waves, while the archers peppered the enemy with enchanted arrows and javelins. Then, Ashrot moved, contracting its bulk from around the city and swelling outwards from the section facing my army. Tendrils lined with teeth and eyes flicked out and began to pull the thing's bulk towards my forces. Normalo Humanos slain times 78. 780 souls harvested. I stopped in my tracks, slamming a man's head against the wall to knock him out, before throwing his body at the terrified warriors standing in my way, bowling them over. With a glance behind me at the stairs and corridors, I'd absent-mindedly slaughtered my way down, and I saw blood dripping down the floor and walls. "Bloody hell!" I cursed, as I slapped my haste amulet and shot back the way I'd come. I needed to get some altitude, and fast. Then it would be time to rain fire on the big bastard. Chapter 35. If you try and pick me up. Being barefoot didn't usually bother me. I had spent most of my time out on the steppe with fresh air, clean grass, and beautiful expanses of natural scenery. The occasional stone had long since stopped being a problem for me. Now I was slamming my way upstairs, and the corridors were littered with my recent kills. Their blood was splashing up my legs, and their bodies were being pulverized as my feet landed on them to launch me forward again. My toes had bits of people stuck between them. On some level, I was happily ignoring this as I strove to reach the roof. But on another, I was revolted and missing the open step. My open step. I skidded to a halt as the haste wore off. I was most of the way back to where I'd started, and a spray of gore and splinters of wood flew away as I came to a stop. I was being a fucking idiot. I slapped a gore-covered hand against the stone wall and cast Shape Earth. A platform of stone flowed out beneath me, and I rose towards the ceiling. My senses spread out, and the stone above me ripped away the floorboards and joists. I used the insides of the keep to create a pathway towards the sky, making it pull itself apart to suit my desire to gain some altitude. The stones shifted and drove me upwards until I emerged on a column of rock, rising over the keep on a granite spear. I was staying up to date with the battle via glimpse. Ashrot's move had been noticed, and the cavalry had bolted away, the lancers retreating while the archers continued to pepper the horde with ranged attacks. The Legion had split into 2 groups, pulling back to either side of the fort. Wooden walls wouldn't do anything against the shambling mass of constantly shifting flesh that was the amalgam called Ashrot. The damn thing was absorbing the Undying as it reached them,
eating the rear out of its own support troops as it moved towards my own, very much not dead, soldiers. I looked down on the city like a god descending from heaven as I drank a mana potion. My little tower grew a platform, crumbling stone barely held together by my magic, giving me the runway to the north I needed. I used the last charge on my haste amulet and sprinted forward. As soon as I started running, I lost my connection to the rock as both feet were in the air, and the tower began to lean and tilt to the north. It didn't matter. I only needed a couple of seconds.
I reached the end of the platform and launched myself away. The wind was blowing from the north, which wasn't helpful, but it would help me gain altitude even as it slowed me down. Don't go too fucking high, I reminded myself. Major shapeshifting activated, and my body flowed. Arms, legs, and torso flattened out into an aerofoil, and I shifted my weight for 10 mana, making myself lighter as my wings caught the air, and I flew north. Well, it was more like I was falling with style, but this was a prime opportunity to indulge in a little aerial bombardment. The iron rings that had been on my fingers were now partially melded into my distended limbs. As I passed over the section of wall housing Mortimer's Soulbound and Wizards, I released a string of fireballs that fell from the sky and obliterated the top of the wall, leaving nothing but ash and smoke behind. Soulbound servants slain times 124. 2,400 souls harvested.
Normalo, humanos, slain times 142. 1,420 souls harvested. Can't block what you can't see, and these people had no idea about the good old death from above that was so commonplace back on Earth. I glided over the wall and began to descend. I'd only have a few more seconds before I returned to normal, and I did not want to be hundreds of meters above terra firma when it happened. I slammed into the back of one of the amalgam zombies, throwing it forward. Jandak swung his blade down and split the thing's head. He glared at me and shifted his grip, planning to attack me. I canceled the last second or so of major shapeshift and returned to my normal form. "Mond, can you fly now? Can you make this lot fly away?" he called as he spun and tore into the next amalgam. "No, you need to fly away, bloke. The big bastard is coming. Go find Munet and Kos. The cavalry and the legion are falling back." Take these. I tossed him a handful of mana potions that he caught smoothly while decapitating another zombie with the other hand.
"Get the fuck out of here." I turned my back, but kept track of him among the threads linking my mind to my troops. If he didn't run, I'd pluck the soul bond and force the idiot to get the hell out of the way. I triggered shape vegetation and rapid growth, rising up on a platform of grass and trees that sprouted from seeds long dormant in the soil beneath me. They wound together to leave me 5 meters above the earth, perched on a tangle of growth. The clouds above me condensed, making the gloom even deeper, then flashed red as streaks of white began to fall, ruining everyone's night vision. A swath of landscape between my eyrie and the city exploded in ash and smoke. My fire didn't leave much behind when it was done. Fine ash was all that was left of the section of the horde I'd just removed from existence.
Reanimated humanos, slain times 3,272. 49,080 souls harvested. I cast again, and another wave of destruction washed out from me towards Ashrot as it surged in my direction. Reanimated humanos slain times 4,921. 73,815 souls harvested. My perch of greenery shook and tilted as the lesser amalgams closed enough to begin to tear at the plant matter below me. I threw myself off towards the north and began retreating, slicing through the handful of undead between me and the rest of my troops. Reanimated humanos slain times 12. 180 souls harvested. As I broke clear,
I spun back around and braced myself to fight in melee while casting Burning Skies once more. As the sky flashed red and fireballs fell in the distance, I lay about me with my blade, slicing and dicing the lumbering amalgams into chunks. The parts kept crawling towards me unless I struck the skull or severed the head.
A tide of dismembered parts poured themselves towards me convulsively. I gave ground as the bits that used to be people clawed their way towards me across the mud. I didn't get any more kill notifications, so I figured my nuke had landed on Ashrot. I reached for Glimpse's senses and saw I was right. The mound of dead flesh had taken a beating, but even though the front of it was 500 meters away from the wall now, it was still pulling its bulk from the east and west as the body condensed into a more mobile form. I chugged a mana potion and danced backwards, chopping grey fingers from limbs as I went to stop them dragging themselves across the muck. I stamped down on a blue hand, feeling bones turn to paste beneath my foot, and released more fire from the heavens. Streaks of fire fell towards Ashrot, and it flicked tentacles up to block some of them, but not all. Another cast, and the same again. The thing was still swelling towards me, like a balloon preparing to burst. I released Bob from my storage, realizing I didn't need to worry about my immediate environment if I set the murder bot loose.
Threat assessment. Omega level danger. Raymond, you should run. The array of blue eyes turned to me, even as the metallic tentacles lashed out and began finishing off the crawling body parts creeping towards me. Just keep the riffraff off me, Bob, I muttered as I cast again. These foes are unworthy of your concern. The megaton abomination of undead flesh is beyond both of us. Aresk would want us to retreat, Raymond. The machine blurred around me, stomping, slashing, and blending the local threats into paste. It's not 1,000,000 tons, is it? The latest round of fireballs was falling on the monster, cutting spheres out of it and reducing those portions to smoke. Estimated 15,000 tons, give or take 10%. You will run out of mana before we can exhaust its mass reserves. Bob's voice was more mechanical than usual. So just kilotons.
We can do this, I snapped.
We cannot. I suggest a fighting withdrawal, replied Bob as he came to a stop, having cleared the area around us. The mechanical monster moved towards me slowly. If you try and pick me up, I'm ripping your fucking limbs off, bloke. Can't blame a bot for trying. Yeah, I can. Go find the fangs. Make sure they are falling back. I'm not going to die on this hill, Bob. I glared at the multiple blue eyes as the brass focusing arrays shifted to examine me. I just want the thing to know it's been stung and should fuck off south. Buy some time for the army. Raymond, a fighting retreat will achieve this goal. Fucking machine. All logical and accurate. Dick move, Bob. I snatched up a handful of dirt and zombie fingers with my right hand. I shook out the muck and was left with a dozen small rocks and decaying digits. I shuffled all bar one into my left hand and used enchant on the pinky finger? Whatever the hell it was, it now carried a charge of firewall.
My arm reached behind me as I stepped backwards, then blurred forward, launching the thing towards Ashrot. The rest followed in quick succession. I was down to 180 mana, so I drank another mana potion while my new weapons were in flight. They all slapped into the side of Ashrot in rapid succession, and lines of fire cut their way across the metamorphic flesh. A series of maws opened along the flank of the monster, and a deafening roar rang out before it surged towards me. Bob, you might have had a point, I said gently as I cast Burning Skies 4 times, leaving me with 80 mana. Try and keep up. I took to my heels, and the machine crunched along behind me, its head spinning back and forth to track where it was going and what was following. 4 casts of Burning Skies would be overkill against almost anything I could imagine,
but Ashrot took them like a champ. It lost a sizable amount of biomass, but it still stretched along the walls behind us.
From glimpse, I could see it had drawn almost all of its bulk into the mobile form, but it was still vast. I sprinted north until I caught up with the Fangs and their golems. "Golems, pick them up and run!" I yelled, and the bronze mannequins snatched up their charges and surged ahead of me.
"Moaned, you asshole!"
yelled Mune, as the automatons cut left to pass by the fort. I skidded to a stop and turned while I drank another mana potion. "Don't even think about it," I said, and Bob stopped moving towards me, its arms and tentacles falling down to its sides. The spider legs tap-danced for a second, but then it stilled. Wilson padded out of the darkness and pushed his snout against my shoulder. I patted his head, ruffling the fur between his ears as I stared back at Ashrot. The thing had humped into a mound that was dozens of meters tall and had a footprint like a mansion. The roiling mass of gray body parts rolled towards me, and I took a breath. As long as I could keep my distance, this bastard should be whittled down in 2 or 3 fucking days. Shit. Raymond, I strongly suggest we continue to fall back. That thing cannot be taken head-on. I hated to admit it, but my bot with a god's voice was right. I needed to buy time by ceding ground. We'd done some damage, at least. The soulbound, casters, and undying had been largely destroyed, but the real threat was shambling across the dirt, looking to even the score, and just as mean and dangerous as it had been before. Yeah, we fall back and catch up with the troops. Once we're all together, we can figure a way to finish Ashrot off. Chapter 36. Would calling them men be rude? I reached out and called Glimpse down to land on my shoulder. Ashrot was still oozing towards us. It moved surprisingly quickly for something that weighed thousands of tons, flowing across the ground, looking like an enormous gray slime mold at the speed of a sprinting man. Only the speed of a normal man, though, and none of my troops were normal. At least, none of the infantry was. "Fuck the wagons!" I yelled as I stopped just outside the nomad camp. "Get the people moving north! Where the hell is Pertabon?" "Legate!" My first tribune trotted over to me, a short spear 3 times my height slung casually over his armored shoulder. "Lethic, get the legate a new tunic," he called. I glanced down and saw my clothes were ruined, tattered shreds being all left after the fighting and shapeshifting. "I want a fighting retreat. Keep the Titans back. They'll just get swallowed by the fucker until we've worn it down. How long till your artifacts are recharged?" I sagged as I finally found myself with a moment to breathe. My hands rested on my knees, and my back slumped over as I took long, slow breaths. "Don't slouch, Mond," cackled Krill as he sauntered over, seeming like he didn't have a care in the world.
"What's the plan for dealing with this bastard?" He spat to the side as he stopped beside Pertabon, his head barely approaching the Huskar's waist. I cocked an eye at Bon as I waited for his answer. "We've switched out the spent artifacts, so we're good to go again. The only way to fight this abomination is to keep falling back. If it's smart, it will retreat after we do enough damage," rumbled the giant as he leaned his spear into his shoulder and removed his helmet. He swept his sweat-slick hair back, grinning. "This will be one for the annals. We've got one more set of gear we can switch to. After that, it will be a day before we can attack at range again." "No, it won't. Not for some of you, at least." I reached up and rested a hand on Glimpse's head. I dumped 5,000 souls into him, losing 10,000 in the process, and grimaced at the gross inefficiency. I sent a mental request that he pick fire, ice, and lightning as his affinities. Red letters appeared over his head, shifted from F's to B's and A's. Shit. Should have considered that. Now any soulbound or Shikrikin that saw the bird would attack, or at least be very confused. A problem for future Mond. "Bud, get some levels. Pump up your magic strength and mana. Then get some spell levels. Then go nuke that prick and come back for a mana potion,"
I whispered into the crow's ear. Yes, Ray. The thought was clearer than any communication from the bird before. I always knew what he felt and thought vaguely, but this telepathy was a whole different world. The simple words contained many layers of meaning. Affection, loyalty, determination, pleasure at becoming more powerful. So many feelings hid behind the affirmation he'd sent into my mind. With a caw, his wings cracked, and he wheeled to the south as he rose into the sky. I turned to look at Pertabon and grinned. Should have thought to do that bloody ages ago, bloke.
Glimpse is going to keep the big guy distracted for a while. Get me your 2 best squads, now. It's time to make magic giants. You! I pointed at Lethic, who was approaching with a clean tunic. I started shrugging my pauldron off, freeing the straps across my chest. Get the rest of the legions to form up and send nomads to advise the forward forces. They need to pull back, or they could be cut off as we withdraw. The tunic slapped me in the face as Lethic threw it at me before he spun to stride away, barking orders at the nearest legionaries and nomads.
Got any more mana potions? Asked Krill in a greedy voice. I opened my storage and pulled out another dozen. I was going to start running low soon, but I still had over 100 left. Share them with the coven, I called out as he ran off towards the nomad camp. He waved back at me without turning, so I knew he'd heard me. I flicked his bond, and he stopped.
He glared back at me for a second, nodded, and headed into the maze of tents and wagons. Glimpse was bombarding Ashrot from on high. Arcs of lightning and fireballs rained down on the monster, the bird occasionally swooping low to cast walls of fire and ice across the thing's skin. These attacks were much more effective than the bombardment. Ashrot had become very good at throwing out pseudopods to intercept projectiles, but it couldn't do anything when a dozen meters of its flesh froze solid or burst into flames. The bloody thing was smart. Maybe it could be convinced to fuck off south and leave us be for a while. Maybe not. And even if it did retreat, it would just be back later, once it had rebuilt enough biomass. Sometimes, short-term solutions are all you have to work with, though. As I shrugged my new tunic on and reached for my pauldron, Faye, the members of the coven who had stayed with the army, and the Fangs emerged from behind the wagons and advanced on me. Faye gave me a quick kiss before holding out a hand. I looked down at it, then back up to meet her fierce hazel eyes. "Mana potions. The good ones, please," she said sweetly. But I knew failing to obey would be worse than getting swallowed by the Akira baby dragging itself towards us. I pulled out the 6 pure mana potions in my inventory and weighed them in my hand. The small blue vials glinted in the flickering lights from the magical assault falling on the monster behind me. "Do any of you have enough to justify them?" I asked. "No point wasting potions if they top you off without using half of them." "Men, you don't have to quaff the whole thing. A sip will have a partial effect," snapped Habini from behind her veil. "Habini, you have to ensure Faye gets away after you've attacked. Swear it to me," I snapped, carefully ignoring the glare I got from my wife. "I swear by the moons and the great blue that your wife and son will survive this day," she said in a heartbeat. I passed the potions to Faye, who snatched them away and spun to distribute them. "Ladies, let's do what we've practiced," she called, and the small phalanx of nomad women advanced towards the danger. Something twisted at the thought of letting these brave women endanger themselves, but I fought it down. I sent a thought to Wilson, asking him to shadow the women and be prepared to snatch away Faye if the worst happened. A faint woof returned to me down our link, and I felt him slink off to follow the coven. "If you ever have a golem pick me up like that again, I'll break its legs." "What are we doing?" asked Jandak. Mune and Koss both glowered at me as well. Sometimes you've got to piss off your friends when they're battle-mad idiots who'll get themselves killed. "We'll hold off with the Titans and push when it's been battered. Very battered."
This fucker is going to be fried fish before we get up close to it. Bon, where are the squads I ask for? They're on their way, Legate. Mulius and Marbo are on their way. The nomads are abandoning anything they can't stuff into storage rings and heading north with their herds, he rumbled, looking over from a quiet conversation with a small group of Huskar in fancier armor than was the norm. I'm just going to join the ladies, if that's all right with you, asked Krill in an acidic voice. Great. I'd annoyed my mentor, who was also my nominal spiritual advisor, my friends, and last but certainly not least, my wife. Bob, take the other golems and go with Krill. Force the humans back if Ashrot gets too close. When you think it's weakened enough, your lot can attack. Otherwise, you're babysitting, I said, and the spidery golem quickly gathered up its more humanoid kin and advanced back towards the wall of flesh sliding across the grassland in the direction of the rapidly emptying nomad camp. Marbo and Mulius stomped over, dwarfing the unmodified Huskar. They looked down at me and gave me yet another bloody glare. Everyone was pissy today, it seemed. I'm not going near that thing, rumbled Mulius. Marbo nodded and fell down to all fours before pulling his tail around to stroke it in his paws? Hands? It was hard to tell these days. None of us is. This is a kill from range kind of job, and you are not ranged fighters, I began, before Pertabon cut me off. Legate, the troops you requested are on the way, called Bon as he came over. 16 armored Huskars fell in behind him. The Fangs and my Titans eyed the newcomers with disdain. I turned to look up at them as they formed a neat double row and slapped their fists against their chest, shields held at their sides. Gentlemen, I started after a moment's hesitation. Would calling them men be rude? I was about to make them my slaves in some sense, and didn't see any reason to be rude before I did. I need you to accept some souls. We need more firepower, and I want you to be part of that. Step forward if you are willing to take the elemental affinities and put most of your points into the mind stats. I won't force this on you. Bon nodded slowly, a faint smile on his face, as all 16 took a smart pace forward and loomed over me at an even closer range. Sir, we're happy to serve the Harvester, barked one of the legionaries, whose helm had a crest running sideways across the top. Set us up to knock them down, Legate, barked another Huskar with a sideways crest. The others all grinned fiercely. Shit. Time for maths. Just shy of 120,000 divided by 16 divided by 2. Fuck you, system. Make sure there's a few left over. That meant, call it 3,000 souls apiece, and I'd still have 20,000 left for little old me. I passed down the line and watched as red letters appeared over the heads of the two squads. Jesus, the base stats of Huskars made it seem pointless to give souls to my nomads.
They all had S-tier mind stats and A-tier bodies.
Elemental affinities, please. Focus on range and intensity upgrades. You done? Sir, barked both the sergeants. What are your names, blokes? I asked. Bathnir. Hrangit. Go get them. Just use your magic to support my wife and her. Harsh lights flickered from behind me as Krill and the Coven launched their attack. Friends. The pair barked orders, and the small group of Huskar filed past me in good order to advance on the monster. I borrowed Glimpse's senses for a moment. He circled above Ashrot, but I could see the nomads filing away to the north in a desperate caravan. I sent him a mental query. I'll need a mana potion soon, Ray. The words were whispered in my mind. As and when, buddy, I replied. That was going to take some getting used to. A faint sense of amusement flowed down the link from the crow. Bon, get the legions formed up at the rear of the nomads. Let the chiefs know they need to hold with you while the non-combatants escape. With a bit of luck, they'll be turning back around soon, but for now, keep them moving north. Mulius, Marbo, You guys go with Bon. I want you ready to move when Ashrot is weak enough." The mammoth titan grumbled and started plodding north, but Marbo gave me a feline grin before flowing away on all fours. I turned to the south. Blasts of ice and fire illuminated the early morning. The sun had yet to rise, so other than the moons and stars, they were the brightest things I could see. Lumps of ice expanded to freeze large volumes of the monster, which it was forced to shed and roll over. Fire cut spheres from its mass, turning reanimated flesh into ash and smoke. Walls of elemental fire, ice, and lightning sprang up in its oozing path. The ice was simply rolled over, but the sparks of electricity and boiling fire forced it to pull back, at least for a few moments.
Bolts fell from the sky as Glimpse joined in on the fun, and the Coven renewed their attacks, with imbued items to cast area attacks. They began to spend the charges on their enchanted items. It was making a difference. The damn thing had completely pulled its mass from around the walls, but it was still huge. It towered 5 stories tall and covered an area the size of a football field at least. My casters were whittling it down slowly. I pulled a mana potion out of my belt pouch and weighed it in my hand. I grinned and strode forward, eager for round 2. Chapter 37. Shard of Illuminant. I scooped up any small stones I could see as I went and stuffed them into a pouch on my right hip. I had about 20 of them before I drew to a stop by the Coven and Krill, who were blasting away happily at the monster. A squad of my new mage Huskars stood to either side of them and unleashed the magic in their artifact weapons and armor before starting to cast spells with their own mana.
Arcs of lightning, blasts of ice and fire shot across the ruined landscape to slam into the amorphous blob. With the titans and the fangs just behind me, I watched for a minute as the others worked systematically to whittle Ashrot down. It pulsed and surged. Another section would crawl forward whenever it was obliterated in one area. The metamorphic flesh sent out thick tendrils, and suddenly the mass behind it shifted to try and advance in another place. Glimpse landed on my shoulder, and I offered him a sip from a mana potion, his beak dipping in and out several times before he took to the sky again and circled overhead. I could see we had done an impressive amount of damage already. The hulking blob was much reduced, barely half the size it had been. I began enchanting stones with firewall and hurling them across the few hundred meters that separated my allies from the nightmarish creature. I aimed high, letting gravity pull the stones down onto the upper reaches of the multi-story abomination. Lines of white fire writhed and twisted in fractal patterns, burning their way into the thing's upper body and eliciting a many-throated bellow of rage. It surged again, the mass at the rear humping forward and up as the thing rolled over itself to present undamaged parts of itself, drawing dangerously closer to our forces. The Coven and the Legionaries gave ground, retreating step by step, and they continued launching elemental magics into the new face of the thing. And this time, it truly was a face. The upper surface formed into a gigantic face and howled at us. The eyes looked more like the compound eyes of insects, but, courtesy of Glimpse, I could see they were composed of hundreds, maybe thousands, of human eyes. A face made of faces and parts of faces screamed in rage and pain at us. So I cast Burning Skies 3 times and chugged another of my diminishing supply of mana potions. The sky darkened, and clouds red like blood formed above the beast. The triple cast meant it couldn't block the falling fireballs quickly enough. A nest of tentacles rose up to try to trigger them before they impacted the main body, but too many made it through. Brilliant explosions rolled over the beast, immolating tons of its biomass and eliciting another shriek. This time, it sounded less like rage and more like fear and pain. "Bob, go!" I yelled, and our mechanical contingent broke into a sprint. Their bronze limbs flashed as they charged forward and disappeared into the gray flesh, becoming whirring, indigestible blades cutting through its guts. "You wanted to fight this thing?" I asked the fangs, and they nodded fiercely. "Then let's do that. Titans, I want you to harry it as well." I plucked at their soul bonds, and they winced, but nodded.
Without another word, we broke into a sprint. I could see the rest of the Legion forming not far behind us and preparing to re-engage. Massed cavalry squadrons had also swept round to come at it from the rear. They were getting into range and beginning to launch volleys of enchanted or imbued arrows into Ashrot.
The fangs screamed their bloodlust and shot past me. I had slowed to launch more fireballs at the thing. They slid to a stop and began carving into the beast, their imbued weapons flashing and burning. Clouds of stinking smoke rose from the injuries they inflicted to join the thick air around Ashrot. The fucker couldn't focus on so many targets at once, it seemed. The barrage from my casters, the attacks to the rear from the cavalry, the internal assault the golems were no doubt inflicting, and now us, ants as we were before the nightmare, were stopping it from reacting effectively.
It should have simply rolled over us and tried to tear us apart once we were trapped within. But all it could do was lash out with tentacles and form tooth-ringed maws that lunged at us. With our impossible reflexes, most of these attacks were easily avoided, and with our healing magic, the minor wounds we took could be shrugged off. The flailing attacks grew less and less effective, so I cast combustion, my entire being becoming fire, and with a vertical slash, I walked into the monster's flesh. I cut and slashed, slices of gray flesh falling dead around me as I severed them from the main creature. The muscle walls that composed its interior pulled back, but I lunged forward and gave chase as it tried to buy time until my spell ran out. I only had 14 seconds of being an avatar of flame, so I made the most of it. I sank glowing fingers into the rotting muscles and refused to be separated from Ashrot's guts while my burning sword sliced away at everything around me. Those last few seconds seemed to drag on forever. But soon enough, my fire sputtered out. The fist I'd clawed into its organs began to burn with pain as Ashrot clamped down. The thing locked my left hand in place and reshaped the cavity I had made, dragging me upwards until I dangled by one hand 10 feet off the ground. A face formed opposite my own in the wall of flesh. It had dark eyes and an aquiline nose. A narrow mouth formed and opened. "Allow us to withdraw, and we will spare your life." The voice was light and feminine, and I gawped at it like a goldfish in shock. The pain in my hand intensified. "Want to run?" Too late for that. I grunted, pulling back my sword as I planned an upward cut to weaken the wall of flesh entombing my fist. "We were made with the luminant of death. You cannot stand against the king. If you withdraw, you can escape what's coming. Let us retreat or die," said Ashrot. "You're an abomination, a slave. Let me put you out of your misery," I gasped. "We cannot wish for such a thing." The face in the wall, flattened and distended like a human face stitched onto a wall, drew closer, the flesh behind it punching into my little cave as the entire space began to contract around me. "We can spare your life and those of your allies in exchange for our own. That is permitted." "Sorry, bloke. No deal." This was going to suck. But it wouldn't be the first time I'd tried something equally stupid. Maybe I could learn from past mistakes? I cast fire on my left fist. The flesh around it flashed into smoke and ash, and I began to fall. My blade swept upwards, slicing Ashrot's face from the stub of undead muscle that had protruded to bring it closer to me. As I hit the floor, I dumped the rest of my mana into firewall spells, filling the space with lines of white fire that spread out and cleared a larger area around me.
The flames were too hot for Ashrot's metamorphic flesh to pass through, so I began cutting my way out. I drained another mana potion and recast the firewalls, directing them to burn a passage back the way I had come. I burst out into the twilight and spun around to launch a barrage of fireballs behind me before the monster could block off the tunnel I'd burned through. The fangs were still slashing away, gradually whittling the monster down, and the titans were embroiled in an apocalyptic battle. Meter-thick tendrils of gray flashed around them as they bit and tore at the attacking tentacles. Ashrot emitted a hiss like a gigantic kettle reaching the boil, and suddenly lurched into motion. It was still large and vast, but having lost so much mass, it could move a lot faster. About 2/3 of the way up, I caught a glimpse of spinning bronze breaking out of the bulbous monster, as Bob briefly surfaced before diving back in like a metallic dolphin leaping out of the sea for a moment. The vast, amoeba-like construct began flowing away, moving towards the city.
The cavalry scattered like sheep before a wolf. A handful of the bravest, or stupidest, had gotten too close, and were swept up by shifting gray limbs as Ashrot attempted to flee. I cast Burning Skies and paused for breath as the clouds began to glow crimson again. Ashrot shrieked in fury and sped up, swallowing another batch of cavalry as it rushed to escape the zone of destruction it knew was coming. It wasn't fast enough. The fireballs fell on it once more, but this time it was more effective at blocking them with flicking threads of mutating gray flesh. The legions surged forward, seeing the enemy retreating, and began launching barrages of spells from their ancient weapons. The thing was barely the size of a large house now, and it surged down the furrow it had pressed into the dirt with its short-lived advance. I sheathed my sword and checked on the fangs. They were battered but unbroken, grinning at each other and bragging about the part they played in the fight.
They clearly weren't capable of fighting this kind of being. They were almost unstoppable compared to less enhanced human troops or the undead, but the abominations would require whole new tactics. With the Coven and the Mage Husker, I felt we had the nucleus of what we would need. Once I got the assassin teams equipped and sent ahead to find the enemy forces, I'd have another tool at my disposal. Taking down the enemy casters as I passed overhead had been a major turning point in the fight. If they'd been able to continue to support Ashrot and force us to spend mana countering their magic, the damn thing would have been unstoppable. I looked over at Krill and the Coven and saw they were fine. Soot, smeared and dirty, but they were exultant and unharmed. I turned back to the retreating foe and started running. A bronze wolf pulled up alongside me, and I leapt on Wilson's shoulders. He upped his pace, and we shot past the fangs, closing in on the titans that were snapping at what passed for Ashrot's heels. We caught up with it just as it pressed against the city walls and began flowing away to the side. Why the hell not just roll over them? Putting walls between itself and us was the logical thing to do. Some compulsion not to enter the city proper, maybe? Either way, it worked in my favor. The Legion continued blasting away at it, carving lumps of it away as it tried to run. The cavalry had reformed, minus their losses, and was galloping in an arc 50 meters away from it, and bombarding it with flaming arrows and javelins. I leapt off Wilson and rolled back to my feet in a fluid motion, hurling fireballs that I used to cut Ashrot into pieces. I drank yet another mana potion, and used my spells like scalpels to chop the thing up. Sometimes the larger part would wither and rot when it was removed, instead of the smaller piece. There's some kind of heart or brain in there. Getting cut off from that destroys a connection or something that animates the whole thing. If it had a vital spot, it had a weak spot. I charged in close, drawing my sword and my dagger, and threw myself 30 feet up to catch the last animated part of the monster, and dug my way in. The flesh grew teeth and tore at me, and bands of muscle tried to contract and crush me. The thing was weak now. Its major advantage was bulk, and now it was barely the size of a small house. It couldn't bring enough pressure to bear on my enhanced physique.
Gotcha, bitch, I thought with glee, as I sliced through a tendril of flesh to find a cavity the size of a large cupboard. Nestled in the center, suspended by pulsing grey veins, lay a pearl of darkness the size of my fist. I dropped my dagger and reached out as my sword swirled around to sever as much of the connective tissue as I could. My hand closed on the black gem, and I squeezed.
The glass-like structure was hollow and broke into shards that embedded themselves in my hand, just as what was left of Ashrot went still and began to dissolve. I snatched a quick breath and closed my eyes as the grey flesh turned to putrescent liquid and smothered me. I ended up in a cloying puddle of runny goop, desperately swiping it away from my nose and mouth so I could start breathing again. Once oxygen was getting back to my lungs, I wiped my eyes and looked around blearily. The lumps that had been separated from the main body before had all dissolved as well. Battered bronze golems emerged from the putrid soup and began moving towards their respective owners. Bob had one metallic tentacle hanging loosely behind it as it scurried over on spidery legs. It stopped and focused its odd array of multifaceted eyes on my hands and reached out with its human hands to pluck at the shards of black glass in my palm. Shard of illuminant.
Heyday Stee!
It rotated the sliver of dark material in front of its face, examining it from every angle.
This was the source of its power. He's using chunks of a source to make these things. The big ones, anyway, I muttered as I pulled myself to my feet. That means they will be in short supply. And now we know their weakness. My brethren can hunt them on the inside. Fucking great, bloke. Now, if you'll forgive me, I've got a bunch of magically enhanced women, at least one of whom is probably pissed at me, to deal with. I checked my notifications, and sure enough, there it was. I'd gotten the kill. Undead amalgam slain ×1. The amalgam was composed of 23,498 reanimated humanos, 352,470 souls harvested. Well, shit. Civilized just means organized, bloke. It doesn't mean nice. Glimpse was taking a break. He'd been flying for hours.
Between spying, providing overwatch for my assassination mission, and then during the battle against Ashrot, the Crow had needed some time off. It's no excuse for what happened, but it's why I failed to react quickly enough to nip it in the bud. I'd rushed over to Faye and the casters to check on them, and was roundly harangued by my wife, the Coven, and an angry Krill. This was also a powerful distraction, but I should have caught what happened sooner. The Legion had fallen out in good order and reoccupied their fort, beginning hasty repairs. Riders had gone north to turn the nomadic city back around and end their flight away from the now dead monster of metamorphic flesh. A handful of the Huskar, the feral ones, had approached the city gates and casually kicked the bronze-bound oak panels to splinters. I wasn't sure if the nomads had some scent for blood, but they'd quickly gotten in on the fun. First, a few dozen had ridden in through the broken gates, then hundreds had flooded into the conquered town of Settle. There is a code, probably older than Earth's most ancient written records. If you don't surrender to a siege, you should expect no mercy. 3 days of rape and looting were the norm for a sacking of a city conquered by ancient armies back on Earth, a reward for the horrors of forcing a breach or taking the walls. My army hadn't done either of those things. We'd obliterated the undead host and the human soldiers when they sallied to attack our camps, and then we'd dealt with the true defense, Ashrot. We'd taken some losses. Perhaps a few hundred nomads were killed when they were caught in the abomination's attempted retreat, or the handful of accidental friendly fire incidents.
Usually the wounded outnumbered the dead significantly, but not in our case.
Anyone injured would be treated with healing magic, and while they would be grumbling about the pain for a few days, they would be fit as a fiddle by the end of the day.
That was more than I could say for the looters. As soon as I realized what was going on, the fangs and squads of soul-bound husker from the Legion were dispatched to bring order back to my rampaging forces. Still, by then it was too late for several thousand of the starved and brutalized survivors. Of the 15,000 or so people held hostage by Mortimer and Setall, fewer than 11,000 survived the brief rampage. When I entered my new city after the sun had peaked in the sky, I was followed by Nook, the tribunes, tribal chiefs, as well as the Coven and Krill. I found that my orders had been carried out to the letter. The long main street that led to the marketplace had been lined with long wooden stakes or spears. Atop each of them sat the severed head of a looter.
They stretched away across half a mile, one every few feet along both sides of the road, forming a macabre procession of death.
The Coven was surrounding Faye, something I heartily approved of, and glaring at every window and alleyway as though they expected another abomination to flow out and attack them. The chiefs were scowling at the human heads adorning spikes as we passed. Some of them had lost nephews and sons to the punishment details. "Bit harsh, Mond," said Krill cheerfully, as he pulled some dried fruit from a belt pouch and began noisily chewing on it. "The rest will think twice next time," I raised my voice. "If the troopers run wild, no loot will be left for the chiefs. This should have been done professionally, not as a rabid mob." The chiefs continued to mutter angrily, but I hoped my point had landed with at least a few of them. "So you do plan to loot the city?" Krill asked. "Aresk is a big fan of looting." Shit, I should have offered Ashrod as tribute to him.
Ah well, there's always next time.
"Yeah, we're going to loot the place. And a bit more than that, but we're going to be civilized about it." "How does that work? It's pretty uncivilized work." Krill tossed the last piece of fruit into the air and let it fall into his mouth. "Civilized just means organized, bloke. It doesn't mean nice. Once I've dealt with the locals, we'll take the place apart and take our share," I said softly, keeping my voice below the threshold where the chiefs could eavesdrop. "Dealt with them?" Krill cocked an eyebrow and cackled at me. "Maybe the tribes are rubbing off on you." I kept quiet. They certainly were, but I was also rubbing off on them, so at worst it was an unhappy compromise. Glimpse was back on station, orbiting overhead, so I could see the ponies dragging litters piled with corpses, making their way out of the other city gates. Some were the headless bodies of my nomads and husker.
They were being pulled towards a series of massive pyres being set up to the east of the town. Most of the bodies being thrown into heaps of kindling and animal fat were the civilians, and my blood ran cold as I watched them being heaved into undignified piles to be burned later in the day. As we approached the marketplace, I heard the murmurs of scared people. Legionaries lined the edges of the vast space that had been cleared of stalls to make space for the throng of terrified humanity now corralled within. The stink of fear washed over me as they fell silent, seeing my party emerge from the street and spread out in front of them. "Who's your most respected man?" I called as I stopped and tucked my thumbs into my belt. They stared at me in silence for a long minute. "Who can speak for you all?" I demanded more harshly. "Lord, you killed any who might claim that right," offered an overweight man in a blue robe in a hesitant voice. Being fat in this world meant being rich,
And the voice rang a bell. Was he the bloke who'd been arguing with the merchant when Glimpse had done his early reconnaissance? "Well, in their absence, you'll have to do. We are going to take 2/5 of your wealth as tribute." "Lord, I'm only a poor merchant. I don't have enough to satisfy such a mighty army," he wailed. "Not just you. 2/5 of all the metal and valuables in the city are ours, by right of conquest," Anyone caught trying to hide their wealth or cheat us will join the street decorations. I waved a hand back at the rows of heads. Hopefully, this would assuage the anger of the chiefs. Most of you will be allowed to remain here if you wish, but I have built a city in the north, Riverwheel. It needs talented craftsmen, artists, and scholars. "You want to kidnap us?" snapped a voice from somewhere in the throng. "No, you live or die by our choice. My people need your skills. For 2 years, your finest craftsmen will work for us. Then they will be free to return, or stay in the north as they like. Those who go north will be given a little power, magic, as a reward. It would also tie the bastards to me, and allow me to enforce a no-slave rebellion order. If you take all our crafters, we will starve. How can we survive if you take all the talents from among us?" called Fatso. I didn't like the guy, but he couldn't be more perfect if I'd given him a script. "Not all. 2/5. The best 2/5. Some of my forces will remain here to garrison the city and protect you. Do you think you will struggle to prosper with that kind of security? You'll have the entire steppe as trade partners. Ivory, furs, animals, rare herbs, and all the produce of the north will flow here to make Setol a trade hub, the likes of which your world has never seen. I'm going to kill the king of Urkash, not for what he did to your people, although that would be reason enough, but that is part of it. Join me willingly, or I'll find other uses for you that won't be so generous." My voice was flint-like at the end of my speech. The angry mutterings from the chiefs had turned into something a little more supportive as I'd gone on. 2/5 gross or net?" demanded the merchant. "And what taxes will you be levying on our future trade agreement?" "Whatever I choose, but they won't be too much of a burden. I take it you will cooperate with my people as a representative of Setol," I replied. "Yes, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I would be happy to serve as your authority while you continue your war against Urkash." "What's your name?" I demanded. I'd noticed a quiet susurration of anger from the prisoners aimed at the merchant. "I am known as Bilal, Lord, the greatest merchant in the city." He gave me a florid bow, his head almost horizontal as both hands swept back behind him. I hate merchants. I need 5 more to form a council for the city. You can petition the lord I leave behind to take control of the city. Hopefully, by making it an even number, they'd spend all their time bickering among themselves, unable to form a majority, and thus not waste the time of whichever chief I picked to take over. All of you will report to the officers outside the old keep over the next few days to provide your skills and experience to my people. Then, those of you going north will receive magic and begin your journey to Riverwheel. You will not be turned into undead. I don't need that terrible magic. But you will serve or die. I cringed inside, but the words seemed to have the desired effect. My chiefs were almost bubbly now, happy muttering coming from behind as they planned how to jockey for position and claim the title to the city. The locals were suitably cowed, as far as I could tell, eyes down, but no longer terrified. "Krill?" I asked quietly.
"What is it, Mond?" There was dread in his voice.
"I remember when we first met. You could tell when I was lying, like you were reading my mind." "You're a shit liar," he cackled, drawing the attention of the chiefs and a few of the braver residents of my new city. "I want you in on the interviews." "What? But that's going to take days." "We aren't going to move south again for a while. The forward deployed units can push until we find Mortimer's closest field army, but they're to pull back, not engage. Here." I offered him a warrior's clasp, and as his fist clamped down on my wrist, surprisingly strong if you were to judge him by his wrinkled appearance, I transferred 5,000 souls over to him, and he howled with laughter. "How many did you get?"
he asked, between gasps of mirth.
Over 300,000. I'm going to expand the Mage Husker units. We need more casters. Their base stats are much higher than humans. Then there is the Coven.
We're going to need more war golems to deal with the abominations. And sending one of the women back makes more sense than finding a literate warrior. But first, I'm going to do a bit of shopping.
Bastard! How about a treat for your trusty dreamer?
His eyes gleamed with avarice, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I'll try and pick you up something nice. But you'd better do a good job finding me crafters from among the locals. Smiths, leather workers, carpenters, weavers, artists, and scholars are what we want.
Why the last two?
If we're building a civilization, we need knowledge and art. One to preserve for future generations, and the other to show our superiority. If you can support artists, you've got everything you actually need, and don't have to dedicate all your people to simply surviving.
Huh. So that's why the shit-sitters in the South love their artists,
he muttered as he spat to one side. Something like that, I reckon. Go start chivying this lot along. You're in charge until I find somebody better. Or you're dead. He cackled again, and began bossing the chiefs and the locals into something resembling organized chaos. I turned inward, pulling up the shop screen and browsing what was on offer in the highest tiers. I winced at the prices. Even with my newfound wealth of souls, I wouldn't be able to get much, and most of my account was earmarked for improving my troops and getting some levels for myself. I flicked back to earlier levels. My dagger and sword hadn't required me to spend 100,000 souls on them, and the damn things could cut stone as easily as butter. A Juntium tunic? That was the metal my sword was made from. It looked like it would hang down to my knees, and I was pretty tired of having to get dressed repeatedly during a fight as my clothes got burned or blasted away. Fighting tackle out had a certain psychological impact on the enemy, but it made me feel a bit more vulnerable than I'd like.
15,000 souls marked down for it.
Armor? I'd be running up against enemies with shot-bought gear soon enough. My HP might be high enough to shrug off most attacks that would have destroyed me when I first arrived on Earth, but losing a limb wasn't something I had any way to fix. I was a hybrid build, magic and physical mayhem, but losing a leg or an arm would make my physical stats much less helpful. Scanning through the options, I got to the medieval section. Then I skipped to the medieval gear's weird divine metals section. A Borbsis plate. It was a complete set of plate armor, styled similarly to the Gothic Italian armors of the 15th century back on Earth. The only weak points I could see were the traditional ones: armpits, back of the knees, and groin. I could live with that. I spent 55,000 souls, and the armor and runic appeared over me. I went from being a tall man in a ragged and burned red tunic, wearing a large black pauldron on my right shoulder, to something far more sinister. My pitch-black sabatons clanked as I stepped forward, the sculpted metal now covering my body from head to toe. The enchanted pauldron overlaid the smooth armor that covered my right shoulder, and the helm was sculpted into the face of an imperious warrior, undaunted and uncaring of whatever life could throw at him. I flipped the mask up and drew a breath of air. It was lighter than it should have been. With my strength stat, it weighed almost nothing. The crowd of locals had shied away as it appeared, and as I spun to face my tribunes and chiefs, I saw fear in their eyes as well. Good. I was done fucking around. Chapter 39. You Can't Eat Pride. It took nearly a week to organize, but we had sacked the town after 6 days. Naturally, the locals weren't happy with us, but fear kept them in line. I had poured out souls like water to bind the newly appointed council members, a few dozen more significant citizens, and the nearly 3,000 artisans heading north under heavy escort to make Riverwheel a center of learning and industry. I still had 250,000 left,
It made me grin every time I checked my stat sheet.
"Bloke, it's a great job," I protested.
Krill snickered, and Jagapan glared at us equally.
"How exactly is it a good offer, Mond? You're fucking abandoning me and my tribe," the one-eyed man snapped. His left eye was steel gray this morning. "I need someone I can trust to hold this city, Jag. This will be a critical location. Tons of materiel and supplies will pass south through this area as we push towards Urkash. I need a solid force in place," I offered. "You want me to babysit shit-sitters while the other tribes get to win all the glory? I won't do it. Jagapan, you'll also have an entire legion under your control. Your boys will be out winning fights all the time, taking heads and earning glory against the bastards that try to cut off our supply lines," Krill barked. He'd been paying attention to the lectures about how critical logistics would be for us, which I'd been giving to the chiefs. Most of them tended to go glassy-eyed after more than 5 minutes of conversation that didn't involve discussing who would get to ride in the van as we pushed south. "More than that, you'll be our strategic reserve and get access to the best gear coming out of Riverwheel and Sulk's Forge," I said. We'd received the first wagons a couple of days ago, piled high with new steel weapons, arrows, and a handful of the god-forged equipment Sulk was now steadily producing. Dagapan stroked his chin briefly, then spat his metal eyeball into his palm before popping it in his mouth. It was still gross, but at least he didn't spit as much as most of my other warriors. "What about the equipment looted from Villith?" he asked, his human eye shining more than the metal one usually did. "Fine, but most of it is sized for Huskars, not humans. But you can have your pick, and I'll boost a few of your warriors up a fair few levels. Obviously, you need to be stronger than all of them." He spat out his steel eye and slotted it back into place, then spat on his palm and offered it to me. I shook it, concealing my distaste. "You can take the savage out of the steppe, but you can't take the steppe out of the savage." "Mond!" Mune called from outside my command tent. "You want to see this?" His voice was almost giddy. Mune was usually the most light-hearted of the Fangs. Jandak was dour, and Kos was serious. But this time, the laughing warrior sounded like he might break out into giggles at any moment. We emerged into the harsh sunlight. Summer was finally in full swing, and the further south we went, the hotter it would get. Water would become ever more important for the tens of thousands under my command, and wagons loaded with barrels were constantly trundling back and forth to the river. We'd planned to follow the watercourse south to avoid thirst becoming an issue, but we couldn't camp along the river or let anyone go for a swim when they liked and foul the water. Mune grinned and led us through the remnants of the nomad city. Most of my people had moved south to where the advanced forces had set up bottlenecks on the river. We planned to push on in the next couple of days, and the noise of the Legion fort being reinforced in anticipation of leaving it with a small garrison rang out over what remained of the felt tents of the nomads. The ground was churned mud and shit where wagons and aurochs had passed through, leaving brown swaths in their trail. My bare feet sank into the soft dirt, and my toes wiggled in pleasure at the feeling. Just outside the camp, Jandek was swinging Halen around, gripping her in her armpits and whirling her like a toy. Bob had interposed himself between Halen and the gaggle of misshapen metallic golems that were jumping back and forth in an attempt to protect their mistress. Halen had an unusual design aesthetic when it came to golems. One was a rolling sphere of silvery gray metal that kept detaching razor-thin segments. They were only visible when they caught the light and gave it a halo of flowing, reflective threads that seemed to spin around the waist-high blob. Another was a cube with legs ending in sharpened points from each corner. It rolled from side to side as it moved, and the legs off the ground were poised to catch its weight or strike at an enemy. There wasn't a single anthropomorphic example among the dozen or so devices. I moved over to Faye,
who watched in amusement as Jandek greeted his bride like a schoolboy welcoming the first day of the summer holidays.
His face was creased by an unaccustomed grin that split his head from ear to ear. And while I couldn't hear what he was saying, I knew Halen could, as she switched between smiling and scowling, hugging and swatting at him. When he put her down, the golems she'd created settled down, and Bob moved back to impose his spidery, betentacled form between Faye and the newcomers. The happy couple walked over, and I slipped an arm over Faye's shoulders. She reached up and rested a hand on the back of mine, giving me a small smile. "Sister, I've done as you asked," said Halen with a smirk. "More amalgam killers. Well done, Halen." Faye slipped from under my arm and rushed to hug her childhood friend. They fell into the babble of friends newly reunited, and Faye led Halen off towards our tent. "Bob, can you please take control of these golems, bloke? Need to get them up to speed in hunting the shards of Hadesti's source," I called, and my war golem clattered over to the new arrivals. He'd fixed his damaged tentacle and claimed to be back at 94% combat efficiency. I had no idea how he calculated it. "Feel better, mate?" I asked Jandak, and received a hug in response. My ribs creaked as he forgot his own strength. "Bloke, don't do that. You'd have killed a normal human," I gasped, and he let go, giving me an unrepentant smile. "Did you see how she's grown? That stomach houses a mighty warrior. He'll be taller than you, Mond." He slapped me on the back. My new tunic was indeed fireproof and seemed impervious to cuts from my dagger and sword, but it did nothing to defray blunt forces. I rolled my right shoulder and wished I'd thought to wear my pauldron this morning. The baby isn't in her stomach. Trying to explain human anatomy to a steppe warrior was probably pointless. Anyway, yeah, she's coming along well. I felt like we were discussing a brood mare, so I tried to change the conversation. "Who are we sending north next?" "The women will decide." "Not our business," Mune offered.
"Kalpakta's warriors behaved themselves?" I asked, nodding my head towards the Mohawk sporting tribesman who'd played escort to Haylin as she fulfilled her mission. "Seems so. She had to break a couple of arms, but they figured it out pretty fucking fast," Jandak chuckled evilly. "We've got tactics to deal with the amalgams now. We've got more weapons to implement those tactics. I think it's time you get to see the less honorable options," Krill offered, sucking air through his front teeth. "I don't like it. It's shameful," Jandak grumbled. "The assassins could be crucial. Trust me, a knife in the dark can end any number of enemies and save the lives of our people," I replied amiably. "But poison? Purse snatchers, aurochs rustlers, and thieves. What use are such scum?" Mune demanded. We began heading out of the camp towards a smaller array of tents where my new unit had been based while they trained. "Raiding for cattle is your national fucking sport," I laughed. "That's Grak, but you've kind of stopped that by sticking all the heads on spikes," Jandak cut in. "I agree with Mune. This plan is dishonorable. You can't eat pride, and you can't win wars with honor," I said casually, my tone indicating an end to this line of argument. We crossed the grassland, and as we drew closer, 3 figures rose up silently around us from the long grass. They had foregone the brightly colored tunics of the steppe peoples and wore simple, mottled clothing. Dark green and brown in mismatched patterns that broke up their silhouette and blended into the background. "Well done. You got a lot closer that time. Let's talk. It's time for you to carry out your purpose," I called, as Krill jumped at the sudden appearance of the men. In the center of the camp, another dozen men sat around a fire, passing a jug of water around the circle.
They were all nondescript, a characteristic I thoroughly approved of.
But they were also of mixed heritage. Their eyes lacked the usual shape of the tribes, looking much more like shit-sitters than most of my warriors. Their skin was the ruddy olive that the town dwellers and the nomads shared, but the shapes of their faces lacked the angular lines of most warriors, favoring softer contours and narrower lips.
they would do. Krill had been educating them, the Fangs and I had trained them, and the Coven had equipped them. Each man wore a necklace with stone beads strung on it that hung beneath his clothes. Each stone was enchanted with different spells: elemental attacks, shape-shifting, light and shadow magic, storage spaces, and spatial tears. "You've got your supplies?" I asked, and the shortest of them stood up and nodded to me. He was wiry and thinner than the others, but also the most vicious of them.
These men had been selected for independence and violence, and Pautu had quickly risen to the top in the trials by combat they had endured to be chosen.
He spat to one side, and I suppressed a grimace. "Dreamer, they dropped off the last of the herbs 2 nights back. We're ready to set out," Pautu grunted. A rumble of assent went around my assassins. They were tired of training and needed to be let off the leash. With a thought, I reached out to the final member of their team. Glimpse fell from the sky and settled on my shoulder. "Glimpse is going to guide you. He'll help you slip past any soldiers on the way. You're going to Urkash. Once you get there, you're to observe, pick your targets, and build plans. Glimpse will relay everything to me, and he'll let you know when it's time to act. What's the most important thing to remember?" I'd drilled this into them over and over. "Know how to get the fuck out alive," they all chimed dutifully.